Says we're streaming. I don't think I believe it. What's up, Ryder and Curmudgeon? How be your Thursday? And Thanos. Itchy, itchy. Oh, you know, the editing is editing. Oh, I got an email that I'm live. Let's see here. And boom. Generate. Ooh. What's up, Mr. Joe Paddock? How have you been, sir? I haven't seen you lately. Select file. Let's see here. Create directory. What's up, Vincent Palmer? The second house is done? That's amazing. Oop. Doing this all the hard way. Stupid apps. There's 9 people watching. I'm waiting for people to show up to chat with me. Where is everybody? I'm over here adding characters to this D&D app. That's what I'm doing. Ooh, looks beautiful and solid and close. That's all that matters. What's up, Skyrim? Choose file. Yeah, download a whole bunch of token characters. Character tokens? I guess is better. Character tokens. For my D&D. Putting together a Voflex. Is that even allowed? I mean, a Bowflex? You should get the one that Chuck Norris used. What's the Chuck Norris one that he used? I can't remember. He had his own like workout thing. And it was the best thing ever. It was like the Total Gym or something. All right, so I added all of those things in there. And close. And January 1st. What's a Viking? King Rune KP3S. Oh my. Well, I bought it, so I built it. Yeah. No, I don't want to select that character. Okay. Going back to oh wait, I need to talk about Carl behind his back. Carl, you have gray hair. Ha! Then that printer is just gonna be extremely fancy now. What app are you using to build? I am using Foundry Virtual Tabletop. Oops, someone just joined me. Oh, it's Llama. What does Llama have on top of his thing?
That's the arm for this.
Oh.
What's up? You obnoxious pain in the ass freaking putz.
Hey now.
You just love instigating fights, don't you?
I didn't do nothing.
Yeah, you do. You love it. You just keep digging it in and in and in.
Didn't do anything.
Just let it go.
Didn't do anything.
Yeah. I read that about half of it.
Mm-hmm.
I get the impression you don't like reality.
I mean,
just a little bit.
I sure love reality. Boy, they're so good. I can't wait for them to finish shipping those CR6 SE Kickstarters.
Yeah, I know.
Still.
Anyway, on a new note.
Yeah, how's it going?
I think I got the Llama Core somewhat tuned. It's far from perfect.
What? Das Llama Core?
It's almost to the point where I would think about like releasing it to the public because it's actually halfway decent now.
Are you going to start a GitHub then?
No. That involves me supporting it on GitHub, and I have a hard enough time using GitHub as it is. Can you imagine me trying to figure out how to use GitHub and help other people? No.
You got this. I believe in you, Llama.
Yeah, I got this by not doing it.
Mm-hmm.
I will release them with a big note that says, I will not support your stupidity. If you are dumb enough to print and build this printer, that is your fucking problem.
No, Llama. GitHub's the best.
GitHub is obnoxious. I'm sorry. There's so much there that I get why the techies like it and everything, and it makes sense what they're doing. But, oh, my God, it's the most confusing layout I've ever dealt with.
What?
Well, not ever, but...
Click link. So here's all the files.
Shit sometimes in it. It's right there in front of you, and yet it's not.
Interesting.
Bizarre.
Yes, so bizarre.
Oh, I'm so tired. Why am I tired? Oh, because I was out playing with leaves all day.
Leaves?
It's very windy, so I decided instead of blowing them, I'm just going to suck them up into the vacuum, chop them up, and freaking spin them right back out on the ground right where they were. They're just smaller leaves now.
that makes sense.
They don't blow around anymore. So when the wind stops, I can actually take the leaf blower and blow them all into a pile and get rid of them.
Huh.
But for
Look
now,
at you thinking with your feet.
They're not blowing around. Actually, most of that over there is like woods anyways. I mean, it's groomed woods, I call it. I don't let crap just grow in it, but it's not like yard. It's just crap.
Did you sweep your leaves in the forest to make sure they doesn't catch fire?
No, I ground them up into smaller bits so when they do burn, they burn more at a hotter, glowing temperature.
I like
smaller and more condensed. So they'll smolder longer, but they'll be hotter because it's more dense material.
Correct.
Let's not go into the political BS. Your cart is about to expire. Yeah, that's okay. I so wanted to buy some screws from Open Builds till it was. I literally was getting 4 bags of screws. I love their screws. The little black 5mm ones with the super flat head. They're all like hardened steel. They're awesome. But I went to buy them, and it's $1 a bag. I think you get 10, which is expensive, but it's not. Even for me, it's not unreasonable. You buy 40 of them, it costs you $4.
McMaster-Carr.
And they're good. I mean, they really are good. This whole thing's built with them. Absolutely. I've replaced everything. I bought all cheap Chinese ones from Amazon over the years, and the last time I rebuilt this, every freaking screw on it got replaced that I could. There's not one silver piece of crap on there, if I can remember correctly. Anyway.
What are they, like M3s or M5s or something?
It's like 6 bags of screws. So it's $8 with $12 in shipping.
Yeah.
It's like, come on, dudes. That can just go in an envelope for $4 or $5.
McMaster-Carr.
They don't have those.
What do you mean they don't have those?
I don't think they have that screw.
What kind of screw?
I never actually looked, to be honest with you, but I don't think they have them.
McMaster-Carr is everything.
I think they're made by whatever. They're not made by, but they're made for Open Builds.
Send me a picture of the screw.
They're a big head. The other thing I like about them is like the same.
Send me a picture.
Screw.
What's up, Eric Frank?
You can't see the black screws because they're black.
I mean, I can see them. So those are just like M5.
Yeah, they're an M5, but they're a super low profile head. And it's a bigger, like normally you use an M5, you use like an a 3mm bit. You use the 4.5 because it's got a bigger socket.
That's how they all are.
They strip out less, and they're just really nice, and they're super flat headed.
Yeah, McMaster-Carr sells those.
They're like a black flat head. McMaster-Carr, every time I go to order from them, has ridiculous shipping for me too.
Literally boxes and boxes of those screws.
No, see that's a cap head, and it uses a smaller screw bit.
It does not use a smaller screw bit. It uses the big screw bit.
This is a flat head. This actually uses bigger. I guarantee you, this is a bigger socket.
No, I have bought those Open Build screws. They're the exact same ones.
Are they?
Yeah.
This is a flat head. That was a button head.
Correct. But I can get flathead. You just type in flathead instead of cap. I prefer cap because they strip out less.
Well, I like the flat because a lot of times I set them into something that needs to slide by it. So the height matters.
Eric, I'm super busy on my Discord, but in the secret chats with all the secret people.
What? What are you secret jacking?
Eric says he doesn't see much on my Discord, but I am there. I'm on my.
No.
I'm in the Shenanigans chat all the time.
He has a penis head.
Let's go to McMaster-Carr. McMaster-Carr. Fastening and joining. Screws and bolts. Screws and bolts.
It's another one I can't deal with. It's just I get overwhelmed. I'm old and can't think and go there, and there's like 8 billion options for the same thing. Flathead
screws. Those are all grooves. So I need socket head. Socket head low profile. There it is. And alloy steel low profile. Hex. M5.
Hex.
Fully threaded. What length?
4/8, 110, 112.
4/8?
Yeah, 4/8, 4 packs. I get them, and I'm thinking it Open Builds 10 pack, 4 10 packs.
So how long of the screw are you using?
8 millimeters.
M8. Oh yeah, so it's $6 for 25.
That's
and a low profile.
Expensive. I get 10 for $1. Open Builds is 10 for $1.
Oh, I need to
That
buy
would
the
be
nicer ones.
$2.50.
Oh wait, never mind.
They're
These are the
charging.
really nice ones. I'm gonna get the less expensive ones.
These are really nice ones. Like these are really, really nice, dude.
Oh no,
I have yet
These
to
were
find
like
something
actual
better.
high standard ones.
These are high standard too.
They're not high standard. They're still shitty.
I don't know.
The same ones.
I buy like some pretty decent hardware in construction, and that surpasses most of it. It's cheap. I don't mind buying them. It's not the price of them. It's that I'm buying $6 worth of stuff, and I have to pay $12 worth of shipping to ship what they could put in an envelope for $4.
Yeah, but the envelope has to pass.
But I'm not going to pay $12 shipping on a little packet. Sorry, it's no.
And I know I don't have any. No, I don't have any M210 self tapping.
If I know if I write open builds, the dude there, because I talk to him all the time, I'll just be like, dude, can you just put it in a padded envelope and save me $5 in shipping? He'd do it. I just gotta frickin' email him and say, this is what I want. This is how I want to do it. Just put it in a frickin' padded envelope. I don't need a big box. It's gonna cost me $20.
You sure?
I mean, I can see $5 for shipping, across country. And it's not even across country because they're like in New Jersey or something. Aren't they in New Jersey or Virginia or something? I think they're on this coast.
What's up, Sergio?
Probably have Sergio go down and pick them up. I think they're right in that area.
No. Son of a gun.
I can keep thinking they're on this coast. I used to think they were on the West Coast. You had a bunch of samples there. What are you sampling? Who sent you samples? For some reason, I'm thinking that looks like a Green Gate sample. Warkocki's deeply into his arguments on Twitter.
No. I was looking at screws and I tried to find out how much shipping would cost.
Oh,
and accidentally hit the order button instead of the. Like I just hit order and it ordered it for me because I have an account with a McMaster-Carr. So
I
hit the button and it ordered.
You just ordered yourself a shitload of screws you don't need.
Yeah, M5 8mm 100 pack, which was $8.
See, that's all right. That's okay.
Free next day delivery. I have a business account.
I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe a word of it.
Good. Michael Cassell.
I can't fly my drone. I actually thought about it this morning, but the 50 frickin' mile an hour winds out there kind of deterred that happening.
Correct. Yeah, these are Green Gate samples. These are from today's alien box that came in. All 4 are Green Gate samples.
Smashing.
Which reminds me, I need to find my sample spool so I can load it up with this and run it. Where did I put my sample spool? Chris loses. They're not tied to his butt.
Sending me samples too, and I can't stand samples.
You love samples. You just need to get a pallet so you can combine all the samples into one.
If I had a pallet, I would. Freaking heartbeat. I'd stitch them all together and make like a wicked roll of mismatched color crap and print vases or whatever out of it. I dig, but just samples just annoy the crap out of me.
It could be worse.
They did just send me a sample of that super purple they make though. I kind of wanted that.
Super purple.
Whatever color it is.
Well, apparently can't find my
sample spool. Pretty cool.
Maybe it's in this drawer. I've done dumber things.
I like their Josh's Alien Green there too. That's pretty nice. Prime time slime green or whatever the hell they call it. That one.
Prime time slime.
Yep, it's a nice color.
Where have I been, Sergio? I've been sick and I've been busy.
Go right ahead, Red Light. And I'll put them right in the garbage where they belong.
I had my last one of the year on Saturday, and I'm all discombobulated.
What I needed to do
And
is
then I caught a big cold.
Monkey's sample spool thingy.
I don't like that style.
I don't really like it either, but it seems functional.
Because I've done others that are like that style, and they work, but I prefer an actual like solid spool that I can spin with. Because I use rollers, so I can't spin that one. I have to put on a column or something.
Yeah. Well, I have a stand, but yeah, I've used something like that, and it catches on it every once in a while.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's not around.
Check that box. Yeah, definitely send it to Monkey. Monkey will use it.
Yeah, send Monkey samples. He's got a palette. He's got a palette and an MMU. He can use samples.
You're just going to print a bunch of tiny little Pikachus with it anyway, but...
Yeah, tiny Pikachu. I would love to get a machine.
A machine?
Like a palette, but something
just a machine?
Much less expensive. Something much
Everyone
less
send Llama random machines now. Just like random, super random machines.
Actually, I do like random machines. I think
send them a toaster.
Cool. Toasters work. Cool. I just bought a toaster.
Nice.
I
need to buy another microwave.
$8 or something on Amazon. It was on sale. Cheap 2-slice toaster. It is stainless steel bodied though. I think the stainless steel is plated onto cardboard because it's rather thin and cheap.
Plated onto cardboard. Stainless plated cardboard. This is now the latest IKEA trend.
That's basically what the rep boxes are now. Aren't they metal cord?
That's bonded.
Particle board in the middle, kind of bonded with plastic on the outside or something.
Oh. Yeah.
You got to dry the crap out of that stuff, don't you?
Yeah. What's his? Buttram was using his, and his is. It's like everything I print falls apart with it. It's like, did you dry? He goes, yeah, for a day. And I was like, oh boy.
Yeah, it is Buttram, so.
Hey, now his prints look good.
I mean, he's not, that's like me saying it's terrible stuff, and, you have to take that into account.
Throw this in the dryer. Yes, I'm throwing this in the dryer again. Well, not again.
Yeah, I've seen the manual splice tool, and I came up with a very similar idea, but the only problem is it has the same problem as the one. I actually built one, and it worked. The problem is you heat it up, when you splice it together, and however long your piece is, you have to pull it all the way through, and it's hot. So it always ends up screwing up. Like you pull it out, you end up screwing it up. Or waiting for an hour for the freaking thing to cool down.
Just got to go faster, Llama. Faster.
Pallet needs to make the pallet splicer on its own for like $50. You know what I mean? Get rid of all the rest of the crap and just have that splicing head and sell it. You plug it into a USB, it splices your filaments together, you take it out, and you move on. None of the whole software gizmos, gadgets, roll-ins, trying to hook it to your printer. Just the splice head. It's all anybody really wants. Get rid of that whole piece of equipment.
Dry.
8 million print motors and just give me the damn splice head. That's all I want from that thing.
Here, let me rip the splice core out of mine. I'll send it to you.
Your giant Warkocki dude looks extra green up against the reddish background.
Pink.
Okay. It looks kind of reddish, purpley pink, I guess. Yeah, all right, pink.
Oh, it's pink. I should know. I set the color to pink. I have an app for it.
I say it's not pink, so it can't be pink because I say it's not pink. even though I know it's pink. My name.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
And
How about I change it to blue? Yeah.
I think you should make it flash and change colors repeatedly all the time. Be disco lighting.
I have that ability.
Oh, stop. Go away. Freaking mail. Stripper hot pink. I like that. Except for then he might get the idea to become a stripper. And we'd all be scared on stream. That would be a vision we'd never be able to freaking not see.
Mm-hmm. Who doesn't love a little stripper pink? All right. Changing a filament. Boy, I really need to test that filament out.
Dirty girl blue. Ooh.
Dirty. What the hell colors are you looking at?
I don't know. He's trying to make it porn.
Who's trying to make it
No matter
porn?
what color you're WFO writer. He's making whatever color you put up there, dance club porn freaking color.
Okay.
Dirty girl blue. I would have gone with dirty girl green.
Hi, Marcel. Trying to move my mouse over. I don't know who Shift is, but Shift is here.
Who is Shift? Hi, Shift. He looks shifty. He's not shifting. He's stationary.
Pretty stationary.
He's all locked up.
There we go.
Oh, now he moved. He's max headroom to the max.
Let's see. New colors for Jet. No. I would pay to see him stripe on stream. I will totally stripe on stream. Where's my stripe? Where's my stripes? I'll glue some on.
Okay then.
Shift has paused.
I'm still here. It's just my image is completely frozen, it seems.
No. Yeah, it is. It's just like stuttering. It's a cool printer with that linear rail on the x-axis.
That's
like
actually
with an x-axis.
It is a Prusa Mark III. This is an upgrade that I'm going to release soon.
Cool.
Nice.
And it was basically to allow me to run Hemera on the Prusa, but what it involved me having to do is extend the axis so the right-hand side sticks out further to use the full side of the bed.
Okay. Yeah, on the Bear, I shifted the bed so it reaches all sides.
Well, if I'd have thought about it when I originally got it, I would have got a Bear. Because it's much easier to deal with the linear rails, but I'm constrained to the frame of the Prusa i3 at the moment.
Correct. Yeah, there's not much modding the frame itself since everything's pre-drilled into the.
Well, the thing is, everything, if you actually measure it all up, everything actually looks as if it will fit a linear rail.
Yep.
Just not the Hemera.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a weird mounting. It's like a little bit longer than it needs to be, unless you flip it sideways, and then it extends out too far. What's up, Sergio?
Just messing around here. I've got.
Do you want some trolley sour bright llamas?
You're always finding llama stuff.
Correct.
I almost had the Bear done, but the clog that I got, and I gotta take it apart. I couldn't get it out.
What did you do?
It's this filament that I got from, what the hell was it? It's a PLA. And it's the second time it's clogged, so that's the last time I'm using that stuff. Everything else I've run through, it hasn't clogged. So, but I need to take it apart. I couldn't I couldn't pull it. I tried heating it. I took the nozzle out and tried to look in there. So it's got to be taken apart. It's stuck, probably at the end of the PTFE tube because it's a V6. So
hey, the camera works over at Shift's house now.
What?
Oh, Shift's camera worked now.
I've
Camera
switched
works
the laptop
now.
camera, the external one. OBS doesn't seem to like.
Stupid OBS.
So now it's not going to do it. I accidentally left this spool of PLA in the sun for like 2 days.
Viking!
Now it's not doing it, but you literally would touch it and it would just shatter.
Oh, you dried it outside? Nice.
It's not dry, I have an empty spool.
For a man who moved out of his house, you still have a lot of things in the background.
I'm done moving.
Yeah.
Things takes time.
No, it really doesn't. When I move, it's like 1 day. Whatever I can't fit in my van goes in a big ass dumpster, and I'm done.
Yeah, I'm not the only one doing it, so that's how it is.
I never use samples, but I do enjoy them.
I
Just so I can look at them and be like, that's what that color looks like.
I was doing a test strip to make sure the lights work properly. They do. So
nice.
Now I'm going to go ahead and mount them. But I have a question. And I couldn't. In order for you to put to make the connections in the box with the capacitor and stuff, did you have an STL for that?
I didn't do anything. I just put it in there.
Okay. So I'm gonna make something to make some plugs because I can't do the capacitor and stuff at the end of there because then it's gonna kind of hang out the side when
Correct. It doesn't fit. Yeah, I do it at the end.
Yeah.
And Printed Solid sells that breakout board.
A breakout board?
Yeah, so I designed a breakout board that has the cap and the resistors and everything. And they sell it's $5. It's just a little breakout board. Like it's tiny.
Oh shoot! Well, why don't you send me a link? I'll order that. You can put it in the chat.
Michael. Hey down.
What's up, WFO Rider? Oh, that was the Red Bear.
That's gonna suck.
Yeah.
All right, it's in private chat there. Oh, it's Vincent.
That Red Bear.
Shift is Vincent.
Yeah.
That makes more sense.
I did say in the chat, I'm guessing you just read it.
Yeah, I was just looking in private chat to send Sergio the link for the breakout board. I was like, oh! Start slicing.
Nice.
Figured as I'm on call at the moment for work and continually getting paged, I might as well join the chat.
Well, welcome to work.
Yeah.
They won't let go of you. Yeah, everyone should hug Dan. Everyone go hug Dan. Take your time. You can all hug them together.
So I'm going to attempt to respool this big ass freaking thing.
Good luck. Have fun.
So who has bets on how long before I'm tossing it across the room?
That's looking pretty brittle.
Let's say 2 minutes.
I honestly doubt it's brittle because this is
the first bit you took off it was a snapped bit. So, yeah, it's a little bit brittle.
Inside the box, so it wasn't even the same color. I know this is going to knot up on me in about a minute.
Surely it's more effective to actually 3D print something to respool it.
That's what
I was thinking about designing a respooler. Like for fishing line, like a hand crankable respooler.
Or just a stepper motor.
Llama made one with a power drill.
I have a power drill adapter. That's what this is.
Too fast.
No, it broke. It broke in the box. I crushed it with other spools of filament. All right, I think I'm starting from scratch from here because this is all a big knot right here.
Ooh, the alien spooler.
Yeah. Need more parts though.
I just want to make a hand crank one with a bunch of gears, so like you crank it a little bit and it just starts spooling up like crazy.
Yeah.
Like a 1-to-7 ratio.
Yeah. One crank and 300 millimeters have been moved over a filament.
I know I'm going to get totally frustrated doing this.
Oh yeah, you will.
Good.
I had to do that with a
We
prototype.
like seeing llama frustrated.
One time.
Well, this is the
Now, llama, when it's finished, it has to look like a spool of Prussiament.
Yeah.
Correct.
not.
Good.
This is the IC 3D stuff, so I kind of want to use it. Because now that the llama core is sort of running somewhat decently, I want to actually start on the hodgepodge.
All right.
Took you long enough.
Yeah, I know. Life sucks.
Yep.
Let's see here. Where is that at?
Put it this way, I started the hodgepodge at the same time frickin' Viking started his Yormi or whatever the hell he calls it.
Emit.
I had to distort the name. I actually know what it is, but I had to make it sound funny.
Yeah. I know.
Because I had to make fun of you.
You always do.
You know, just cause.
Yeah. That's all right. I'm used to it.
Okay, what's going on here? It's got to be an easy way to keep the thing from twisting so much.
Nope.
Nope.
There's not. You're just stuck with it.
I think there is. I just got to figure it out.
Mm-mm.
I think I
What's up,
did.
Ryan?
Turn the second spool.
You should just ask the company to send you tiny spools. You know, like sample sizes.
The low samples.
You know, I was thinking about making a machine for someone like Josh that you could take like Amazon boxes and cut little mini spools out of that he could put his samples on. Wouldn't that
There's
be
a guy
cool?
who designed spools to be laser cut out of cardboard.
Yeah, yeah, protopasta.
No. There's another guy. He made sample spools out of laser cut cardboard.
This
He
is actually
shared the
working.
design.
Believe it or not,
There
this
is.
is working.
It's the only downfall when you only have one sample spool. It's like I have all these other spools of things, but I don't have my sample spool. It should be here. This is where I do all the things
Only
that
take
are
me an hour.
printer related. Hey man, whatever keeps you busy for an hour is good, because then it's less talking from Llama.
This is actually working.
Yeah,
Not twisting, as long as I'm careful with it.
that worked for a while.
Can you hook up a drill to it for me now?
No. I probably could if I did both of them at the same time. Put my impact on one and the drill on the other.
Just one drill in a 3D printed part with a gear in between.
Yeah.
See?
You just got to wait the 20 hours for it to print.
And I have to spool the spool to print it out of.
Interesting.
Is that the
Inception.
only pigment you have?
Why can't
Well, I might
I
as well just
find
do what
my
I'm doing.
one spool of things?
Is it sitting on it?
I wish. Because then I'd know where it was at.
Yeah.
All I know is it has alien silky copper on it.
Uh-oh, here we
Oh,
go.
nice.
No, it's going to freak out on me.
Yep. Oh, I remember the protopasta spool. I hated it so much.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the protopasta cardboard spool because it's so thin. It tends to, even when you get it shipped to you, it ends up being bent. And then the roller, so it's like, well, this is
broken.
useless.
Yeah, when I received it, it was broken. So I had to respool it.
Is this feeding back to
compressive
my mic?
turbine.
Look at that.
I mean, I can hear it. It just goes whoosh, 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 whoosh. It's not horrible. It's better than listening to. I got nothing.
My mouth.
It's better than listening to that talk show on TV that isn't any good.
Jerry Springer?
Oh, I love Jerry Springer. That was taped in Chicago, man.
You are fucked in the head.
What's wrong with Jerry
If
Springer?
you like Jerry Springer, you're screwed in the head.
Hey, Bob.
You don't want weird people to be on TV giving away their deepest, darkest secrets?
What always got me about Jerry Springer is why did they have an English bouncer to break up the fights?
We all know that English people are better fighters. It's all about them years of boxing.
Scottish?
I have no idea.
I don't know.
All I know is I always wanted to go to one when I was a kid because I was just like, oh my God, it's in Chicago. No, it's no more. But I can still watch them on YouTube, and I can also watch Maury on YouTube as well, which is always fun. Maury. You are not the father. No.
As a person with 2 kids, that's a good result.
My God.
It's 1:10 in the morning here. And this is literally the only free time I've had all day.
Ouch, 1:10.
Lockdown with children is not
Oh,
fun.
that's right. You guys locked down up there, huh?
Yeah, it's bad out in the UK.
Yeah.
I'm actually in Germany.
Oh.
Yeah, same. I noticed the same time zone as me, so I'm in Norway.
Yeah.
That means you guys could hang out, right? Time zones mean you guys are like literally in the same.
Yeah, just
same
Yeah, we're literally right next door to each other.
Yeah.
Yeah. This makes sense. Why can I not find my samples? I found a whole bunch of. You know what? I can just put it on one of these old master spools.
Yeah, why not?
A little overkill.
Llama's just wishing he had a master spool right now. It would be so much easier.
Yeah.
See if his fit on a master spool. If they do, that'd be. Oh my gosh, it fits on a master spool.
This is actually beginning to hurt my freaking arms.
Oh, someone doesn't work
Yeah,
out.
damn it.
Look at that. One master spool with a sample on it looks really, really bad. All right, let's try one of these filaments without actually drying it.
You will regret that.
Well, you know,
Experimentation is an annoyance.
I dumped myself out. Uh-oh.
No, you're still in here.
Uh-oh, wait a minute.
You're in here twice.
Feedback.
Trying something
Now
without
both
drying
of them
it,
left.
please say it's nylon.
It is PET G, recycled PET G.
Ah, that's
It's
fine.
recycled PET G, which is as bad as nylon, from what I understand.
I mainly
I thought
print
you
PET
used
G,
green
and
tape.
I have no problems with it up to about 60% humidity.
Yeah, not recycled PET G.
No, even recycled PET G. I'm using one of my favorite filaments at the moment is the extruder PET G because they do the RAL codes for the colors, so I can print in PETG and ASA for my printer parts and ensure that they're the same colors.
Cool.
No, damn it. I'm in Norway.
Sounds like they're doing a good job at drying the PET G before they actually extrude it, because if it's not dried thoroughly beforehand, oh, good Lord.
Dude, they're doing it out on Long Island. There's no such thing as drying anything out there.
Yes.
They're surrounded by water and wind and salt.
Just like your butt.
Here.
Oh, Chris.
Yo, what up?
That other display, it was bad.
Okay.
I had to return it. They sent me a new one.
And now everything's working good?
Yeah. I couldn't get it to go into the I could get it to go into Marlin, but I couldn't get it to go into the touch mode.
Oh, the touchscreen mode?
Yeah, it wouldn't go. No matter what I did.
Serious question. Do you use the touchscreen mode?
No, but I mean, I like using the Marlin, but still, I mean, if it's there, I want it to work, right?
Correct. Is it Naked Ron?
Yep.
Oh, hell yeah. Getting the old gang back together.
Yeah.
A little bit of Naked Ron. Oh, I gotta make a decision which printer I'm swapping hot ends out of, because I got a new hot end coming in.
Well,
Hot end.
Top secret?
Yeah. Correct.
So you're experimenting.
Correct. So I need to find a printer I can put it on that also I don't need to have on camera. I think it's most likely going to be the green one over here. So means I got to get my test bench working again.
Yeah, and as soon as I'm done with the printer, I'm cleaning up this place. I got such a mess I've made. My soldering station, everything looks like the storm came through here.
Was it Storm Sergio?
Yeah, and every time my wife walks in here, she looks at it and she just turns around and walks out.
That's because you're
got
in
the opposite problem. Every time my wife comes in here, she just disturbs everything, and I don't know where anything is when she leaves because she's looking for one thing, and then she finds it somewhere else, but she's messed up everything.
I like it.
Yeah, I kind of cleaned up my stuff the other day, and now I can't find nothing.
Oh.
I'm only about 1/1,000,000th of the way there.
Are you trying to redo the whole spool?
Oh, hell yeah.
Oh my goodness, you have a long what?
It's only a half spool. This is from my IC3D giveaway that I had for the hodgepodge.
Mm-hmm.
This has been sealed up, and that's why I didn't know I crushed it. I stacked other spools on top of it. That's why it popped. The other half of it's broken.
Oh man.
Wama.
I didn't know because I had it in a bag.
This is why we can't leave you with nice things anymore.
Man, that is.
I got a nice thing for you, Warkocki.
Don't make me come over there and give you a big old hug, Llama.
Yeah, Llama needs a hug right now. He's gonna be
just
there
Dan.
for a while.
I am
Only Dan gets hugs. Everybody else gets their hugs sent to Dan.
They still have hot chocolate.
Yep.
Oh, dude, hot chocolate sounds so good right now.
Don't make a hot chocolate. I think I'm gonna.
With a little bit of mint.
No.
Peppermint in there, yeah.
You know what? They're actually not bad. My mother got the Land O'Lakes. They have the variety pack hot chocolate mixes, and there's like 2 caramel and 2 double Dutch and 2 mint and 2 white vanilla.
I love me some of that double Dutch action.
2 dark vanilla. Yeah, I like all the chocolate ones. There's like 3 different kinds of chocolate. There's like dark chocolate, milk chocolate, and something else. But there's mint and caramel and butterscotch and all that in there.
Butterscotch.
And I personally find them too strong, but what I do like to do is I'll take like I'll make a big mug of hot chocolate with them, and I'll take
I really
one
like butterscotch.
regular hot chocolate mix and like a half of the flavored one to make it in a bigger cup, and it's actually pretty good. What's good too is using you make the mochas where you make a cup of coffee and then you put the hot chocolate in it, but you use like hazelnut coffee with the hot chocolate. Oh, that's good.
I'm not a fan of flavored coffees.
I'm really not either. Even like I get hazelnut now and again, but I'll buy a 1 pound thing of hazelnut. I'll buy a 5 pound thing of regular, and I'll mix the 1 pound of hazelnut into the 5 pound. Because I don't like the extra strong.
So you basically like your coffee to kiss the hazelnut, not to actually be the hazelnut.
Yeah, I like a hint, not like a sickening, sweet, overpowering.
Yeah, I use whole beans, and my coffee maker. Actually, at the time, I set it for 4:15 in the morning.
Yeah, you got one of them auto units.
No, it grinds the coffee. It grinds it fresh, and then it starts brewing. So by the time I got downstairs, I got fresh coffee.
Yep, I used to have one of those, and then it broke, and it was $200 for a new one. So I got a $39.95 freaking single cup unit, and I absolutely love that thing.
Yeah,
but 1 cup at a time, I'm done.
There's nothing like fresh ground coffee, and I'm so used to it that I don't think I could ever go back.
You know what I like better than the fresh ground coffee? The smell of it when it's grinding it.
Yes,
I did want to buy the coffee filament.
It's better than actually drinking it, I think.
Sometimes it feels that way. Coffee filament.
Yeah,
you make coffee.
Protopasta made a coffee filament.
Make a coffee filament.
Yeah.
Yeah,
supposedly it smelled amazing. Because I love printing with wood fill because the house smells like warm wood. It's like
yeah.
Who doesn't
like
want
a fireplace?
This?
Depending on the temperature, if it's too high, it smells like your house is on fire.
Yep.
Yeah, you try to go over like 200 C.
There's a
It's
couple
kind of
of
cool because you can you can vary the temperature throughout the print and get different colors of wood, so actually it looks like wood grain. It's pretty fun to do.
Have you tried the MC Chemicals wood filament that's not actually wood?
The only wood fill that I buy is Amaze 3D and Color Fab.
I still haven't tried wood fill.
I've done Amaze 3D. I actually bought theirs. I bought one of their
Theirs
little
is really
250 gram samples for like $8 or whatever it was.
You can 3D print with hemp now. 3D Fuel makes hemp fill.
Yeah.
So if you want to print with hemp, we got you, bro, in America. Go get yourself
Pretty
some
sure
3D
there's
Fuel
lots
hemp
of
fill.
stoned people 3D printing that.
That shit's fucking garbage.
No, I printed with it, and it's freaking. I printed some nice stuff with it.
Bob and I both got some, and we both had issues with stringing because it was like crazy bad wet. I had to dry it for almost 2 days before I could print with it.
I did not have that issue. No
Is
stringing.
that the graft milk?
Yes.
Yeah, I had such issues with it. I basically burned up my spool as fast as I could.
Yeah,
Really?
I've heard a lot of people say it's like really terrible, overpriced.
I had no.
A lot
Overpriced.
of people say that.
I don't know. I printed with it, and I've got 2 rolls left. I killed 1 roll. We'll see. Let me knock on wood. I still got 2 rolls to go. So.
As I say, it only comes in like 4 colors too, right? Red, blue, black, and white.
It comes in the basic colors, yeah,
Yeah.
and matte.
Yeah, there's like 3 black colors, and I think they have a matte red and a white. And
Well, no, there's a terracotta. This is the terracotta.
that's it.
The other one is called Craft Matte. I forget what the first one I had was.
All right, I'll be back. I gotta go make some hot chocolate just to walk away from
Oh,
this.
damn it. What's up, Jerry?
Across the room.
Yeah, I had no issues printing with it, and I did some really nice prints that my wife liked. I made some elephants. Matter of fact, I should go and find
Yeah,
them.
the prints were fine. It just when I finally got it dry, that's when that happened. Like when I first started printing with it, I opened up, started printing with it, and was like, "What the fuck is wrong with this?"
Wow.
And Bob had the same issue as me. He had to dry it for a whole while before it would print well.
Maybe I got lucky.
Yeah, I mean, every spool, every spool like or every batch might be a little bit different here and there. So it might have just been a bad batch or an old batch.
Yeah, it's
There's
like
Bob.
Matter hacker.
Bob loves his graft milk filament.
After it's dried, look at this shit.
Oh yeah,
Look at that.
you and I both had the drying issue. Like once I got it dry, it worked great. But once it wasn't dry, I was like, "What the fuck is wrong with this?"
It's like Matter Hacker's Pet G. A lot of that stuff I have to dry.
Yeah,
I don't know.
depends
why.
on how dry they get it before. Like,
Yeah. Well, I've had a couple of issues with some of the Matter Hacker stuff. I have to really dry it before I can use it.
mm-hmm.
And that was in my early years of printing. So I asked Chris, and Chris said, Chris Raleigh. So Chris said, "Yeah, that Matter Hacker stuff." He said, "Try drying it," and I did, and that's exactly what it was.
I can't wait to ride in the Bobmobile.
Glad you clarified, because you can't ask this Chris anything.
Yeah, I would just tell you to go home.
How's your printer going, Thomas?
Really slowly. Can't really get started on it before I'm finished with the move. So
Put a dent in progress on that thing, huh?
yeah.
They do have beer filament, buddy.
They do.
They do.
Yeah, the waste product for making beer. You got to remember, PLA is just sugar, plant fiber, and resin. That's all it is. So anything that is a sugar and has fiber can be turned into a filament. So the waste product of beer, hemp, algae, crushed up shells.
Not where I thought you were going, but okay, I'll allow it.
Yep.
Oh, I can see it now. Here comes cannabis filament.
Yeah, the hemp
I
filament.
think that's already a thing.
Really?
Hemp, yeah. I haven't seen cannabis filament. I've seen hemp filament.
Yeah, but well, it's close enough, isn't it?
Depends on who you ask. If you ask the government, it's exactly the same thing, and we need to ban both of them.
Depends what state you're in, doesn't it?
Not in Oregon.
Not in Oregon. They're
Everything's-
completely different things.
Everything's legal here.
You know what's funny is I'll drive into DC, and the minute I drive into DC, I can smell marijuana all over the place.
It's good for you.
I'm telling you, man. They driving cars around. They're smoking it because I'm behind somebody, and all of a sudden, smoke comes out their window, and here comes the smell.
No, that's not.
It's not
weed,
even
bro.
allowed in Berlin
that's
legally.
new cannabis cars. That's
But
they run on
everybody
cannabis.
smokes it everywhere.
And you walk down the street, certain
Well,
neighborhoods, and
Of course they smoke it in Berlin. I mean, it's Berlin.
Oh, there's still smoking bars here as well, even though the smoking ban came in like 10 years ago.
smoking ban. Yeah, all the casinos and stuff. No more smoking in the casinos until this thing is over.
So when we got our smoking ban here in Illinois, I was working in bars, and I was working behind the bar at night. I was the guy, they call him the bar back, the guy who stocks all the beer and all that stuff. And I would go home smelling like complete trash every day because, all that cigarette smoke going on. I mean, even though you had like the room, like air cleaners and air scrubbers above you, you would still smell like smoke shit. Like you couldn't go to bed. Like you smelled so bad. And then the ban happened, and I was like, "Oh my god, I'm still going to take a shower, but I don't smell like I have to take a shower."
Yeah, but did you notice the sweat smell after the ban smoke?
Yeah.
Oh, it was horrible.
When the smoking ban came in, I was living in the UK, and literally all you could smell in all of the bars was just vomit.
Oh,
From where people had thrown up on carpets, because everywhere in the UK had carpets installed in the bars. So the first thing they did after the smoking ban came in was replace all of the carpets with wooden floors.
yeah.
Oh, geez.
You just made me feel like I don't want to have dessert today. I'm still going to have some dessert today.
Just burn some ABS.
You said mint, Warkocki, so I had to get some mint.
Yeah, I love mint hot chocolate. That's my jam.
It's still too strong, so I'm going to use real hot chocolate. Well, let me rephrase that. Crappy powdered Swiss Miss hot chocolate to go with the crappy.
Whoa. Don't diss the Swiss Miss. That shit got me through college.
Don't diss the Miss, Llama.
Yeah.
It ain't freaking real hot chocolate. Real hot chocolate's made with milk, not hot water.
So use
You
milk.
can add powdered milk to it.
I have
Powdered milk is not milk.
Incorrect.
You want to look at how they make powdered milk, Llama?
Yeah.
They dehydrate actual milk, which removes all the moisture from it, so you get milk powder.
Mm-hmm. And that makes it not milk anymore. It's now milk powder.
I heard somewhere that
You're,
what's that coffee mate?
yeah.
Mate, the powdered stuff. They say that that's 7 points away from being plastic.
Yeah.
I mean, literally everything is a few points away from being plastic if you want to talk about chemistry.
Yeah, there's a way of boiling milk to make plastic. I did it when I was 7 years old.
Hey, what's up, Robbie Mac? And we got a Zolan in the house. Yeah.
It's working.
I mean, anytime someone says you're like one thing away from this or that, there's a reason why. It's like a lot of people are like, well, we're only like a little DNA strand away from being pigs, but we're not pigs. I mean, that's one little change enough to completely make something different.
Depends on who we're talking about.
True.
Well, I mean, true.
Hot chocolate and powdered milk.
That might be true.
Yeah, Llama believes that powdered milk isn't real milk because
It
it's
isn't real milk. It is
dehydrated
powdered milk.
It's dehydrated milk, yes.
I'll be back in a minute.
So when you rehydrate it, it's no longer milk because that's not how dehydration works.
Yeah, just like humidity is no longer water. It's humidity.
What? Yeah, ice is no longer water, guys. It's now a solid.
Exactly. Ice is not water. And
Yes, it is. Ice is a chemical whatever. No, it doesn't matter. Forget it. It's llama. Nothing but it's llama.
I was waiting for somebody to go away with that. Be like, holy crap.
If you had have continued, I was going to say, look at what Llama's currently doing. Do you really want to try and rationalize with that guy?
Exactly.
I think he's looking at that
Hello,
sexy
person
llama
I've
on
never
his
talked to
friend.
before.
As these guys well know,
It's
I would
Vincent in
not
chat.
normally do this. I would normally chuck this sucker right out the window. But this is the IC 3D, who knows what color, little specks of blue and gray and green and all kinds of crap in it, even though it's like clear.
What I want to know is when's Bob's fancy Batmobile going to start rolling around, because that thing looks awesome.
Yeah, I want to see that too.
Is that the printed frame or is it a?
Yeah, and the body, this is made for this.
Yeah.
So that's like the F1 body for the. Yeah.
So it's a Bobmobile, not a Batmobile.
Oh, it's definitely a Bobmobile.
So these are the things that are going to happen.
This is actually working, which is really the amazing thing. It just so looks like a horror movie mask.
I was letting Marcel know I went to the dark side. He doesn't like DJI.
Oh yeah.
And in some ways, I don't blame him. But
DJI isn't bad. They're just a commercial. They're a commercial brand. I mean,
No, the issue with DJI is they are they are helping push for the whole radio ID thing.
yeah.
Well,
Who cares?
Let's
So,
not
yeah.
open that particular can of worms.
So yeah, Marcel, I was putting the HD camera inside my analog flywheel.
You know what? I gotta say, thanks for the idea of using mint there, Warkocki. It's pretty tasty.
Chocolate mint milk.
Yeah. Hot cocoa, yeah.
Yeah. My favorite beer to brew that I brew myself is a cinnamon chocolate milk stout,
Yeah.
Oh.
and it comes out at about 12.4% ABV.
When I used to drink
Hot chocolate is good.
often, I would always make hot cocoa, and I'd always have mint Baileys. And always a big glass hot cocoa with a shot of mint Baileys in it, and that was just a magical combination.
I don't know about that. You can do without the Baileys. The mint's okay. I was never a big fan of Baileys.
You add that shit to hot cocoa, and it's like, why
Yeah.
wasn't I fed this as a child?
I was.
That explains a bit.
My grandfather, when we were kids, he did all the holidays: Thanksgiving, Christmas, Valentine's Day, Easter. Always at my grandfather Lamarine's house. Always.
Mhm.
And he'd have these parties at night for the adults, and all the kids would show up, and we'd all go play in his basement, like me and all my cousins. There's literally like 15 of us, all gathered in his huge basement. At about 7:30, 8 o'clock, Grandpa would come downstairs and give us all a shot of freaking whiskey.
Grandpa got
Every
run
kid
over
got a
by
shot of
a reindeer.
And every kid was fast asleep within an hour.
And after we
one
could see,
shot?
there was no long-term effects from that llama.
Nope.
I'm sure
None.
there was. I'm
I'm
sure
the healthiest
still is.
person on the stream right now.
I don't drink really. If you believe that, I have some waterfront property in Arizona. I'm going to tell you, you just got to wait for California to fall in.
There's waterfront property all over Arizona, llama.
Yeah, there is.
I'm not saying
You-
there
you
is.
wanna say it's
I'm saying the
oceanfront.
waterfront
He meant
property, I'm gonna
ocean
tell
front.
you
But
in
remember,
Arizona,
remember,
waterfront until
water-
California.
if water is frozen, if ice is not water, then the ocean isn't either.
Correct.
It isn't
And
water.
lakes are just oceans without salt.
What's that? Lakes are just oceans of what?
Without salt.
They are.
Oh.
Science, baby.
I want to read this. I want to read a science book written by a llama.
It
Hey, kid.
absolutely tastes different. I can tell freaking powdered milk from regular milk in a freaking heartbeat.
I want to make a drink with Benadryl, like Benadryl and Sierra Mist.
It's called ZQL.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I think we used to do Benadryl and Red Bull and vodka.
What?
Red Bull and vodka. It was the original Four Loko.
Yeah. That's what we used to drink in college.
Yep.
Yeah,
I was
it
a
used to be popular here too.
Wait, you had Red Bull when you were in college?
What
I
did
didn't
you
go to
say,
college
Viking?
until I'd been out of high school 10 years.
It was popular here too earlier. I don't know if it's still popular, but
Yeah. See, now the kids are doing Jaeger and Red Bull,
I didn't go to college until almost late 80s.
That's old. That's already way past.
and I hate black licorice. So
1987 is when it was created, Red Bull.
I went to
Yeah,
college like
but
in
Red Bull in Europe's a really big
83, 84, 85,
Style
86,
drink.
87. Went to
oh
college
man,
in 88, 89.
the imported Red Bull you can get that's in the little glass bottle is amazing, but
Yeah.
you will buzz.
that's
I try not to buy anything that will take one day off my life every time I drink it.
That's everything I
There's been
drink.
cases in the UK and Europe whereby students have had like 18 vodka Red Bulls and then ended up with cardiac arrest.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Arizona, Phoenix, they've had people drink 2 Four Locos and have the same issue.
Holy crap.
Whereas I'm the guy when I was in high school, we would drink half a Zima and then fill it back up with 151.
Yeah. Or we would just go buy Mad Dog 2020 and be done with it.
What?
That's
not even strong, but sure.
Yeah, for years,
Mad
the liquor
Dog
companies
2020.
have been trying to tell us 2020 was going to be a bad year. Mad Dog
wow, yeah,
2020
is popping like crazy. Oh, that looks like garbage. Yep, you definitely got a dry green gate filament. Holy crack fiend.
Yes, you do. You do have to dry it.
I'm doing a test to see how bad it is without any drying.
Oh God,
Now,
I
mind
ran it.
you,
It came out like bubbly.
when I printed
It's bubbling
this,
and popping like crazy over here.
when I printed this using the Green Gate pink grapefruit,
Yeah.
it actually had webbing going in between each of the lines, and I kind of wish I left it because it made it a neat effect.
Yeah, I was gonna say I got a vase that I printed out of that Green Gate stuff, and it was all wet and it bubbled, and it actually makes it look cool because it's got all the little pop bubble. It looks like old-fashioned glass almost, if that makes sense. You know, where they have the air bubbles in it.
Yep.
It actually looks cool. That's why I just let it go and I kept it.
Except old-fashioned glass isn't glass because it's old.
Yeah, you know what I mean, though. It's got that air bubbly glass that they used to make. No, Pier 1.
That's why we like Bob. Bob's a simple man. Glass of bourbon. Don't need no Red Bull or Monster or Four Locos.
Yeah. Powdered moonshine? What the hell is powdered moonshine? That's a new one.
I mean, they sell alcohol in powder form, so you can snort it and you can get really, really drunk really quickly.
Why would you want to ruin something that's already good?
What?
Alcohol? I don't know.
Correct.
It's kind of what we do. We find something and we make it worse. It's like
we improve it by making it worse.
Actually, wasn't Japan a few years ago had powdered alcohol? Dehydrated alcohol?
Yeah. Is that like homebrew cookie? No, it's not like homebrew cookie.
Could you imagine doing shots of pixie sticks?
I've done it.
Yeah.
I snorted pixie sticks in high school and got kicked off the bus for snorting it back up on the window. So it'd be like bright green and bright blue, like sugar snot, and my face would hurt.
My
That's
friends
probably
and
why
I
I have a deviated septum.
Now, the explanation number one of the issues of Chris Warkocki just came out.
Oh, there's plenty of them.
To freak out my friend's mother one day, we crushed up vitamin C tablets, and then as she came in from work, we all did a line.
Oh,
Needless to say, my friend got drug tested that year.
That's like the Ajax girl in the freaking
the Ajax girl. Oh God, Cheech and Chong up in smoke.
Her tongue is so cool in that.
Dave's not here, man.
It is good stuff. And he's just like, I love his face when she snorts it. He's like, wow, she just snorted a whole bunch of Ajax.
Normal.
Do they even have powdered Ajax anymore?
That's, you know what?
Yes.
That's actually the
Yes, they
best
do.
use case for a belt printer. Just keep putting a line of Coke down on it and let it keep moving the belt. And just...
Well, what do you think they're buying with all the sales?
that happened in the
I
movie.
thought it'd be opium myself. Just
I don't know whether or not you have them in the US, but in the UK, there's a sweet called Refreshers, which kind of fizz in your mouth.
Yeah.
They look like a mint. I'm going to post the link into the chat now.
You mean a Zots?
There was a kid at school decided he was going to snort some, and it made his eyes fizz.
Yeah, it goes
Instead
up
of
into
crying, there was literally just bubbles coming out of his eyes.
That's funny.
Reminds me of the time I threw up a grilled cheese sandwich out my nose.
We used to have that candy that used to buy in it was almost like an Alka-Seltzer. You throw it in a glass and it turned into like a carbonated fruit drink.
Yep. We actually
it was horrible.
instead of it being a tablet, it's now a tube that you can buy at Sam's Club or Costco.
Really?
Yep.
Yeah. My mother gets that. She loves that shit. Makes seltzer water, basically.
That's why you buy one of those seltzer makers, which are beautiful technology, because I love me some carbonated water.
You know, I did that for a while, and they're decent. They're just, it's kind of more of a pain in the ass than it's worth.
It's really expensive, the replacements, but you can fix it by there's an adapter you can buy that changes it to a reusable paintball marker CO2 can. And you can get it charged for like $5-6 at your local Dick's. So
we don't have Dick's around here.
Well,
then your local sporting goods store. Jesus Christ.
I don't think there is a local sporting goods store around here. They all closed like 5 years ago.
Can't take you anywhere.
So you're saying you don't have a Walmart with a sporting section? Because they also refill CO2 there.
Hey, Dan.
I'm pretty sure they closed. That whole mall pretty much closed like 3 or 4 years ago.
Well, if you start shopping more.
That was the newest mall. The Crystal Mall is like the oldest one around here.
I hated that I grew up in an era with people like Greg's Maker Corner, where we watched movies of amazing 80s malls, and then the 90s hit, and they were no longer like those 80s.
80s were where it was at.
Oh,
and then all of a sudden you're like, what the fuck happened to malls? Like
the Diamond Center in Anchorage, Alaska, 6-story mall, and only 3 floors were used. had an ice skating rink, a bowling alley, a massive arcade. I miss arcades.
They just had on something. I don't know where it was. It's somewhere out west. It was a big mall that was built, never really used.
The Galleria?
Half of it was used, so they just recently turned the top floor into apartments.
Ooh.
The only giant mall that still exists to this day is
America?
You got it.
Yeah. Atlanta? The one in Atlanta? Or
no, Minneapolis.
Minnesota.
Oh, Minneapolis.
Yeah, Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Okay. Yeah. Mall of America, the mall that ate my shoe. Literally. The stupid conveyor, the escalator ate my shoe.
Dude, escalators are scary. I always thought as a kid I was going to suck in if I didn't jump.
Complaining about the kid on the escalator.
What is funny is that's what was playing through my head the rest of that day.
Sounds more like the kid on the escalator.
Robbie Mack, you're not wrong. Once they got rid of things for kids to do at malls, it was basically over. Because you watch all these 80s movies, and even when I was a kid, your parents would take you to the mall with all your friends. They'd drop you off, and you'd do stuff.
Ice skating. You remember ice skating in the mall?
You'd go home with that string.
We never had ice skating in the mall. We had fashion shows in the mall, and we had that's about it that I remember. Fashion shows and car shows. That's it.
Yeah.
That's nothing for safety like a fashion show in the mall.
Hell, I remember we're all arcades. Like every other store was an arcade back in the 80s, 90s.
Yeah, the arcades at our mall sucked. We had an Aladdin's Castle at Cherryvale Mall, which was really overpriced, and they set all the games to like hard mode because a lot of people didn't know you can adjust how the games worked. So they just kept eating tokens. It just ate tokens. And then we had an arcade. Well, they had a guy that walked around there at all times. If we had slugs, we'd be busted.
Yeah, I got in trouble at Diamond Center once because I figured out how to, on one of the arcade games, Tank War, I figured out how to break into the developer menu and then change things.
Was it up, down, left, right, B?
No, it wasn't Super Contra.
KB Toy Store.
Oh, there you go.
When KB's died, that pretty much ended the malls.
Yeah.
And Babbage's.
And when Toys R Us moved out of the mall.
It worked well for them for a while.
Yeah. Did you hear they're trying to bring it back?
They actually are bringing it back.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't know how I feel about it.
Only at first or something, I think.
There was a joke about it that I saw. It basically equated the giraffe has to come back because he can't pay his hookers.
You gotta buy a lot. Why is that kid on the escalator again? What was that? And then the other mall had a tilt,
Splatter,
which was better, but it was the shitty mall. It was the mall with the discount theater on the far west side of town that you did not drop your children off at and just let them play.
Oh, jeez.
But it had the better arcade and also had a mini putt course. When that mall went out of business, they turned the indoor movie theater into a BMX park because it was all like up and down. So, and
Just pasted a link in the stream chat, but it's called Label Scar. Have you guys ever heard of it? It shows you all the dilapidated malls.
Oh shit!
For each state. Yeah, it's kind of fun to cruise through.
I could totally get them pictures.
I like the one
dilapidated malls.
They show an abandoned, the largest abandoned buildings in one of the malls somewhere, and it was like built on landfill or something, and it got like half built, and the whole thing sunk into the ground.
Yeah, jeez.
So like never got finished, and there it is on the side of the highway, this big abandoned building in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah,
I don't remember exactly where it was, but somebody did
Robbie
a walk.
Mack is correct, but
it was really,
every single mall I had in my town had a fountain that you could throw coins in and then take some coins if you really wanted to go play the arcade.
Mm-hmm.
All of them.
They all had that.
Shoot, we used to have underneath every staircase at the one mall we had, they all had these like lounges that you can sit under and hang out with your friends.
Yep.
All gone in the 2000s. They just tore them up and like they removed the social aspect of the mall. They turned it into you get in, you buy your shit, and you leave. Besides the food court.
Watching. Paranoid.
They want you in the food court for as long as you want to stay, but once you're done eating, you got to go back and shop because the food court is always like in the middle.
Yep, we still have a few indoor ones, but they're like the gangs go there on Saturday nights and have like their big gang fights, So we try to avoid it. It's like no thanks, but we've still got them here.
Our mall was doing okay until about 3 years ago when we had like 3 weeks in a row of gunshots. Like someone was shot at the parking lot of the mall 3 times in three different occasions in like 1 month or 2 month span.
Sounds like you were in the Seattle area because that happened every week for about 4 months in North Seattle.
Nope, that's Rockford, Illinois, the Midwest. Where everyone's nicer. Yeah.
Have they met you? Sorry.
There's always exceptions to the rule.
When you breed the Midwest into someone. I will call things bubblers and cricks and all the fun stuff that is of the Midwest.
Yeah, my wife's from Minnesota. I know.
But also punish you for being an idiot.
By being one yourself.
Like he's already finished.
I don't know. It took him 7 hours, and he's like, "Look at his biceps. They're like the veins are bursting out of his biceps from all that work."
It's all right. I need the exercise, man. Something to burn off that fat in his freaking gut.
Your dehydrated milk, Coco.
Yeah.
Oh wow, this print is probably the worst print I've ever done in my life. It's bubbling so bad.
I cannot believe I did this whole roll successfully without any bitching.
Yeah, I was shocked myself.
I don't know. I kind of heard you bitching.
That was just minor whining. That wasn't like toss it over my shoulder, throw it out the window, bitching.
Is Llama talking? Because if he is, he's bitching.
Definitely saw his mouth moving.
I was successful.
It's a close second to is Zolon talking because if he is, he's whining.
Oh,
them's fighting words.
Nah.
Bob's talking. He's busting something.
I know I'm a complainer. At least I can recognize my faults. Unlike the.
I blame Sergio because he's too nice. Literally, we got Sergio, Vincent, Viking, and Greg, who you cannot complain about, and then you got the rest of us.
I'm British. Literally, if my mouth's moving, I'm either trying not to complain about something or I'm complaining about something.
No, so you're British. If your mouth is open, you're either complaining about complaining or you're complaining about something else.
Oh, who's this? Who's
oh, yeah! Somebody asks a British person,
now
how are
it's
you?
gone downhill.
The answer is, I'm great. I'm not too bad.
Midwest bitches.
You're not from
The
Edinburgh,
Midwest
I
is
can
the
tell
best
that
West.
already.
This is the worst print ever. Let's go ahead and hit the... I was going to finish it, but it's so bad. We're just going to go ahead and hit stop on that.
Manny Jake.
Yo.
I seem to have lost my
It's
container
Manny Jake.
in this huge mess. Imagine that.
It's a farm from the state of Matt.
I don't know how you find anything in that pile.
Neither
You
do
put my
I.
desk to shame. And mine's not
Remember,
exactly tiny.
This is only 2 of my desks. I have 4.
Are the other just worse?
Oh yes, the others are worse.
Made me feel slightly better about my desk.
Let's put it this way: it's so bad. The other one is so bad. There's a reason I join as a raccoon or whatever you want to call it.
What'd you do?
Look at that.
Ooh.
That's non-dried Greengate PETG. It just started foaming.
Yeah, Green Gate comes pretty wet.
Yeah, you got to
Try it.
But
Well, I'm surprised it even stuck to the plate because mine usually won't.
The build
if
plate
it's-
was pulling up.
Oh wow, that's
The
impressive.
plate was going
It is a BQ plate. There's not much to it to hold
full
it.
house.
Wow, look at there.
You got a deep grubbiness.
Hey, Grubby.
What's funny is the first layer kind of was going down well. Then it just died after that. Oh my god.
The moisture built up in layers.
Well, this
think-
kept getting thicker.
Yeah, it's almost like nylon. How much water it sucks.
Yeah.
I mean,
for
I've had
me, it's
nylon
like-
that prints easier.
I think he doesn't dry it enough because, like,
Yeah.
PTG needs to get down below 1% humidity before you extrude it.
hmm
Because it's really hard
Could
to
be.
get the moisture out of it.
Yeah, every roll I've gotten from them, I love it. But actually, one of the rolls I got was sealed well and it printed fine. But all the other ones I had to dry out. Out of like 4 rolls.
Remember, I got in an argument one time when someone said that PTG was non-hygroscopic, and I'm like,
Oh,
well, you want to see my pick print right
Yeah.
here that I can't peel
Show
off
you.
my build plate right now because it's welded
watch-
down?
Watch the smoke.
Always use.
Hey! I don't have anything plugged in. There should be no smoke. Yes, Greg. This was the other one I was going to send Dan.
Oh, nice.
The blue.
Yeah, yep.
Chris, do you have some air in a can?
The props.
Use some air in a
Uh,
can sprayed on the bed. It should pop
Upside
straight
down.
up.
yeah.
Yeah, I normally just throw it in the freezer.
Is it PEI? It must be.
Yeah, it's the textured PI. But this green game
Oh,
is chicken, like,
textured. You're screwed.
Yeah,
No,
that's
surprising.
That's
Yeah.
why I can see him picking at it, and it's like, yeah, I've done this before, and the PR comes off.
If it's
the-
not textured now, it's gonna be.
The first time I printed the wet green gate on a textured plate, the only way I could get it off was by printing something else over it.
It's funny as I do all my PTG printing on textured sheets because it comes off so easily.
Yeah, I love it. I
Not
love
this
texture.
stuff.
Not green gate.
That's the BQ painted one, right? That's not actually
Yeah.
PI. That's some kind of weird.
No,
paint.
they say it's PEI,
Oh, do they?
and I've used it with PTG before, like just plain atomic
Yeah.
or whatever that I have, and it works fine. This is literally melted onto the sheet. Like I'm using a knife and getting little tiny shards.
You know how you get it off?
Go and get your can of deodorant, turn it upside down, squirt it.
I just throw it in the freezer eventually, and I'll just chip it off that way.
I got an even faster way.
There are too many
Put
guys
a
who
lighter
are
to the
talking about
bottom
getting
of it.
things off.
As it melts, you take a paper towel and wipe it off.
I'm gonna throw you on here and take you off, Llama.
No.
I noticed you were conscious enough to change that phrasing.
I'm telling you, put a lighter underneath it. It'll liquefy and peel right up.
I don't have a lighter. I've only got a torch.
Like it's hot. Heat the plate up so the plastic turns to liquid again.
So I'm stuck again, Greg.
Oh, what's going on now?
I don't have bolts long enough to go through the unit,
Oh, the stack. Yeah.
and I don't know where my container is.
Are those those are M2 ones, right? Because
Yeah, they're M2s. I have a whole set of them, but they're the. Yeah.
Good luck finding them in that pile.
I don't think they're in that pile. I think that's part of the problem.
Mm. We should just keep making piles until we find the right pile.
That's actually kind of how I normally end
That
up
works.
finding things.
The problem is that when you do that, you start making a pile and you find something else you were looking for. You get completely distracted.
Yep, so you make a pile of all the things that you need.
And then you go back to make another pile again.
Speaking of things that are in the wrong pile. Oh, no, that's not it.
Hey,
I forgot I had
Matt, are you
Billy's
done with
cherry
your boron
pie in
yet?
the other room still.
Nice. Got 2 rolls of it.
Got 2 rolls.
That's a lot of cherry pie.
You better dry it.
Is that a boron 2-4 in the background there, State Farm?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm waiting for him to finish it so that way I can build one.
I'm waiting for you to finish it too.
Oh, weird.
Your fancy boron.
Just do
I'm
it.
waiting for some more wire, actually.
Man, the first layer went down so well until it wasn't.
It wasn't.
I mean, the build plate was warping. Like, it was like, because these sheets are so thin, once it starts to warp, it just goes all to hell. So when I was printing, it would bubble up and my nozzle was pushing the bed back down. These BQ sheets suck.
Let's toss the whole thing.
Print
No.
something over top of it, and it'll come right off.
Not if it keeps warping.
I had that TH3D blue stuff, and I was like, "Screw this! I'm just tossing it." 'Cause,
Oh,
they've
shit,
got
you said
like
that in front of Llama. That's
they've
his
got
favorite.
like double the glue that all the other sheets have. It is good stuff, but once it tears, it's no good.
These?
Yeah,
I got a
there's
few of
like
them.
double the glue.
I wish I had more blue ones because I don't like the black ones as well as the blue ones.
Yeah, he doesn't
Lla-
sell them anymore, does he? the
Llama?
blue ones?
Pay for shipping. You can have them.
There you go.
What size are they?
235 by 235.
That's pointless to me.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would.
I got enough that you could make it whatever size you want.
Yeah. Well,
So here's what you do,
Patchwork
Llama.
it
You
together.
buy an Ender so you can use it.
don't
Or
need
one of the many Ender clones.
the cause of llama, and I will go buy an end.
I'd give you one of mine, but I got a Chimera on it, and I don't feel like taking it off because I'm sick of the thing. It's just taking up room on my desk. I don't use it.
Okay, so next time I go past Greg's house, I know what I'm bringing home.
You send me the ender with the Chimera on it, and I'll just send you my spare Chimera.
Yeah. Well, I think I'm going to buy Zolon's.
Yeah, he's already buying one of mine.
Otherwise, I might take you up on that.
I need the funds to pay for all the drone stuff I've destroyed.
Yeah.
The point is that you're getting rid of the ender, but you're not losing the Chimera.
Yeah. Actually, that's not a bad deal to me.
And what's funny is you're making money in it because the Ender costs like $120.
I have a
That
Chimera.
doesn't make any sense whatsoever what I just said, but I'm sticking to it.
And I got the big ass fat fan on it that works.
Oh,
awesome.
nice.
Quiet. That is quiet with that fan.
It makes it even bigger.
Is it going the right way? You take the sticker off. The fan on your Chimera? Is that spinning
Sergio would
right
know
way?
because he's an HVAC expert. So
What do you mean?
he's
Chris,
asking if your fan's blowing the right
Usually
direction.
What's
they
up, Zolan?
stay blown
you
towards
need
the
to
trigger,
move
don't
Llama
they?
and Viking. You need to swap them.
Oh, that's right, I do. Perfect. Thanks, Olan.
Ew.
Girl.
It's a girl. Oh man.
See, Llama's our llama expert.
Yeah, that's really not.
He'll tell you whether it's an alpaca or a llama or a female llama, how old it is, if it's fertile or not.
That's fun.
I draw the line at llama being able to tell me if the thing's fertile. Sorry.
What are you saying?
How do you draw a line at that? Come on now, Mr. Frank.
Listen, I have no control over what my unconscious mind does. The whole part about unconscious.
My conscious mind
Disturbing
makes,
is that-
makes dumber things.
Disturbing is that word for you. That was far more disturbing for me.
Perfect.
Hey, Greg. Do I want socket head caps?
That's pretty common. I think that's what they usually put on those. I like the button head though for the frame, but socket's what you usually find on them.
This is going really well.
You said button head?
Yeah. I'm looking at my my Flywoo and they're all socket, or I mean button.
I don't see anything called button.
I think that's what they call them. But I'm sorry. Yeah. Button head are like the flat. Yeah, they're all. What's the other one?
Yeah, so a button head is different from a pan head because a button head is round, is a spherical top, whereas a pan head
these are
is got a
tapered,
flat
and that doesn't work. Taper doesn't work. I can't use those.
And then there's truss head, which are about as tall as a pan head, but they go down to a flat, to a single edge.
This is
around
the one I pulled out.
A vertical edge.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just
That's a cap head.
Yeah.
Socket head.
Yeah, that's the kind if you want to use a socket head if you want them to match. But I use button head on mine when I'm building them, doing custom builds.
Everybody showing off their heads.
There you go. He's got a button head right there. Shift does.
Oh, okay. So it's the one that's got the curve.
Yep.
Okay, so talking about screwing.
Normal.
It's all right.
This is the
It's
Shenanigans.
gonna be a plumbing conversation where we're talking about screwing nipples. So
So truss? Is that what they call a truss? I don't know.
No, so a truss head screw is curved on the top and goes down to a single edge.
Right.
It doesn't have a vertical side to it. And it's a flatter curve than a button head. For what you're doing, it's probably 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's not going to make any difference. The nice thing about truss head screws is they have a larger contact area for the head than a pan head screw. That's the benefit.
That actually might be a benefit.
Yeah, than the same size pan head screw. And if you're using it, they're common on aircraft because they have a smooth
not at that price.
Yeah, more aerodynamic.
Yeah, that's why I always go to McMastercar's website so I can see fancy pictures and get the CAD of it.
Well,
and the nice thing about MasterCard is I have an education discount. Because they came and gave a lecture to my mechanisms class. It said,
I blame Bob.
You can blame Bob. Bob's going to run away.
Okay,
Are you going to go dinner?
You blame Bob, Bob blames me, so it all works out.
No, I'm going to go try to connect some appliances to the internet.
Did your new washer and dryer show up finally?
Correct.
Nice. Well, I can't wait to see you streaming from your Samsung washer and dryer.
A valid guess. Wrong, but valid.
Bye, Bob.
Samsung washer dryers are a pain in the ass because Smart Things app is shit.
I like mine because it tells me, hey, your washer's done, and I get to say, okay, let's see if the clothes are still in it when I get home.
There's a camera inside of it?
No, I get an alert on my phone whenever the cycles are done. The washer and dryer cycles are done.
What?
Why?
Huh? Because I can't always hear the little musical chime thing, depending on where I'm at.
The stupid thing is about the Samsung washer and dryers that do this is when they finish, they literally play music for like 20 minutes.
Oh,
it's like
yeah,
it's like the national anthem that they play to let you know they're finished, and then you get an alert on your phone. It's like,
so do you have to stand up for the whole 20 minutes and have your hand on your heart the entire time?
He has a freedom washer.
In Germany.
God save the Queen.
I'm in Germany, so I don't even know what it plays.
I don't know. Yeah, what is the national anthem? Skinner didn't make a really bad joke, but I'm sure.
I don't know. I just know it's been played a lot of times at the World Cup.
I just assumed the national anthems were German. Get out.
Ouch. Brutal. My Samsung washers, fridge, and stove are not smart. Well, even if they say smart, they're not that smart. But it was hilarious seeing Davey stream from his
His
smart
refrigerator.
fridge. Yeah.
Okay. Oh yeah, StreamYard. If it's got a browser that can do it.
Mm-hmm.
Kiddo,
Welcome to the
really?
future. You can grab a snack and to hang out with your friends on StreamYard.
My son has reached that age where he chews on his toes, apparently, and he takes his clothes off. So he's running around again with no shirt on.
But I notice he's not screaming a certain phrase.
Oh, he will if you're. Hey, Will.
No. I was. Never mind.
My almost 4-year-old,
now
if
he's
you ask him a
operating
question,
happy hour.
normally just responds with the word Willie.
Nice.
Oh,
And the rest of the time he's taking his clothes off.
Grubby's kid
like me.
for probably 4 or 5 hours of different streams was just running around screaming "Happy Halloween!"
Oh yeah, he still does that, but we're trying to get him on Happy Thanksgiving, and he sort of does.
Ah, okay.
But he still prefers the other one. I mean, Chris said he would love to have somebody following her around saying Happy Halloween all day.
Oh yeah, no,
Yeah.
It wasn't a complaint. It was just funny.
Yeah.
Ow.
He is definitely into the repeating things. Otherwise, it's just gibberish. But he's good at repeating things.
Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, Thaneth?
So you've hit the stage where you have to be real careful what you say.
Oh no! I've hit the stage where he better say his first curse word in the next year or so. Otherwise, he's gonna be lagging behind his sisters. Because both of them said their first one at age 3 and used it correctly. Different
Yeah,
words.
you told
but
us.
used it
Yeah.
correctly. So, he better do the same thing. Although he doesn't use words correctly yet. So I don't have as much hope for him.
So if someone cares within 12 months, you think they're dyslexic?
So you're saying he's taking more after you than the mom?
Yes. Yes. All my kids, unfortunately, take far more after me than they do their mother. So
Damn, time to sell the kids.
no, we'd have.
My wife will take them.
We would have to pay somebody to take them.
Nope, my wife will take them.
She loves puppies and kids.
Yep.
Yeah, not these ones. These are the kids.
Dude.
These are the kids. If they got kidnapped, the kidnapper would be trying to pay us a ransom to take them back.
That was her son. When the school calls and says he's not in trouble, just come get him.
He's not in trouble, just get him.
Oh man.
Why do I feel that was a frequent phone call at Llama's house?
for Llama's parents.
He was debating with the science teacher about how frozen water isn't water.
No, I went to O-line. My school teachers
And was winning.
Frozen water isn't water.
Yeah, his parent, the people on his parents' party line were like, "Oh, I bet that's for them again." Yep. Free rings. That's going.
Oh, dang it.
I was going to say,
again.
wait a minute here. They had telephones when Llama was in school?
Barely.
All party lines.
Yes, we had a party line in this house.
I figured, yeah.
Oh, shit. We lost State Farm
We
space.
really had it for about a year or two before they ran the line up the driveway.
Yeah.
Because it used to come from over there.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, we got State Farm space back. Yes.
Yeah. Party
Put
line.
myself on mute. You don't see me.
Yeah.
Stage. My 11 even repeat stage. Mike Castle.
I wasn't paying
Eat and
attention to
repeat.
chat. What am I supposed to be saving, Dan?
The easy maths.
Party lines is when you're a kid and you go to pick up the phone and there's like 5 women all on there having a conversation that is completely different.
Yeah,
And they can-
you
they can all
think
understand each
men
other.
have some twisted conversations. Holy.
I remember those days.
It was basically the 1950s version of this.
Mhm.
Right? I mean,
It's
This
like
is
me
a
and my
modern day
wife
party
are
line.
talking to each other. We're both having a conversation with each other, but it's about 2 completely different topics.
yeah.
Wow, look at that. These are horrible sales from Dick's. I want to put one of each on my build plates. Do it. Oh, Dan wants those TH3D mats from you. He's got printers that can use them.
Yep. I'm
There you
actually
go.
responding to him.
Send it in the drone package.
Yep. That's exactly what I'm going to do.
On a drone.
That would be awesome. Hey Dan, I hope you're 25 minutes away.
Freaking awesome.
These are the these are the goggles I'm sending.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Mine are not nearly that big.
This is the second pair that somebody gifted me. I'm very thankful about.
Yeah, it's more. Mine are. What are mine?
No, the thing is, these are the same size.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
the
yeah.
This is
quantum
just
stuff.
this is the slightly upgraded one because it has AVN.
It's the V2.
Ooh.
Yep.
Yeah, mine
But
has an AVN connection on it, and it's like I've never used it, but it was fun. I go to competitions and stuff, and they always end up. They have a. Sorry, Janet, I need to put that on. They always have one class that does FPV, so I'll just sit there and do the FPV.
Really?
Spy with other people.
See, I ended up using the AVN, which is partly why Greg sent me that second pair with this.
The clear view.
Yep.
That thing's pretty sweet.
Really, really long distance
Oh
analog.
my God, Northtown Mall. There's my mall. It's on here.
Got it in there, yeah. Yeah, they have
That's
pictures.
The one that had the. It's the one that had the we didn't drop your kids off at this one. Yeah.
To look at.
You're welcome, Dennis.
Boy, they don't have any good pictures from the inside from back in the day.
Yeah, it's only. I think it was like when they were getting ready to board it up.
Oh yeah, Lords. Wow. Lord's jewelry. Oh.
I never got to see a coin operated TV.
Yeah, I never saw a coin operated TV, at least in somebody's house. I saw them at like airports and stuff, but I never saw one at somebody's house.
Yeah.
Vegas Airport, the seats.
Peep shows, right?
I remember when the airports and bus stations and all that had them on the seats, but I've never seen one in somebody's house. That's kind of funny.
Oh yeah, the Greyhound. I forgot about the Greyhound had it as well. You're right.
I was.
Oh, that's the only one from. Oh, they got the Lincoln Mall in Freeport.
I was probably 20 before I was able to have my first color TV, which would be 40. Gee,
2 years ago, right, Sergio?
Huh?
2 years ago, right?
My parents got a color TV back in the mid '80s, and then I saw that episode of Mr. Wizard where he holds the magnet up to the black and white TV to make it swirl.
Oh,
Do the Gaussian blur.
And I took a magnet to the brand new color TV.
Oh, man.
I can see that. I can.
Yeah.
I can see that.
You know, talking
And then I spent the next 4 hours trying to find a way to fix it by moving the purple blob across the screen. I got beat that night. Oh man, I got beat bad that night.
My first color TV was actually not a color TV. It was a screen that was green on the bottom.
Oh yes.
Yeah, you remember?
We didn't have one, but I've seen them.
Yeah. That was actually my really first color TV. It was a fake.
Rogers and Hollins.
It worked well on Westerns.
Yep. Because Westerns had the color information on those was way too
The icing.
saturated. It had a higher saturation.
Did you ever use a degauss coil to fix it, or no?
No, that TV stayed with a purple dot in the upper left-hand corner for years.
Nice. Those were hard to find, though. Those
I used to
degaussing
do that
coils.
to my monitors all the time, but they had a degauss button on
Yeah.
it. So it was,
Yeah,
I remember
the newer ones. Yeah.
I had my first ViewSonic.
Yeah, that was the 90s. I didn't know. I didn't do it to my Apple.
I had a 23-inch ViewSonic Perfect Flat, which is the original flat screen.
Yeah, it was just a flat piece of glass on a tube. Yeah.
And I remember the first time I turned it on and it degaussed, and I freaked because I flashed back to that TV in my childhood.
What'd I do this time? Where's the magnet?
Yeah, mom had a TV. She had an Emerson that she bought back in the 70s at Sears. They had put it on sale, and they listed it in the ad for the completely wrong price. Like they had the decimal one spot too far to the left.
Oh.
And so she got it for that price. Yeah. I mean,
yeah, because back then they would actually honor that.
Yeah, so this was like 77, 78 she bought it. And when I left the house in 2001, that TV was still working. It was the only TV that we never had that we had never replaced, but it was still working. We used it for playing video games on.
My dad,
that thing was like freaking bulletproof.
My dad still has the TV he bought when we first moved to Washington State in 1990, and it was one of the old Sony cabinet TVs.
Nice.
And he plays 8-bit Nintendo on it.
Yeah, I had a 27-inch Sony Trinitron that was a flat glass.
Those were heavy. I had the 36-inch.
Weighed 100 pounds. The 27 weighed 100 pounds. And I finally ended up, when I got a Fire TV box, I couldn't get the HDMI to AV converter to work right. So I was like, crap, I got to buy a flat screen, that's got to. So I put it out in the garage and ended up selling it to somebody for like $20 or whatever. But they were like, oh, yeah, this is great for my daughter. And they picked it up, didn't care one bit. And then it pissed me off because I found the remote like 3 weeks later.
The first TV I remember that we owned was a round screen about that big.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's an old TV.
I remember watching, the cabinet was humongous.
Yeah, the cabinets were huge.
The screen was that big, round.
Yeah.
And I remember watching the Ed Sullivan show on it.
Wow.
Yeah, the Trinitrons were heavy. They were good TVs.
There's a Trinitron right over there.
It'll probably be there
at the game on.
It'll be there until the house burns down.
It's a heavy one. It's a 32-inch Trinitron. That's not going anywhere.
Oh, yeah.
That's staying in the basement.
A couple hundred pounds.
We had my parents had a 39-inch, I think it was a Philips tube TV.
Nice.
And that took 3 people.
Yeah.
To move around.
Yeah, so.
And I still think it was lighter.
Probably.
Than the Sony Trinitron TVs.
Probably. I remember going to LAN. My best friend and I, we both had that same ViewSonic 23-inch PF. And we'd go to LAN parties with those, and they're like a 65-pound monitor.
Yeah.
Oh,
I remember all the time. When I was growing up, going to LAN parties, and you walk in, and you're like, you've got your 17 or 19-inch CRT. You're carrying it with 2 hands. You set that down, and you run back out to the car and grab the tower. It was great.
We always called those leech fests because we would always copy everybody's files.
Oh yeah. It was easier.
You guys remember?
Than try to burn CDs or burn discs or anything like that and swap them around.
Get a nice null modem cable and you're all set.
Yep.
Remember the null modem cables?
That 50-foot gray parallel.
I still got it.
It's got a little tiny 9-pin DB and it forks off to the full-size printer port as well.
That's right. Yep.
No modem. Yeah. Wow.
And then Ethernet came out and it changed everything.
Oh no! If you were at the fancy LAN parties, you would show up with your BNC card.
Oh yeah, true, and your cable, yeah.
And if you didn't have a 50 ohm resistor,
don't forget the Terminator. Yep,
you're out.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
remember those.
Running IPX SPX.
Yeah, LSL, IPX ODI,
and Grumman.
Yeah. Had to make sure it was all set up.
We did a lot of stuff over RS-232.
Yep.
Yeah, serial was the way to go. I used a lot of that. I mean, back in the BBS days,
I still do a lot of stuff using it. Just I do. Well, I deal with a lot of electronics that the service ports on them are still.
Yep. Oh yeah. Were you using the transfer like Z modem or X modem or something, or like transfer files, or just regular serial communications?
That's probably just the common port.
We would use it. We would use it to transfer files, but hell, if I remember, that was 30 years ago.
Actually, it
I
wasn't
barely
long
remember
ago.
what I had for breakfast yesterday. Don't ask me to remember software I used.
Early 2000s, I ended up
I had
taking a
pancakes
job
and
with
raspberry syrup.
X10 Wireless in Renton, Washington, and they
Yeah.
still had a PBX system that was
Oh,
bigger
yeah.
than this space I am in now,
Wow.
and it was only 20 lines.
Oh, geez. One of the originals.
Yeah, and they had 2 of them, so that way if it ever broke down, they had parts.
I remember playing. The big thing in high school was we had a kid that was really good at coding games in assembly language for the TI-83 calculator, and so we'd play like Tetris head to head with the little TI link tables on the
What the hell's
calculator.
Ryan talking
yeah.
about?
It's great.
We did Space Invaders and did that. And I did Guess a Number. That was my contribution. Multiplayer Guess a Number.
I mean, he did Final Fantasy. He did.
Wow.
He did Mario.
those TI
Zelda. I mean, it was crazy what he was able to come up with.
I mean, you could do a lot with those if you really got into it.
And we probably
still
spent more
remember.
time playing on the damn things than we did actually using them for math class. Partly because we weren't hardly ever allowed to use them on anything. It was just unless we were
Yeah.
doing something
Graphing
wrong,
calculators.
we were told
That's
not
about
to use
all.
them because they were programming.
I
Read the
still
program.
remember calling bulletin board services on a 300 baud cartridge modem.
Video games.
Yeah, I'm there with you, Zolan. Heck,
Cartridge
I still remember ANSI codes. I could.
Yep.
There's a program called The Draw that I used to use for my BBS
Gotta
to design
remember,
all the animated graphics.
if it's not, remember RIP,
Yes, of course.
Ripcorn.
and you better make sure that you have it set to 8N1 or it ain't gonna work.
Yeah.
I'm just glad that a lot of that so many of those old BBS services are archived because
I wish mine was.
information I've been able to find.
Yeah.
Still searching those has been great.
I still have all
My
the
dad and I
floppies
used to
though. That I,
play trivia on Gateway BBS.
You have all the floppies. Don't have
Yeah.
any way to read them, but you have all the floppies.
I have,
Oh, God.
I do have an old. I saved one of my ancient PCs that actually has a 5 1/4, and I think it has a 3 1/2. So
Greg,
I could get it off. And I
Greg,
found.
do you have
I
do you have a QIC 80 anywhere?
No.
Because I still have QIC 80 tapes with all my programs and stuff.
I did find a zip disk the other day, but that's even.
I got the drive. You want the drive? I've got one.
And I'm like, buy an external
I
drive.
still have some in the package, brand new, unopened.
iOmega. Oh man.
Yeah.
I remember the
Jazz
Bernoulli.
Drive. Oh my
The-
god.
The iOmega Bernoulli used a 8.5 or 9-inch cassette.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember.
It's like
that.
crunch it down.
And we ran Color 64 BBS on it.
I ran Spitfire for a while,
Mm.
Teleguard, Renegade, World War IV, or
Major.
WWAV. Well, I never ran Major, but that was what all the multi-line BBSs started using.
Yeah,
And,
one
there's
of the
a game
BBSs
on
I
that.
used, they went from WWIV to Major,
Yep.
and that
Did
way
you
they
ever
could
play-
have door games.
Did you ever play Telerina on Major BBS?
Yep.
I still have the maps memorized. I could navigate it right now if I wanted to.
Legend of the Red Dragon.
Yeah, Legend of the Red Dragon was good. Do you remember the Pit, Trade Wars?
Trade Wars. I
Uh,
actually have the Trade Wars emulator.
Yep. There was Solar Realms. That was one of my favorites. Barren Realms. Gosh, what were the other good ones? I don't know.
About the only one. There was a Tin Pan Alley had a couple that I liked. I don't remember what the names were.
Yeah. Major BBS had some better games because they were all multiplayer at that point.
Yep.
And then it turned into MUDs after that. Like, just, internet took over and.
I
a lot of
actually
MUD.
still have a Smog up and running to this
Oh,
day.
nice. Yeah.
Isn't that in California? The smog?
No, it's actually spelled Smog, like the dragon from Hobbit.
No, that's Schmeagol.
Schmiegel.
5.5, or yeah, 5 1/4, 3.5. Yeah.
Yep.
Floppy drive in my attic. I had a Laser 128. That was my Apple that I had. It had a phenomenal computer. I mean, beats the shit out of an Apple IIe.
Commodore 64 that I popped the top off of, put in a secondary SID chip, so I had stereo audio, and slapped on, and then took a Geos cart and slapped on I had about 8 megabytes of 8-pin DIP, that I soldered to it and used that as a RAM drive.
There you go.
I can beat you
yeah,
on
I had
that.
all-
My
I had
first
all
computer
crap
was a BBC
that my
Model
mom gave
B.
me away.
Oh, nice.
And on the BBC Model B, you could stack the RAM chips on top of each other.
Yeah, that's what I did on the
Oh,
Geos
yeah.
card. Yeah.
So you
You
literally
literally
just
take it-
soldered it on top of the other chip.
Yep. And then you just have to make sure you have enough
Had to
power.
cut a part out of the enclosure to upgrade the memory.
And then you take a secondary power supply because you have to get more power for that.
I'm just glad that I didn't. I came along.
My first calculator was an abacus.
We hand weaving RAM like they were doing for the Saturn V. I mean, that's just.
Oh man, that stuff was amazing. The ladies who made that memory, insane.
Like, holy shit! I'm so glad that I have. I can go get an IC now that has RAM instead of having to sit there and make it by hand with wire.
Yep.
Yeah, analog computing though is just fascinating to me because it's so.
I kind of miss Gopher.
Gopher.
Yeah, but before adverts.
Yep. And I still use Usenet.
Gophers are cute.
I still
Yeah.
use Usenet to this day.
Me too.
Me too, but only for downloading things.
Hey,
Yeah.
we're not saying why. We're not saying why.
I don't think anybody uses Usenet anymore except for that.
Probably not.
Hey, I live out in the middle of nowhere. It's the only way I can get anything.
Well, here in Germany, if your IP address turns up in a torrent swarm, you get a notification in the mail.
Oh.
And if you don't pay the original fine, they then take you to court for it.
Wow.
Oh.
So I guess I should stop using that German VPN.
Well, as long as the
Just
numbers
means
are
somebody
equal
else is
to
getting
Vincent's
fined.
house.
Maybe it'll. We keep using maybe one of the IPs that you'll end up with will be his.
I very much doubt that.
What do you run for a router? I could probably do it.
It wasn't me, I swear.
My home network is actually better than my company's network.
Oh yeah, same here.
Well, that's not saying anything. So my
Because
other
other job ran a
we have
telnet.
really crappy IT infrastructure where I work for local systems. Like all of our stuff is server based, but for a lot of our operational level, they run the servers in the various facilities, and then you can remote into them if you need to if you're outside of that facility. But obviously, there's a performance penalty the farther away you get, versus our national systems, which are on really robust server farms. So our entire airline.
The marketing term now would be the edge.
But so our entire airline, all of our file servers are basically servers.
See, you can stop
So,
right there, Grubby.
we go
You
to
said
our-
airline. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And I travel a lot normally when we're not locked down because people can't wear face masks. So when I'm traveling, it's like I go to our facilities and try to use, and it's like, holy shit, this is like dial-up. And then I'll like go to my mom's house, which is like an hour away, and she's got gigabit internet. And it's like
Wow.
I'm sitting on top of the server. I'm like, it's sad when my internet connection at my house is better than my Fortune 500 company's internet connection to their facilities.
Hey, if you got to cut costs, you got to cut costs, right?
Yes. It's just like, come on.
When X10 Wireless, when I started there, they had a T1. That was
We
it.
still use T1 because, and I quote, they said it is stable. And
No, it wasn't. That was the
It
problem.
provides us the stability we rely on, And I'm like, that's great. But T1 was like state of the art in the mid-90s. I was like, I was like, you could go to T3 and get the same type of network stability at significantly faster speeds.
I actually
any other
upgraded them to a DS3.
It's like, come on. Get out of the 90s. But we're still using mainframe applications that were written in the 80s for AS400. So
Yep.
I can't.
My company still runs. The company I work for now still runs AS400.
I love AS400. I mean, I've used it at every company I've ever worked on. It's had some system that runs an AS400. But at the same time, I'm just like, okay, I think at this point there's probably systems that work better for this.
AS400, I-Series.
That don't require this mainframe infrastructure.
And I have to monitor it. That's my job. My job is the developers make something in the system, and then I have to go behind them and figure out how to monitor it so when it breaks, they know.
They're probably running Java on it.
Holy crap. Mama broke out Polaroids.
Careful.
There we go. We're talking about.
No. Flip that around. We don't want to see your nudes. We don't want to see your nudes.
No. Check this out. This is actually the end of my driveway after the flood. Oh no, that's Irington. During the flood of '82 here, this whole area.
I think I've seen some of these pictures before.
Okay.
The end of my driveway.
Robbie Mac, if you ever talk about Zork, you must always talk about Leather Goddesses of Phobos as well.
I remember Zork. That was a good
daughter
game.
really wants. Apparently, Polaroids are coming back. It's a different Polaroid, right? But it's somebody bought the IP and is
yeah, they're like a lot smaller and
and apparently they're really popular now with kids.
I actually just bought one for my granddaughters.
My daughter is like hounding me, going, "I want a Polaroid." I'm like, and I looked up what they cost. I'm like, I am not spending that amount of money on that technology, especially because the new stuff is worse than the old stuff.
It is. So I took it a step further. Rather than buying that itself, I just bought the printer.
Yeah,
so they can use their phone or their iPad to take a picture and then just print one.
Was it the little Canon selfie printer or the?
No, this was the Polaroid one.
Oh, Polaroid.
Hey, you want to smoke a bomb?
Yeah, I've got the Canon selfie. It works quite well.
Yeah, it is good. I have
when
that
it
too.
decides to stay on the internet.
I didn't even think of
sometimes the AirPrint doesn't work very well, but
it's only 2.4 gigahertz Wi-Fi, and it only works on 20 megahertz bandwidth.
Yeah,
so I've had to set up a separate SSID just for the Canon printer.
I have some IoT stuff. I literally, to get it joined to my network, I have to shut everything down but the 2.4, join it, and then I can turn everything back on.
I live in a 97 square feet apartment, and I have 70 IoT Wi-Fi devices connected to it.
That's a lot of RF.
97 square feet. Jesus Christ, you walk in the door and there's your bed.
Yeah.
Like, the amount of ESP devices I have on my network is fucking ridiculous.
That's crazy.
I live in a farmhouse that was built before they even started keeping track of when they built houses. And I have over 27 2.4 gigahertz devices and 73 5 gigahertz devices all running right now.
That seems very small for how big your property is.
Well, the real issue is
how out of date his wiring is.
Exactly. The real issue is some of the wiring in this house is paper wrapped.
Well, that's not terrible.
Knob and tube.
That's why you're using the Wi-Fi.
Yup.
They don't allow that in New York. They do any electrical work and they pull a permit and they find knob and tube. They'll make you pull that out.
Yeah. Well, Oklahoma, there are no code. I have national code and state. That's it.
Yeah.
I don't need permits. Nothing.
And you don't have to replace
that explains your desk.
But you can't. If you have to repair, you can't repair it. It has to be repaired. It has to be pulled out and replaced.
Yeah,
or
this
if
house,
doing any kind of renovations, like repair walls and stuff, you have to replace it. But if it's
this room is Romex. This is the only room in the whole house that's Romex. Because it was built in 1960. This wall here is the original exterior wall.
At the house, all my wiring is all fabric insulated from about 30. So.
Now, our goal is to dig out a basement, get the basement built, and then burn this house to the ground.
Correct.
Probably shouldn't have said that on the internet because now you know.
At least don't collect the insurance.
The insurance claim.
You don't understand. Okay, my property is valued at $54,000 right now. The house is only valued at $1,000.
Wow, that's impressive.
Less than the insurance.
Smoking a bowl on Mount Washington.
You've got more than a grand's worth of hardware sat on your desk.
Oh yeah, I know. I do. No. That's I said. Build the basement, move everything into the basement, and then burn this house down. There won't be anything in here when it gets burnt.
Sergio's talking.
Yeah, he's trying to talk, but he's muted.
He's waving, but we can't hear him.
We see a lot of this.
Hi, everybody.
Sergio.
I could always have Sergio come in and put in HVAC, and then the house will just burn down on its own.
And then his insurance will cover it.
No, because he's in a different state.
See, now Llama made me bust out my old Polaroids.
I found these looking for my zip discs.
Oh, those are in my garage back east with all my other.
Yeah, all of mine's in the 10x10 shed shop, whatever I have out there that I need to get emptied.
That's my dragster. I used to drag that car.
I imagine you did. Every time, all the way to the mechanic.
No, I was the mechanic. I built that.
When was that photograph taken, Llama? Like, literally the last one was a year before I was born.
Yeah.
I was born 83.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I graduated high school in 83.
Young.
I literally graduated high school in 83. The one of me smoking a bowl on Mount Washington was 91.
I was 70. I was 7. I mean, when Mama graduated high school, I was 7.
Go on.
Holster's hammer. I forgot all about
Anybody else?
It's only my first Corona, but
I need to stop printing Christmas shit.
It may be my first Corona, but I've already had some special brownies. So.
No, I do not print Christmas.
So Viking, how's your printer coming along?
Best self-portrait ever.
Slowly. Only focus on moving.
Yeah.
No.
Chris,
Look at the size of my mustache.
Have you seen Buffalo Man?
Look at the size of that mustache. That's not me.
What is that, like a year ago?
Looks like the Angry Warkocki.
No, this
I was literally taken this morning.
6 years ago.
Yeah.
There's not much difference there.
That's what Chris looks like when he wakes up. That's a face.
The only problem is I can't share most of these things because they're mostly naked people pictures.
Oh, jeez.
Well, what's wrong with that? We have a Discord.
Chris, shared window.
Yes. Yeah. Here's a viper I photographed.
No, I'm trying to share something that was fitting for that first one you showed.
Oh, hold on. Ah, yes.
Oh my God.
Guy on a buffalo.
Guy on a buffalo.
Yeah, people.
I thought that was
Mike Johnson.
It's Chris.
What the hell was that show in the 70s?
Bonanza?
Anyways.
Not Bonanza. No, the one guy who was like freaking wrestled bears and shit.
Grizzly Adams.
No.
Grizzly Adams.
Grizzly. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So I'm Alaskan. I have to know that one.
John Mike only shows up when we start talking about Nick and Chris.
Correct.
Unless you specify the gender, he doesn't show up.
Correct.
Well, 7:45. I'm going to get out of here as well.
Adios, sir.
You all take care. Hopefully I get my bolts soon so I can finish this.
Well, you've got a
Me
few
too.
screws loose as it is, so.
What was that?
I said, we know you have a few screws loose as it is, so.
See, Llama, you need more pictures like this.
Hope you get the rest of them. There you go.
No,
Well, I know, honestly, I don't want to see lava like that.
Grubby. I don't have
Llama
any
and hot
screws loose.
pants,
My wife
no.
takes care of that.
Me like that.
Bye.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So you photograph sluts.
Nice.
Abandoned buildings.
And Chris has told his wife all these photographs are kept because it's work archives.
Chris doesn't have a wife.
Chris
He just has a
doesn't have
girlfriend.
Chris has a girlfriend, and he hasn't reached that level of disclosure yet.
Or you can have two of them in the same picture.
There you go.
Wow.
This is the reason why Chris got into photography.
Chris got into photography because people started paying him to do it.
Yeah. Chris found a Playboy lying around and said, "I can do this."
I mean, you're not wrong. I did see one. I was like, wow, I totally can do this. Hence why that was my original job for the longest time, was model photography, because people were like, oh, Chris, you can take cool pictures of me in bathtubs in abandoned buildings. Is that a mall picture? Oh, that mustache. That's old Chris with his curly handlebar mustache.
I like the handlebar mustache, but the beard is lacking.
I'm just waiting for Lama to show the photograph of the magic eye of the sailboat that he can't see.
You do need to redo the handlebar mustache.
Oh, dude, I would eat it constantly as I'm talking. It's just
that's my problem.
Covering the drunk dude in keg caps.
Oh, now these are some old Polaroids. So I used to restore Polaroid cameras. This is an old peel film.
You used to restore the Polaroid film. I was going to be like, yeah, that's pretty.
These are old pull peel films. The
yeah.
The 60s, 30s, 40s, 60s Polaroid style, where you'd peel the back off.
Yeah, that's right. That's what goes in the back of my RB67.
Yeah, look at the colors on those film pictures back then. It was gorgeous.
Yeah, pretty vivid.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the amount of technology.
And I still think the stuff dude freaking with the hat and smoking a bong is better.
You would.
4-foot long bong. That was my 4-foot long bong. Back in the day when I smoked bongs.
Oh, it's my old puppy.
Dog.
Aw. Oh, I'm starting to hate Excel.
You gotta talk to Bob. Bob's the Excel expert.
Oh, I'm doing just fine with it. I'm just hating it right now. I'm sitting here doing VN plot, and it's a pain in the ass. Well, somebody's got a squeaky printer.
Yeah, it's my 3D printer at the moment. I don't normally print PLA, but the wife's got me printing
Christmas decorations.
That's the Christmas cards.
Oh, Christmas cards.
And I normally print either ASA, PTG, or ABS.
I don't print
And
with
it's
that
squeaking like a
material.
bastard at the moment, and I've got no idea how to stop it. Suggestions welcome.
You can upload some of these to Shenanigans.
I have a website. You can literally just go to the website.
I've tried to go to your website, but your website is not your photography website. And I don't know your photography website.
Oh, I've got 2 photography websites.
And my Google, I don't care to Google it. So
I don't care to Google it. Wah.
I'm just that lazy.
You are lazy if you aren't Googling.
God, I haven't seen these in years.
ModelMayhem.com.
Nope, not Model Mayhem. DecayedBeauty.com.
Yeah, I have your Instagram. No, Model Mayhem has a profile on you, but it says you're in Chicago.
Correct.
Last activity,
is
March
the most
24th, 2018. Compensation depends on assignment.
Okay.
Yep, normal. Oh, look at those socks. Those are the cutest socks.
What's up?
Oh, so many pictures. Oh, Here's my date to the ball. Like 4 years ago.
Mhm.
These are the ball pictures.
You did agree to share your cookies. That's funny.
Yep, there's me in a tuxedo.
What?
With my beard all trimmed up perfect and lined.
And no hair still.
I was going to say, we don't even know if you actually have hair because you always wear that hat.
I shaved my head. See?
He doesn't always wear it. I've seen him a few times now.
I like how you pixelate out. Your method of censoring your photos is rather amateurish.
That's the point.
It's really funny. Like there's just like white lines scribbled through.
Oh, wow. I haven't even seen half these people in forever.
I mean, irrespective
Hey, Monkey.
of subject matter, these are really good photos.
He shaves what's left.
Like you should talk, Monkey.
That waterfall is always fun to visit. That's by Dan's house.
So, Simply Photo Studio, which is your other one.
That's my wedding, yep.
Yes. My name is Chris Warkocki.
Good try, Phil. How about you?
Chip's got a llama in his butt in his face.
Oh, I have proof that Chris is a flat earther. He says the four corners of our earth.
Mm-hmm. What? You believe in flat Earth?
No
He's
more
not a
random-
flat earther. He was just trying to make a Marlin config for it.
Yep. Hey, man, I believe in non-Euclidean or Euclidean geometry.
Oh, I was just on your Instagram. Your website doesn't want to.
Oh, that's hilarious. This is from the anime convention I went to.
Home of Filth. Why did your website load?
So many hilarious photos I've taken over my lifetime. Oh, shit, it's Peter.
I'm exhausted already. What is that?
Oh, me too.
It's only 9 o'clock.
I think it's because Llama's not making cool stuff happen anymore.
I was always making cool stuff happen. You're just uncool.
Come on, Llama, set your Llama core on fire for us.
Yeah,
No.
do that.
No.
You know how you tell everyone they should crash stuff and it should break? Well, I'm going to do that to you now.
$1 million, and I'll do anything you want to my friend.
$1 million hairs? I got you, bro.
Look at this. He did a whole Polaroid project.
Does it have to be paid up front, or can we make you do ridiculous shit and then not pay you?
I beta tested the new Polaroid film that's out. So I was what's called the Polaroid Pioneer.
Oh, were you the one that was
all of this film
about
was
the
free.
difference in chemistry between the new stuff and the old stuff?
Oh yeah, a huge difference because you can't actually purchase the chemistry
Right.
from
I
the
remember
using the
somebody on
original
your
because
screen
it's illegal.
talking about it. I couldn't remember who it was because I was telling my daughter
That's
about
me.
it when she was going on about how she wanted a Polaroid. So the old stuff sucked. The new stuff apparently is worse.
Yeah, it is worse by a lot.
Oh, hey, there you go. That's a good picture of you.
Mhm.
With your handlebar.
Yep, that used to be my go-to was the handlebar.
Moody, turn the movie. Dumbass.
Oh, we're back. I can make me not big again, but first,
This
I'm
picture
gonna
makes me want a
eat
hamburger.
Sweet and sour llama.
Oh,
Holy.
That's a kick.
Mix it up a bit. Just for you, Warkocki.
Mhm.
Chris, what happened on the Heatbed series?
Oh, wedding season kicked in, so all my Saturdays were booked. I just did my last wedding last Saturday for the year.
So were they properly socially distancing at the wedding?
No.
No.
This was the very first wedding There was hand sanitizer at every table.
Wow.
They had masks as soon as you walked in if you didn't have one. All of the staff wore masks the entire time. Every wedding I've done before this was like, they would just have a sign out front saying, if you catch COVID here, it's not our problem. No masks on staff.
Wow.
No buffet style food, like everything that's technically banned. They're just like, go ahead and do it.
Just did it.
Socially distant table? Nah. Max, 25% capacity? Fuck it. Tables are 3 feet apart.
Try doing that here, you're going to get a 40,000 euro fine.
Yep,
That's the issue.
New York to a couple places.
Yeah.
Because every state has to do it as a health code violation. They can't enforce it. So they get a health code violation strike, but they don't close down because not enough points to close them down.
Did you hear?
You need to change the health code so that there's enough points.
COVID code violation a restaurant has.
Yeah, so there's restaurants that literally have like 7 health code violations for being open and having too many people and not doing anything for COVID. They're still open.
I think here it's classed as like a public safety disorder. So there's been shops shut down for a few days because they've not made their customers wear masks. Like they've not forcibly kicked them out. So they then end up getting shut down for 2 or 3 days.
Wow.
And fine.
They don't do that here. This is how messed up it was. There's a place down here that's had like 6 health code violations. I know the owner, and he's an asshole. Like he's me, but times 2. But he's also an anti-masker. And
that's an asshole.
Yeah. He one of the people running for Congress in our city. You know, in the Shenanigans chat that I shared that photo of the congressman senator from our city, from our state, riding the Velociraptor, shooting guns, and had a rocket launcher on his back.
Right.
He had an event there with 300 people in a space that max capacity is 250 people.
Dang.
And he ended up losing the re-election. And he's calling shenanigans like, we need a recount. Someone was doing fake voter stuff.
All of this recount bollocks is going to cost the American government in total a shitload of money.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
It's going to cost the American government a dime.
He has every right to do it. He's wrong. I just love how everyone goes, oh,
hey, now.
They're all
No politics.
They're fake votes. He's going to win by fake votes. But
I'm going to say one thing. My favorite quote.
So those votes have got to be fake too then.
My favorite quote from all of this is someone said that dead people are voting, and they're like, yeah, they probably died because of COVID because they sent in their vote ahead of time, and then they died. So yeah,
well,
you probably shouldn't have
rigged the election. He's been dead for 7 years. Did you hear that today from Rudy?
I think the funniest one I saw was somebody said Will Smith's dad voted in Philadelphia 5 times and he's dead. Will Smith's dad never lived in Philadelphia. Like literally, somebody just watched Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and went, let's have 1 and 1 together, and that's 2.
That was his Annie and his uncle, wasn't it? In Bel-Air.
Yeah, Robbie Max. Someone photoshopped him riding a Velociraptor, rocket launcher on his back, AK, some kind of fancy gun thing, shooting into the nothing. A pastor friend sent it to him. If you go to his website and you click on the list of bills he has backed, it is an error page. It doesn't link to anything because he's never actually in his 3 terms here, he's never actually done anything on a bill. He's never signed on to a bill at all.
Sheesh.
And then if you click on the bills he has, like actually, like he voted for or against or whatever, it's pretty abysmal. So yeah, but that's it. No more politics. I'm just
shooting guns, riding Velociraptor. That actually sounds interesting. That sounds like fun. At least.
It's in the Shenanigans if you want to see the picture. Like the picture.
No, I don't want to see the picture. I want to do that. I want to shoot guns, riding Velociraptor. That sounds like a blast. Not only do I want to ride the Velociraptor, but the Velociraptor, like on his shoulders, has to have 2 Gatling guns mounted.
I'm okay with this. If you want to make that STL,
I don't have a problem with that. That's all.
Do that. Go to the Discord and grab that picture and make an STL. That's your new mission.
I want, I just might have to do that. I might have to make a Velociraptor with guns mounted on him.
Yeah, I'd rather do laser sharks, but I'm a strange man.
Give the Velociraptor a
Laser shark? What is a laser shark?
A shark with the frickin' laser beam attached.
Yeah.
So I'm going to fire this question out there. Anybody else using Clipper on any of their printers?
I will be.
Not yet.
I have 32.
You've got a Voron. You're going to be using Clipper.
Yeah. I haven't used it yet. I'm anxious to dig around.
That's why I want to get a Voron, because I want to put a SKR, the GTR on there, and not have to.
And they have the expansion boards now too. But
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. I had these
15 motors, I think, doesn't it?
What's that?
Ridiculous. The SKR board Chris just mentioned it's like 15 motors or something daft.
GTR.
Yeah.
That doesn't have enough motors though.
It does. It's 11.
It does. You've got the expansion board.
Oh, you got the board. Okay, yeah.
Check out that fat ribbon.
11 motors,
It's a wannabe
baby.
duet knockoffy kind of thing.
No, they have another duet. They're making another duet knockoff, I think.
The same
Yeah,
concept.
they're actually making a duet knockoff. This thing is a Marlin board.
Yeah, I
with
know.
11 steppers.
It runs Clipper though.
More expansion ports, more fuses.
A quarter of the
You could run
price.
an IDEX with that thing.
You can also, if I remember correctly, you can use the SKR 1.4 or 1.4 Turbo.
Yeah.
Providing you don't want a display, and the EXP1, EXP2 ports will power another 4 motors, I think it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't actually need the Arduino for the Voron 2 4 setup.
Yeah, that's what I'm using 1.4.
I was just asking the question because there is now they've released Moonraker, which is by one of the Clipper developers that works
James Bond
as a web interface to Clipper, but it's just the back end. And now there's a thing called where you've got a few interfaces. The one I'm using is called Fluid with 2 Ds. But now it supports multiple printers, so you can just give it the IP address of your printers, multiples, and it's like you've got your own little print pan set up.
Nice.
I think that was released like 2 days ago.
For the Pi. Like, all you need for the Pi is drivers, right? What else do you need? Nothing. Anything else it'll do.
Well, I'm literally running
You take
a
a Pi,
Raspberry Pi Zero.
Of a little board that has all your drivers on it. It's really all you need off of a Pi.
Well, I'm
They
running
have
a
a Panda
Raspberry
Pi.
Pi on my son's Christmas present. I'm currently running a Pi Zero with a camera and a servo to lock and unlock the enclosure that I'm still waiting for the part to turn up for.
Yeah, Pis don't have as many GPIO pins, though. That's one of your issues.
No, it's fine because it's connected to the actual printer's board. I'm
talking about
Llama says just add the chips to that, but
yeah,
it doesn't have enough ports for everything that you want to connect to it.
Right.
But everybody says a Pi Zero can't run Octoprint. It's like, well, yeah, because it's pointless. with this, it literally uses like 14 mega RAM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's efficient.
So I'm streaming
That's what a lot of
full
this is, the
HD
code
video
base.
from the same device.
Yep. Anytime you put Python on something, it pretty much turns out into
Especially when it's not supposed to be a mini computer. I mean,
yeah.
Pi Zero is not an actual
right.
mini
It's closer
computer.
to a microcontroller and then a computer.
Yeah.
It's a highly advanced.
Yeah.
It's much faster than
It's a
my
hardly
personal
advanced Arduino Mini.
Yeah.
Although I think the Arduino is still more capable, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I think more people have probably done cool shit with that.
But the thing is, a lot of these people who are developing this stuff within the area of like Pi distributions don't actually know what they're doing as far as how the software works. So I've used System D, which is the new init system whereby this can only use this much CPU, it can only use this much memory, otherwise kill it.
What are you doing?
Yeah.
Being himself.
So you add that onto the camera stream, the web interface, and you let Clipper just run completely unrestricted.
Yeah.
So if anything tries to use too many resources, it gets killed. Your 3D print doesn't actually start stuttering or stopping because of a load.
But that's one of the things I like most about running Octoprint, running prints from Octoprint on my 5.0.
Is the stuttering?
Mm-hmm.
It makes a cool effect.
Just don't go faster than 40 millimeters.
When the printer just melts itself into your print because it's working out the next corner.
And so I'm going to stop at every facet vertex and think about
Especially if you try it on a Delta.
Oh my, yeah.
You really got problems.
I'm out. I'm going to go to bed later, guys.
Okay,
Yeah, I think I'm
Llama.
going to drop off too. Good night, everybody.
See you, Greg.
See you, Greg.
Greg.
All right, there's room for more humans. If you've ever wanted to join a stream, this is your chance. I still have a lack table to build.
No, you don't. I bought lack tables to build them because they ship them all from box weight 5 pounds.
You're a crazy man. What'd you say, Matt from Jake from Safe Farm?
Do you have a lull spot to fix?
Yeah, well, I got it fixed. I need to actually get it tuned and like do some other things.
He has a task to fix. He got it fixed. Now he needs to find
It does not print the best. Is all I gotta say. Is
no, they don't print well. They don't print well.
I also need to tune the my start G code because I think it still oozes a bit too much for my liking before it gets ready.
Was this the Taz?
Yeah, the Taz 6. That
One
Joel
that's
sent me.
been used by Joel.
Like, to me, the Taz is like an antique computer. It's like it's a lovely designed machine, but do you really want it?
Well, that's the thing is like the electronics on it, the way it's wired is top notch. Just top notch.
Like everything on it was
engineering
completely over-engineered.
Well, it's not even. It's actually lacking in engineering. Like, sure, you brace the Z-axis like a crazy man, but your belt pads
I mean,
and
for
things
the
aren't
time,
linear.
like the bed leveling, the fact that it's got the brush cleaning, and then it uses the inductive probing, literally running the sensor current through the nozzle. It was one of those ones where like somebody just went all out. Like, how can we do this given current technology? It's very well engineered, but you look at it now and you're just like, oh.
Yeah, but it's like they spent all that time engineering it, but they don't even have the belt paths straight. They're crooked, so it doesn't pull linearly.
Did you manage to sort out the design for your new plate to put the Hemera on it?
Actually, they sent me the plate to put on so they sent me the actual CAD files to do the Mosquito upgrade that they already have on the current Taz ones and turn to 1.75, which I am very much for, but I want to see how good I can get it with the stock extruder first. And then I'll dip into everything else.
Just I told you on the stream when you were actually calibrating originally, and I was like, why not? Because you were saying how the plate has that tendency to wobble.
Oh, it definitely.
And I was talking about. I suggested you designing your own plate that used some pogo pins or something along those style that would hold it in place to stop it from wobbling. So I was wondering if you designed your own or not.
No. Again, I want to see how good I can get stock and then actually watch. One of the things I love doing is watching a printer print, and then I can kind of look at what mechanical issues it has. If it isn't wobbling,
which is 3 days
printing,
later because you've been watching Gyrod Infill.
Yeah. Yeah. So if I don't see the head moving, then it probably isn't an issue, because there's like a lot of things like the Prusa MK3 beds tend to have some wobble to it because of the bearing misfit to the rods. But when you're printing, the motion is linear, so you don't get angular wobble to it because there's no angular pull on this, so it's not really that big of a deal. But we'll see what it actually does in real life. Like, I really wish I had like a super fancy 10,000 frame per second camera. Oh yeah, because then I'd love to photograph these things in high speed and see what kind of mechanical deficiencies they have.
You want the cat?
What's up, Red Light?
You just need to get yourself a high-speed wedding photography job.
Well, I have a buddy who has a high-speed camera, but it's not that fast. And to get one of those like 10,000 frame per second ones, I mean, not only do I need a lot of lighting, but it's a lot of money. It is ridiculous. Replacing the bed is actually one of the things I'd love to do, because the leveling system, while it does work from time to time, doesn't work every time. Like, you'll do it once and it does fine, and then the next print it's like, here, let's be an entire layer off in height. So
that's also an entire wiring job as well.
Yeah, I don't mind it.
No, I'm just thinking like the amount of things going to the hot end on that is probably more than your average Prusa.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the wiring on there's super cool though. I can't believe how well it's wired. Like, I wish I had still shots of the inside of it so I can share right now. It's just like, oh, like if I were to build a printer, this is the amount of love I would put into the wiring job. Minus the way they wired the inductive or the conductive sensor in the nozzle, because apparently if it touches, like if you try to clean it, you can fry it. So you can't use like a bristle brush with it without frying the board. So
sounds like they missed a diode in that.
Something like that. And so basically the fix is to unplug the whole extruder, which is just one wire, like it's right above it. You just unplug the whole extruder, then you clean the nozzle. So you heat it up to whatever you need to heat it up to, disconnect the entire hot end, or turn it off, disconnect the whole hot end, and then clean it so that way it doesn't fry anything.
Fun times.
Wolfbot Bear. That would be silly because that giant extruder is not light. Like, they went the exact opposite of what science says. Like, hey guys, let's make an extruder as heavy and as large as possible, and also not balanced.
Yeah.
At least they went with thicker rods. So, but
the
bed bends
boron
like
extruder
crazy.
looks to be almost a smaller version of what's on it as well.
Mm-hmm. Dang it. I'm trying to find this filament roller I downloaded a long time ago, and I cannot find it anymore. Let me see if anyone remembers this.
David Randolph. Bitter.
I'm not bitter at all.
Hello, Mr. Randolph.
I do.
Let's see here.
Chris, earlier on you posted in the private chat this SKR NeoPixel breakout board.
Mm-hmm.
Is this not just a replacement for the DC-DC?
No.
That to do?
There's an issue with, like, if you read the GitHub on the people who worked on making it, the NeoPixels work on that board, the DC-DC only helps, it pulls an extra line down so you can have more pixels. So instead of 7 max, it's like 31 max.
Please.
With everything maxed out. Like
It's a different. It's its own buck converter from the 24 volts to 12 volts input down to 5 volts. So it adds extra ampage. That's all that the DC-DC converter does.
And then what the board I have is they found that you would have some like the signals would be incorrect, so you get incorrect color changes and some of the pixels will get stuck. So adding a capacitor and a resistor in line fixed that issue. So I just made a board that does it. Instead of you having to solder in a cap and a resistor, the board takes its place, and it's cheap enough so you don't have to buy like a whole bunch of shit. Just $5 and I don't make a dime.
I have to ask the question: did you test this with more than just Marlin?
No. I don't want to. Well, I don't have the mental capacity to take on any more than one firmware at the moment. I have a hard enough time with Marlin half the time. So.
Well, no, it's dead easy to test it with something like Clipper without even having to connect motors to it.
Has anyone seen a filament roller like that? Because I printed a bunch of them. I cannot find the original files for it. Like also, when I type in filament roller on Thingiverse or Prusa printers, I get shit.
The two edges are connected, yeah?
Oh, Chris is leaving.
Is it adjustable width or?
No. Dave, you have mental capacity. It just all in the wrong places. Like your butt.
Dave has a lot of my money from this thing.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Dave, when are you putting a printer on Kickstarter? Because that's what I'm waiting for. Well, Dave, I have a buddy who's asking politely because I gave him one because the Prusa Mini ships with a really shitty filament roller. And he goes, "This is amazing. I want to print more," because he just got 3 more minis in. And I'm like, I have no idea where I got those files. So, and there's a lot of similar ones, but not that one.
You could use your newly acquired modeling skills in CAD to reverse engineer.
You and your science math.
Science math. I don't know that that's actually a term, but sure.
I've just coined it, and I will receive royalties anytime he uses that word.
Science math.
Chris, I just posted a link in the private chat there. I'm not sure if it's the right one or not, because when you held it up, it was a bit blurry.
It's not the ultimate spool holder. This one's all one piece with a roller in the center. Let's see what you've got, sir. Sort of. We're getting closer. Grubby shared something. If that thing was not mounted to the frame closer.
Right. That's what I was thinking. So I wonder if somebody. So there's 3 mixes of this one.
But it actually, like, you print these like screw-in pieces that all attach. Like it doesn't it uses 3D printed parts to attach it all to itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm
awesome.
trying to do.
So I'm just like digging. I'm just typed in filament spool holder and looking at every file.
That's where you've gone wrong. Drop the word filament. It's spool holder.
I want Jesus. I don't have any more Jesus. But he said, "Hey, Papa."
He's smart.
I'm gonna type in spool roller. Spool roller. Nope, I'm getting the same shit I was getting every day. There's one that's a close one. The universal spool roller was really close. Like, that's super close to it, but that thing's hideous as fuck. This one had parts that screw into it.
Can you hold up the one that we're looking for again?
Let me grab a real one. I think I have a real one here somewhere in the basement. Because I always keep an extra spool roller around here somewhere.
I was calling to tell you.
Oh, my spool is on one.
So he's sitting here with me, and I asked Trey to please bring me some Colby Jack cheese. I wanted a little things.
It's this.
So actually, always share cheese because I got cheese.
Okay.
And well,
So 2 bearings go in here, and actually, like, these are 3D printed screws that attach it all together.
cheese. We just have little snacks.
Oh, no.
Cheese.
So
There's no skate barons in there whatsoever.
those barons. But it just prints as one piece. Like this frame's all one. The width can't change. That's why I like it. It just works.
All done. That's right. All done.
Oh man, my maker coin is so sexy. I'm glad I'm the best CAD person ever.
I've got no idea where the Mario coin is.
Good old
After
Mario
I printed
coin.
it in the ABS.
I was going to say, what, Marcel has a make coin?
I printed Chris's mega coin, but my son saw it. Instead of thinking it was a W,
he thought it was
saw it as an M, and he was like, Mario coin! And
Yep.
that was the last I saw of it. It's been gone. It keeps showing up. It keeps getting thrown past me. I've got no idea.
You see it as it goes flying by your face.
But at least I managed to calibrate my 3D printer for ABS.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's so many spool holders like it. Oh, okay. See, this is why Thingiverse needs like a reverse image lookup.
No, this is why Chris needs
Take a picture of your print.
3D scanner
Yes.
when he loses the STL. Oh, Chris, how did your temp tower do for the multi-material? Yeah.
After he realized how long it would take and how much material it would use up, he's like, I'm just going to do each one individually, which wastes a lot less filament.
Yes, it does.
And a lot less time.
I was kind of hoping you were going to like screw him and do the filament join in the middle of the bridge.
Oh, that would suck.
Well, no, in all fairness, that would be a real test for the palette.
Oh, fuck.
I thought I heard
They're
Ella.
weird. Hold on. How does this thing work? This looks like something Viking would use.
What?
Check this out.
Oh, it's that stupid.
Use a dead hard drive as the bearing.
Yeah.
That's what Llama should have used earlier on to respool his.
Correct. But yeah, I'm having no luck finding.
It's
Like,
in
there's
your
some
head.
similar ones.
It's in your head.
Llama would be like, I just found this. I don't know how many RPM it is, and it turns out it's like a 15,000 RPM SCSI drive. And just lashes him in the face with the filament as it's spooling it.
This is kind of cool. I would actually use something like this, like multiple sample spools on it.
I just use the little expandable one that you print, and you can adjust the diameter of it.
Yeah. It doesn't roll well on rollers, though, so that's my only issue with it, because I use... everything I have has rollers on it.
Oh, yeah, I don't use rollers, so...
All my dry boxes have rollers, and I can't not have the dry boxes, or else bad things happen.
At the library, and they didn't have the L book of the alphabet series.
Yeah, they didn't have it at the library. The heck? What is this thing?
So I did it for that. And
That is crazy.
That is interesting.
Look at that.
Yeah, so Trey's returning the
Made the next weed whacker from it. Yeah, Llama will do crazy things, but that's why we love Llama. I guess is why I love Llama.
Just say, love llama. Speak for yourself.
Hey now. You know you
One
love
of
the
the
llama.
funniest YouTube videos I've seen is Llama trying to explain is Hemera Cooler.
It's like one book a month.
Mhm.
Well,
So it's only 12 books. I plan
did
it out.
In the end, I was just like, I'm going to turn off the audio and just watch what it does.
I won't have the pop sugar one first.
See if Twitter's blowing up for me.
Planning out the so
Okay, good.
really
Still
read it.
safe.
what?
Okay. So, because I know we talked about it at Christmas, you're going to help me.
Chris likes to cause problems. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Well, why don't you throw your patsy over on my table?
All right.
Yeah, you throw it over there.
Do I go back to Prusa printers and try the word
Say night-night,
spool
Savannah.
roller?
That's what I'm doing now. Not having a whole lot of luck.
Can you say night-night now?
Yeah.
I'm at
You see?
page.
It needs a giant search like right here. Why do I have to go all the way here to click?
But we're done with
No.
it's night-night.
I'm at page 37 on Thingiverse.
You said that back. Say night-night.
You're on page 37. I am on page 21.
Yeah.
I mean, this is pretty close. That's actually the closest thing I found, but it takes bolts still. Oh, no, that's not close to it at all. No.
Yeah, these kids.
I've just pasted one in the private chat there. Like, I personally, I don't like these kind of filament holders because they fall over and fuck your prints up.
I blame Grubby.
But
Everybody else does.
a width adjustable one that looks similar.
What did
The
I
problem
do?
with thing of it is people pull
No.
designs.
Oh, that ended quickly over here.
Alright, Doodle.
I mean, this is.
Just a minute, I'm going to bed.
Why do you have to put your name on it?
He threw his package over on my desk.
Don't waste the
So
plastic.
I'm just going to put it over there here on the table.
Oh, I think I might have found it.
Throw these.
What?
I found it.
You think night-night, Mama?
What?
Is it that one? Private chat.
Let me
Oh
go
no,
in
you
that
did
way.
it first. Fuck yes, that one.
Yeah, look at your teddy bear. I'm going to your teddy bear.
Yes.
Oh my god, that's it. Universal Filament Spool Holder Light.
That's so funny. I was just searching on that.
I know it was something with Universal Filament Spool Holder. I was. I just didn't see the light version.
It
Mhm.
took 12 pages of Thingiverse, and that's a lot of loading time.
I found it on an all 3DP article of another roller, but this was a remix of that.
So I just searched spool holder and kept going on Thingiverse.
All right, Dan, there's a spool holder. I really need to like set up a page saving thing.
You know, you can
I
on
used to have one
Thingiverse.
back
They
in
have
the
this
day.
thing, on Thingiverse, they have this thing called collections, and you can add.
You know how
stuff.
much I hate logging into Thingiverse?
Because if you try and log into Thingiverse, it crashes.
Sometimes.
I don't have that problem. Of course, I hardly ever go on Thingiverse. So
See?
normally, if I need something, I'm like, I will make it myself, and then I make it, and then I post it, and somebody's on Facebook and like, oh yeah, it looks just like this, and I'm like, you bastards.
This one's pretty interesting though. Spool holder.
Well, you just say good
I'm going
job.
to suggest to the Prusa team that they allow me to do Git commits, and that then publishes the Thingiverse. Not Thingiverse, sorry, Prusa printers.
That'd be dope.
That would be nice.
Because trying to maintain that shit is just annoying.
Yeah, that would be nice.
What I love is Dave thinks his filament spool roller is the best in the world, but I'm yet to see a Kickstarter for it. Only things that are the best in the 3D printing industry only happen on Kickstarter. Period.
Yeah, but
Of course.
Like the CR6.
yes,
Yeah.
it's the best new fire starter of our time.
Yet they didn't kickstart the was it CR30?
Yeah, they did.
They're kickstarting it now.
Yeah, I posted a couple days ago.
Yeah.
But
they're
they've
at,
already sent it to design print test.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's one of the reviews they posted on the Kickstarter.
Yeah.
If it reaches 5 million, it'll be.
That
it'll
was
be
his
open.
last video that I watched. But I was also the one who, when he was like, you don't know my name, I Googled his bag shit, found his patent, found his address, and was like, "No, I know your name, and this is also your address."
That was a metaphor, but still, it's funny.
No, but don't be a dick on the internet. You know what I mean?
So yeah, so they said, oh, if we get 5 million on the Kickstarter, we'll open source it. So I went on the Kickstarter and added up the value of all the rewards. It's like 2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Unless
so they can't reach 5 million.
Unless you include the packages that are 2 printers or 3 printers as one package and a reward. And I'm like, yeah, you're counting on a hell of a lot of people buying those to get you to 5 million. But I really what I guess is it gives them a way to say we're going to open source it and then be like, oh, we didn't reach the goal, so never mind.
I do like that the iFactory one.
Technically, they have to open source it because it's already based on an open source design, so they can't change the license.
Yes, and that's changed. That's enforced them open sourcing.
That'll be I'm not sure if it's GPL or Mozilla license, but they can't change it.
Right,
they
but my
have
point
to
is,
open source it, but you might struggle to get it out of them.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing: is if they say that they don't have to because they're basing it off of the patented designs, then they're breaking patent.
And in China, that's fine.
Well, what's funny is, so there's a lot of China has. I didn't realize how robust of a patent system China had.
I did find it, Thaneth. Well, I didn't find it. Matt and Vincent found it together.
I put it in the chat. Oh, can I not link it? Why am I not a mod? Hey, why do you hate me?
They
type something and I'll make you a mod.
I just typed the link.
Oh shit! I'm not even logged in as the correct user. I can't mod anybody. Let me change the content number.
Nice. Let me ban.
Did my link come through, chat?
I have more money than Creality, and I funded my own lunches. Yeah.
You don't need to be a mod on one of Chris's chats because he doesn't have any restrictions against URLs or anything else anyway.
Yeah, you can't
it
post.
auto does.
Yeah, you can't post a link unless you're a mod, and
I
this way,
post links. It's not said anything.
You're posting in the private chat.
No, I've done it in the.
I posted in the YouTube chat.
Oh,
All right.
YouTube chat only.
Where's Matt from Jake from State Farm so we can make him? Give him
The very last comment, he said DSF, DSDF, SD.
Yeah.
Spam.
Spam.
Yep.
Give him a timeout.
Where I don't see any comments from him in the main chat.
Fail.
Damn it! Oh, there
Make
you
sure
go.
you have. Yeah. Do you have all comments or just?
There it is.
Ooh.
Now I give Thaneth the badge. Too bad. Thaneth is now a moderator.
Oh no!
I don't like how you smell. Banned.
God, if only I could get that to my daughter. Wrong person, Chris.
You're gonna need all of us when Naomi's army comes to bring us down.
This is the only thing I can't stand. I don't care that I pissed her off. Like, I don't like her to begin with. Like, I've said it a million times. She's super smart. She knows what she's doing. I have no qualms about that. It's awesome that she's a female maker. It's awesome what she does.
Yep.
But she's an asshole. And she's an asshole to the wrong people. Like, she's mad at me, and then she blocked Jason from LDO.
Yeah.
Because Jason's friends with me. Like, Jason's the nicest person in 3D printing and helps everybody with any project ever.
Mm-hmm.
And doesn't ask for anything in return. Never.
Yeah,
Never
like,
ask for anything in return. Like, he doesn't care if you tag him. He doesn't ask you to do anything. He doesn't advertise anything. He's just Jason from LDO.
There was one day I literally tweeted, like, where can I get an anonized bear kit? And he turned around and DM'd me.
Yeah.
Like, these are like the 5 different places based on where you say you are on Twitter where you can buy them from.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then if like there was somebody, I guess in Switzerland that didn't have a local distributor, and so Gregory and Jason were like, I mean, before other people had even had time to comment on the post. They were like, "We got him a kid."
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, now she blue ball.
She did blackmail Pooch and said you don't get a CR30 because you don't want to unfriend Chris. Like,
yeah,
blue ball.
She's directly affecting people's incomes when she complains that people directly affect her income.
Her income.
So,
I just love that people finally saw her on that live stream and saw her cussing out everybody and also like disrespecting all of the Creality staff on live stream, and they're like, "Wow, she's not very nice." Yeah, she's not. Doesn't mean she's not an awesome maker and she does cool stuff. It's just
not a very good person.
well, yes, we do know what.
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
I think Ryan knows.
I'm not sure.
Ryan knows what that means.
I gotta watch that movie again soon.
It's Devin. Devin. The stream is ready for you.
You can't fall asleep if you're hanging off the edge of the sofa and you're trying to stand on your head.
I love standing on my head while leaning off the sofa.
I'll be right back.
She just popped up and started laughing at me.
Did you mean to post the thing you were thinking, or?
I know. I always want to do the quote too.
Yeah, I love the quote. I use it all the time.
God. Why is that sending the Thingiverse link? There we go.
We're starting a. I'm starting a hashtag, Chris. By the way.
No, we're not. Someone said they should start a.
That was my response. My thought on your dinosaur thing, and I saw something else today that I posted it on. So that's gonna be. I'm starting a hashtag.
American Jesus. Yeah.
It's not real Jesus. It's American Jesus. White, long hair, blue eyes. You know, we'll smite you. We'll smite you down for burning the American flag. Should probably unmute Discord. Why do you have Discord muted, Devin?
That's what she does.
Oh, it's so annoying.
That Shenanigans chat blows up sometimes.
Oh, makes me crazy.
Oh, I don't have alerts. I only have alerts set up if I'm tagged in something. I don't have any alerts set up for other stuff. It works for me, right? No,
another successful spinny maker coin.
No, American Jesus doesn't live in Utah. He lives in the southeast somewhere. Utah's got Utah Jesus. That's a little different story.
Utah Jesus.
That's the one where
that Velocipaster?
Where you get to populate a planet. See, this is my thing, right? Like, this is one thing I've never understood about fundamentalist Mormonism.
Oh gosh.
Every Mormon I've ever met in my life has been like the nicest person, give you the shirt off your back. If anecdotal as it may be, I've never met a douchebag Mormon. But like the one thing I've never understood is how they get women into their religion, because this whole idea of heaven being a planet that you spend eternity populating, I'm like, what woman thinks that being pregnant and giving childbirth forever is a good idea? Sounds like an attractive idea.
What? Michael Cassell's not in Shenanigans? This must be fixed.
I swore
I added you.
I don't have the ability to add people to Shenanigans.
Bob can fix it.
Bob can fix it. Bob is going to lock me from Shenanigans one of these years. I'm just waiting for it.
Like right now.
Right now.
So, how do you guys stop squeaky filament? PLA, particularly.
Is it?
It only seems to happen with PLA.
What's funny is I've only had squeaky PTG. I've never had squeaky.
Yeah,
PLA.
I've only had squeaky PTG as well.
I don't have PTG works fine. ASA works fine. ABS works fine. PTG, PLA, sorry, always seems to be squeaky.
Is that on your Mark III with the Hemera?
Yeah, with the Hemera, but I'm running it from a dry box.
That's even weirder.
On the retractions.
Adding Michael Castle to Shenanigans, Bob.
And just always ends up squeaky.
Look, it's your Warkocki coin or your Mario coin. By the way, I designed that WM. Like I couldn't find a font I like. I don't have fonts on any good fonts installed on this computer, so I'm just like, I'm drawing this W, and I'm centering it. Oh, that's the wrong one.
It's Warkocki's Maker Coin. WM. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, Warkocki's Maker Coin.
Is that Jesse Slime, whatever it's called?
Yeah, it is. It's such a good color. Like
it is.
Yeah, it's kind of like the Protopasta Lulzbach green, but without the Protopasta.
Yep.
One thing I noticed about printing it in ABS is you can't see through the infill. The photograph you showed, you could see the gyroid infill.
Yeah, you can kind of see the W light up from behind. Like,
no, the W still lights up, but the rest of it was not lit up at all.
So what you're saying is
filament.
It's a full kilogram at a lower price.
Industrial runoff, which is slightly transparent. This is fully opaque.
Yeah, that's urine.
Oh wow, and the gears mesh.
Nice. Woohoo. Hey Kit, we over on Nero's stream, Kit?
How many teeth gear is it?
Fuck if I know. I just put a cut into the face and then I did a circular pattern across it.
You've got to count them now.
I think I did like 25.
You just need to look at the CAD model and see what your pattern instances are. How many patterns?
Oh yeah, I could do that, couldn't I?
Sure.
I always call them writer now too. It's so much easier than saying a bunch of consonants. I guess O isn't a consonant. It's saying 3 syllables and then writer. W, F.
And it also sounds cooler. Ryder.
Yeah, his name's Ryder.
Ryder.
I still do everything in OpenSCAD, so I can tell you how many teeth my shit has.
I have 32 in my mouth, but not if my kids keep up. Putting me in the face. Yeah, the son decided he was going to do that today. He thought it was fun. He's headbutting me in the stomach. No, he's headbutting me in the stomach. He was listening to music, and so he was doing it in time with music. So he'd headbutt me on the stomach, headbutt me on the chest, and just alternate back and forth. And then he decided to do 3. So he'd go stomach, chest, face. And I was like, nope, not doing that again.
Well, this live again.
Chris, do you know any good articulating Logitech camera arm mounts with a clamp or something that would attach to my monitor?
I wish. I made a decent Logitech mount for Prusa before, but
yeah,
I'm using a really nice Logitech mount for the C930, I think it is.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't want it for a printer. I don't want it to mount to rails. I want it to clamp onto the shelf or clamp onto my monitor.
No, but the thing is, this design is designed to go onto the Z-axis. But what you do is you actually disassemble the camera itself, and it replaces the entire base, so you haven't got all that weight on it.
I think I saw that.
So you could just grab that part of it. Like, as I say, I only use OpenSCAD. But in OpenSCAD, you could literally import the STL, remove the bits you don't need, and add the bits to it that you want to mount on.
Kids ate all my crackers.
Good. You don't deserve crackers.
Apparently not. They eat all my freaking kettle corn. Jesus Christ. I buy snacks for me, not for them. They can starve. So another weird news, apparently I can walk into the kitchen now. My microphone doesn't squeal in everybody's ear. I don't have any idea why. But.
Did you remove the metal plate in your skull?
No, it's still there.
Weird.
Yeah.
You would think that would affect it.
You would think.
Oh man,
Stock.
I can't wait for this one in the non-dried Green Gate PTG to finish.
Mhm.
I restarted it after peeling that one off and put a thicker sheet down so it doesn't peel the sheet up. Oh yeah, that's got some boobles. That's got some boobles. And it is also stringy.
So I've just posted the Thingiverse link to the camera mount that I'm using at the moment.
Oh man.
Which is the one that I think that would be a good idea to just grab the bits off.
Ooh, I love grabbing the bits off.
The mount on that Logitech is so heavy.
Mhm.
I got my.
This one, basically, you take the camera apart and it replaces the mount.
I approve of this message.
So, speaking of Jason, I'll show you what I got in the mail the other day from him.
Uh-oh. Is it a box of drugs?
No, I don't think Jason distributes those.
You know, have you asked him?
I have not.
Well, then let's not make assumptions.
It's not an assumption. It's a presumption. Because, you know, that stuff, well, he's in California, so it could be. But, you know, this came from China, and that's penalized pretty harshly over there.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Yeah, I think I've seen that one before.
Oh, I need to use. How do I use the other? I want the other camera. How do I do that?
Uh-oh. Seeing this piece of cardboard on Joel's CR30 makes me really wary.
The shim, yeah.
Yeah. Like the rollers don't line up with the thing. That's typically how it is off a conveyor belt. Like the roller should be a little bit lower, but I guess that makes sense. That would peel and it's probably why a lot of the parts look really warped.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Warped.
It kicked me back. Oh, it kicked you. That's all. Okay. It says device not connected though. You have no mic or camera hooked up, so it's not letting me add you back in.
Chris, I've just posted a link in the private chat there.
Oh shit.
To an alternative to StreamYard.
That was weird. Yeah, I was trying to get my camera on, and I clicked the wrong button, the wrong source, and it was like, can't connect. Oh. Yeah, I know it can't connect. It's not trying to connect that.
Does it go right to YouTube?
Yeah, you can, if you set up a meeting with it, like create a channel or whatever, or a room, and you can then paste in the API key. And I think this is actually what StreamYard are using behind the scenes. It's just this is the open source project.
Huh.
So, yes.
So next time you might want to try it next time you're doing your desktop casting.
Ooh.
Config attributes include nowhere.
When you're doing your when you did your temperature tower and what have you, it literally looked like I was looking at things from the 90s.
Yeah, it's only 720p, and my monitor.
No, I've got a 4K 37-inch display here, and even when I scaled it down to like tiny size, still couldn't read what the text was.
Oh yeah.
There we go.
Located assaults deploy tightly. Absent
Yes.
solos manifest gently. It uses 4 random words for the title of the meeting. Royal
Yeah,
motivations.
it just generates random things. You can call them whatever you want.
Yeah, I know, but it's hilarious reading some of them. Like I want that link to FDM Lounge. Favorable tribunals advertise furthermore.
Yeah, I mean, his extrusion is just so pretty.
They are so pretty, aren't they?
They are. Yeah, I got this straight from
Low
him,
voting
straight from
time
China.
yesterday.
Yesterday, DHL. I'm like, sweet. So now I get to take my Mark III and turn it into a.
Is that one of the
SKR.
LDO ones or somebody
Yeah.
else?
No, it's LDO. He's
I can't get the LDO ones here in Germany.
What?
you probably can. You just have to.
No,
that way.
the guy on LDO on Twitter sent me a message, and all I can get is the standard or the black.
Yeah, because weird, because you can't order from like Lector or any other like resellers.
But Germany's got some weird import charges.
Mm.
Yeah, because that's what I did. Was I ordered from Orlando from all 3D makers, but he had Jason just drop ship it to me.
Yeah.
But in Germany, it's strange. If you want to import anything, you've got to. If you don't want to have to go to the customs office, which is now closed because we're on lockdown, you've got to pre-declare it and all the rest of it, and it's such a rigmarole to go through.
I can imagine.
And also, my German's not great.
Well,
we can fix that.
Yeah, as long as you speak Russian with that accent, you're fine. Bad Red October joke in there somewhere. I apologize.
You should.
I should. Yeah, I know. Can't take me anywhere. Oh, there's the hole I was looking for. Well, fine then. I'll break out the popcorn bowl.
Wow, popcorn! You're going real fancy over there.
Apparently, I think just because I eat their goldfish means they.
Oh, now your microphone's breaking up like crazy.
It's weird. I'm actually closer to my computer.
It's the plate, man.
See?
I'm just following the chat here. Somebody asked if it's a StreamYard competitor. It's not a competitor. It's actually what StreamYard use. But it's a fully open source project. And when the lockdown happened, what they did is they set up their own servers.
Well, look at that popcorn bucket.
Yeah, it's from Williams Sonoma. It's a nice little piece of pottery. But
You're
it's
a piece of
popcorn
pottery.
Sun's getting cranky. We can figure out what's going.
Good.
You ready to go to sleep?
No problem, Thomas.
Here, come here. Come here, you shit. Come here. Come out of here. Sleep. Here, I'll get you. Hey there. And you're welcome.
What is the weather going to be like tomorrow?
Cold.
Dark sky. Oh, 55 tomorrow and partly cloudy.
I'd like to. I wish we had a dark sky site near us.
You can be one.
Look, just because I shove a telescope up my ass doesn't mean I'll see stars.
Oh, it will. I believe in you, Grubby.
Thank you. At least somebody does.
Let's see here. How much longer on that print? And do I have enough filament left in the, yeah. I actually have no idea how much filament it takes to print one of these maker coins, but I'm guessing less than 50 grams. Actually, wait, where's my scale? Oh shit, my scale's batteries are dead. Oh, that's what I should do. I should grab my scale and find what batteries it needs to be replaced with, and grab those batteries from the upstairs batteries container. See, there's always something to fix. Now, if I only find my scale. Oh. There's that piece of crap sheet. That's not a scale. Oh, there it is. What batteries are these? CR2032s? CR2032s. It needs 2 of them.
Of course.
Yeah, we
So
can't
I've
be
posted
normal.
the link to my personal cluster. That I've got a Jitsi instance running on, and it's good for about 300 people streaming at the same time.
What?
That'd be a big party.
So you stream with that
that's
on
just
YouTube?
That's just the bandwidth limitation, and it's got the stream to YouTube set up on it already.
What?
My job is basically I work within the industry of clusters and things. So this is basically like my test cluster. And
your link probably didn't show up because... Yeah, your link didn't show up.
Okay, it's chat.fra.section.me.
Put it in private,
Chris,
I'll share it.
I don't know if you want to make me a mod so I can paste the link again.
Done. Oh, we got Devin. And as Devin appears, I disappear. She's in charge.
Hey, Devin.
Hey.
Okay, paste the link again there.
How's it going, everyone?
Chilling like Bob Dylan.
Tired. How you doing, Devin?
Viking, when are you not tired?
When I was 20, maybe? Or more like 10.
Shift, what are you drinking?
It's a German beer, I believe.
Oh, nice.
I'm in Germany, so.
So it's not. It's a domestic.
Well, it's
Hey,
still
Marcel.
German. So I pasted the link to the my cluster there that people are free to use if they want. I don't know if
Cluster?
it's popped up.
Are you a moderator?
No.
I was told I got made a moderator. Pasted the link again, and I don't know if it showed up.
It has not. Post it in private chat, and I'll post it for you.
There we go.
It'll take a couple minutes.
Copy link. And paste the link. There we go.
Yep, there we go. The cluster's based in France, but for streaming from that to YouTube, there's YouTube servers in France, so it's really quick.
Hey, Thaneth.
Yeah. Nice.
So, Thaneth, a lot of times I come home straight from school, and my school colors are blue and black, and all of my robot team's colors are blue and black, so I just own a lot of blue shirts. And, like, the first thing I do when I get home is change out of school clothes. And 90% of the t-shirts that I own are robot shirts.
Oh, you can do up to 50 people with this thing.
Yeah.
Yep. I'll have to use that instead of StreamYard.
I could actually increase that limit from 50 to more, but it starts to get a little bit dodgy with 50 odd people in it. I use it for work meetings and what have you since the.
Oh, this is
lockdown.
you have your own. I got you. I was just doing it through their site. I'm putting 2 and 2 together now.
The chat.fra.section.me is my setup of it.
Nice.
I don't have all the features enabled because some of them it's like requiring logins and all the rest of it. But because of lockdown and having kids and stuff, like we hosted my kid's birthday party on it.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Because it doesn't require anything. It just visit the link and it works. But you can password protect the rooms and what have you, and then you can also tell it to stream YouTube.
For some reason, I found batteries and sausage.
What were you looking for?
Batteries.
What were you looking for? Batteries or sausage?
Sausage.
Filaments.
I mean, both are good things.
Mm-hmm.
Not if he didn't actually find the filament. It just means he got sidetracked.
Noodles are tasty.
Dude, noodles are awesome.
Oh yeah.
It's so sad that most people only had like Italian style noodles and they've never had all the other delectable styles of noodles in the world.
We had a ramen restaurant in Virginia Beach. That was phenomenal. They just did ramen and yaki. They're hard to find around here though.
All right, 17 grams per maker coin.
Ramen curry noodles for the win. Here in Berlin, they cost 8 cents a packet.
I'm always a big fan of the thick rice noodles that are used a lot in Thai cuisine.
Yeah, I love those. I normally have a package in the
Drunken noodle is like one of my favorite dishes. And the fact that so many people never had sticky rice.
Yeah.
Every stream always turns into food at some point.
Always.
We always get hungry.
Yeah. I'm going to grab some food now before I go to bed.
All right, Viking. Thank you for joining us on stream.
Yeah, it was fun. That's all.
Viking's going to go eat some salted fish.
Viking.
Yeah.
Viking.
Oh, God.
Hey, dude.
Later, guys.
As long as he doesn't eat that fermented fish.
Yeah.
From Sweden. Yeah.
Uh-oh, Creality's online. Should I go threaten them?
The best
Leave them alone.
video I've ever seen for that fermented fish stuff. 2 dudes are sitting in their garage. Yes, surströmming. They crack open the can, and immediately one of them starts vomiting violently. And they didn't realize how much pressure was under, so they just used a can opener and then cracked into it with the can opener and just started shooting the mist of the juices of the
Shut up, Chris.
fermented stuff.
Shut up, Chris.
Yeah. Oh, Viking, I know it's completely disgusting. Vietnamese food tends to have a lot of anchovy paste, which you think, oh, it's just made from anchovies. No, they ferment the anchovies by drying them on rocks and just letting them decay and become gross, and then they mash them into a paste.
Mm-hmm.
I don't mind that.
I will stick with my kippered herring.
Oh, do y'all want to learn a really cool fact about tuna fish?
Yeah, I love tuna fish.
Okay, so Chris, you're probably gonna think I'm an idiot because considering you actually, fish. but I was completely blown away by this fact. So, tuna fish isn't small. Tuna fish is fucking huge.
Yeah, they're massive.
Yeah, so my
Well, here's the
entire
thing
life,
there's
I thought
different types of tuna, so some aren't massive.
Bluefin-
I mean, we're talking
huge.
like, but yeah, some of them get like the fucking size of a small car. Like,
yeah, so my entire life, I thought tuna fish, like, a can of tuna fish, that big, that tall, was equated to one tuna fish.
Oh, Lord knows. No.
Can of fish, one tuna fish. Apparently,
No.
that's not the issue. And now I really want to know is how many cans of tuna do you get out of one tuna fish?
depends how many dolphins are mixed in.
Well, it's all dolphin free now, supposedly.
Supposedly.
The flipper kind, not the fish kind.
I would have thought you're gonna get a couple of 100 cans of tuna fish out of a tuna.
It depends, because so it depends on the quality, right? So the white albacore variety, you're talking about 40 or 50 pound fish.
Mm-hmm.
The generic, like chicken of the sea, regular, just generic tuna, most of that is made from off trimmings or fish that have a deformity or something that don't make good fillets and steaks, or don't make good steaks. Most of your really big tuna that are caught, like the 200-pound tuna, are sold at fish markets, are actually sold right off the back of the boat for sushi, because that they command a much higher price doing that than selling them to canneries. So big, it's really kind of like the offcut. So you're not the second tier, because you have your sashimi grade fish, which is you get your most price, and then you have the meat that's going to get sold for butchering into steaks and fillets and like whole cuts, and then you have all the crap that's left over that gets canned, just like with how they make hot dogs.
Yeah, so I may or may not have accidentally started hyper focusing on how tuna fish is made in the middle of a staff meeting today.
So I'm sure it was more interesting than the staff meeting.
Oh, totally.
So I mean,
but then like the principal called on me, and I was like, tuna fish, and he's like, what? And I was like, yeah, totally.
Yeah,
it's fun. And what's really nice is if you're fortunate, your brain with half paying attention, and you can kind of tie in the random shit you just said and make a segue into what you're talking about and look like you're really fucking smart or really fucking nuts.
I'm pretty sure they thought I was nuts.
But either way,
bless you guys.
Considering we were talking about fire drills, as hard as my brain tried to tie it into fire drills, no.
Tuna are extremely fast swimmers. Some of the fastest fish in the sea, and that's how you need to exit during a fire drill. You need to be fast, but you also need to be safe. So they need to maintain order like a school of tuna.
I would be dumb and tell all my students to run outside as fast as a sperm was going up the fallopian tube.
Well, as long as it's not Wadzilla, we'll be okay.
That movie was fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
That was bad.
You guys loved it. You hush.
It was bad, but all the right ways.
Yeah, it's so if you ever get the chance and you find a restaurant that'll do it, they'll do an omakase dinner where they'll prepare every type of meat from a tuna into a dish, and it's usually like a 10-course meal.
Oh, nice.
Because different parts of the tuna are used for different types of things. Yeah. So you've got the fatty toro, and you've got the leaner non-toro, just typical sashimi meat. You've got cheek meat and all this other kind of stuff, and they make soups from the bones. And
probably a very expensive meal.
It is an extremely expensive meal. Usually you bring like a huge group of people, like a dozen people, and you all pay towards one giant tuna fish to feed all of you. And they serve it up, you watch the cook make you all these different meals out of it. It's pretty fantastic.
So the other fun thing, Devin, about tuna is different species have different levels of mercury concentration.
Yeah, the older ones have more.
And yeah, the older ones are going to have more, but some varieties of tuna have higher just because of their feeding habits and habitats. will have higher concentrations than others. And tuna fishing is fun. I mean, they are great fish to catch.
Ryder goes tuna fishing. See, where's him? Him and I were talking about that. He goes deep sea fishing for the tunas.
Yeah, so I spent like a good probably hour and a half researching tuna and the life cycles of tuna and how tuna swim, and I learned a lot about tuna today.
Japan has one of the most amazing tuna farms because tuna is really hard because of their size. It's really hard to farm. So there's this area in Japan that they've kind of fenced off. So the fence isn't small enough that bait fish can't come in and be eaten by the tuna, but it's small enough so that way the tuna can't escape. So it doesn't fuck with the ecological system.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you don't want they're still eating naturally. So basically they're still considered wild tuna because whatever's raised in there and grown in there stays in there. And they just take what they need as they need it for when they do these tuna dishes. I mean, these things sell for a ridiculous amount of money. The video I watched of them doing this is literally 3 giant mountains and then this half crescent moon bay, and then they tiered off a section with some underwater that goes all the way to the seafloor. It's insanity.
Sounds like what they did in 1941 to prepare for Pearl Harbor was they basically recreated Pearl Harbor in some of the smaller islands in Japan and ran mock drills for it. So Devin, the most expensive tuna ever sold was $3 million. It was sold for $3 million. It was 600 pounds.
Damn.
That was in China recently, wasn't it?
I think it was
Japan recently.
It was a Japanese
market, yeah. But it was actually sold for so much money because it's one of these things whereby they take pride in the opening bid on the first tuna.
And don't forget, they also do that for cantaloupe.
Yeah.
There's a huge market for the perfect melon.
The tuna they were bidding on, I want to say was an endangered species, which doesn't help because there's certain variety of tuna that are endangered, and many of the other ones are I guess what's this one step up from endangered, threatened, or critically threatened or something like that.
Threatened, yeah.
Yeah, but we're running out of tuna, so
we will definitely run out of tuna at some point with the amount.
A large reason is Japan. It's the same reason we're running out of a lot of fish, is because Japanese fisheries there's such a demand for it in Japan that.
Well, it was only recently that they banned whaling.
Yeah.
Well, it's also recently that they unbanned whaling.
Well, it seems every other month it's banned or unbanned.
So whaling is internationally banned, but Japan just says, screw it. We're going to do it
Shark
anyway.
fin has been hit hard.
Yes.
Which they just cut the fin off the shark and throw the body back in the water because the rest of it's useless.
And leave the rest of the shark to die.
Yeah.
Imagine if we did that with bacon.
Cut the bacon off the ham and throw the rest of the pig away.
Just shave some off the back and let it run around the field.
So start shearing our pigs like sheep.
I have a question that's not related to food or killing animals.
Is it 3D printing related?
No.
Okay.
It's not allowed then.
It's more of an adulting question.
Is it sex toy related? Because you have some good ones of those.
No.
Oh, okay. Well, that's adulting.
No.
But go ahead.
Shut up. Does anyone know how to write a cover letter?
A cover letter?
No, there's apps for that.
Yes.
Like a resume cover letter?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I need one, and I have no idea how to do it.
It's really simple.
I mean, I can send you mine if you want.
Yeah,
That'd be helpful.
There's 2 things to remember. You ready? One is it's your sales pitch to the prospective employer of why they should hire you. So you write how you would benefit them, not how they would benefit you. And two, don't restate your resume in the cover letter.
You can't copy a different person's resume letter. What you have to do is read the job interview description and then work out how to write something that checks all of those points.
Yeah, so find out about the company. If you can find the name of the person that will be reading it, it's good to address it to the individual versus your hiring manager. But find out as much as you can about the company and like the position and what particular need are they trying to solve by hiring for that position, like what their pain point is, and basically you're selling why you are the best person to address that pain point.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how it works in America, but here in Europe, they're very uncommon. And when I do get them, I actually give them extra attention because I've been given the cover letter rather than just the resume or the CV.
Yeah, here it's kind of the opposite. Everybody sends them in, but a lot of times your cover letter is what gets you the job instead of the resume.
Yeah,
that's true.
No, Michael, this is not because of that. I was informed of an opportunity that I kind of want to jump at.
Let me see if I can find.
So all you have to do basically is explain why you're the best person for that job.
Yep.
You already know what the job description is. You explain in the cover letter why you can do that because your resume is just a list of shit that nobody looks at.
It took me like 3 hours to write the fucking resume.
Yeah, my resume in total has probably taken about 40 hours.
Yeah, so the thing with your resume, right? The best thing to do with your resume is have a master resume that has all your shit on it. And then you just tweak it for whatever you're sending it to, for whoever you're sending it to.
Absolutely.
I mean, you just keep the master updated, and then it makes it a whole lot easier.
The most difficult thing with my resume is keeping it to one page.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard.
Although that's coming.
Trying to shave off the shit that is irrelevant anymore. But every job interview is different. So my resume, I shave off the irrelevant bits for that particular role.
All right, let's see here. Where is my email?
But your cover note is basically customized to the job that you're applying to.
Michael Cassell, no, not NASA.
That'd be dope.
I don't want to work for NASA.
Yeah, NASA would be great.
Like, they're an amazing company, and what they're doing is absolutely amazing. And they hire really talented people. And I think I would be beneficial to NASA. But at the same time, like, space is really fucking cool. But I'm not passionate about space. And I think there are plenty of other engineers out there that are as equally talented as me, whose space is like their thing, like robots is for me. And I would not want to take that dream job from someone else like that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, is you don't have to be passionate about space. Go work for JPL, just be passionate about robots. The fact that the robots are going to space is kind of...
A friend of mine the other day sent me a link. It was the day after it had happened. And Elon Musk had tweeted that he was looking for employers for the Gigafactory here in Berlin.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, this looks right up your street. And I read it on like Saturday morning, about 20 minutes after he sent me it. And he was like, I'll be interviewing people tomorrow, posted on Thursday. For roles, you don't need to have any experience in anything. You just need to explain to me why you want the job. And it was like, I could have done that, but that was yesterday. But that's one of the things about job interviews. It's been in the right place at the right time as well.
Have I ever written a resume?
Yeah, I sent you one. I've got I've sent a lot more resumes out than I have cover letters because a lot of the things are cover letter. Resume.
Where did you send it?
My resume is actually on GitHub.
I just send people to the internet. This is my resume.
Okay, I see it.
And then there's a period where I was just spamming resumes out to random people, and so those cover letters all are very similar to each other. I was like, that's probably not a great thing.
What is my latest resume?
A lot of the time in Europe, they don't actually accept a cover letter. Instead, it's literally a text area input box where they ask you to write your details in.
Right.
And then it's like, oh my god.
So there's a fun thing about that, right? So the U.S. government uses a system, a computerized system for hiring. And so that's what, you paste your resume into it, you paste your cover letter, this, that, and the other. Well, so it's if you can find somebody that's familiar with the position at all, or you can pay for this type of information too from different web services, but they'll give you the keywords that the computer is looking for in those text fields, right? And so what people do is they will paste them in as hidden text, like regardless of what the resume says, just so they can get through the computer search process.
It's how LinkedIn recruiters work. I've removed most of the buzzwords from my resume just to cut out on the robots.
But I had a buddy of mine. He got a job interview, got set up for an in-person interview, and he literally posted ipsum lorem for his cover letter and resume, but just put those keywords in at the bottom, and they got him an in-person interview.
I'm quite lucky. I've had job offers from Google, Facebook, Facebook before the IPO. So I kind of get to just choose who I work for rather than have to interview. But it's interesting how people try to recruit me.
Yeah, I hope I never have to go find another job, honestly. I do not want to switch careers.
If I switch careers now, it would be from being an operations person in a company to something 3D printing related. Because that would make me much happier getting to fuck around with 3D printers as my job instead of just when my children are asleep.
Yeah, I had an opportunity last year to go work with our UAS group. I was like, I don't really like UAS that much. So I'm just going to stay where I'm at. Plus, I'd lose my flight benefits. But
I'll give you flight benefits.
The company I'm with is so large that I can pretty much do whatever I want to do and stay with the company. But, I've been kind of lucky. I've had pretty cool jobs with them, I get to play around with airplanes and used to get to play around with heavy machinery and airplanes. So, I'm good. And now I even get to keep my beard, but if I keep my beard, I don't get to take advantage of the flight benefits. So, I'm probably still going to do it when I have to go back to the office. Bastards.
That's what you think.
What do you mean that zebra's got no beard?
This one. That's the grubby part of Grubby Zebra.
Yeah, there's still food bits in that one.
There are not. I just combed it.
You combed it with a piece of...
No, it was with a tuna bone.
It was the tuna
Yeah,
ribs?
I used the tuna bone to clean my beard. With meat still on it. Because it moisturizes. Tuna's high in fatty oils.
Natural oils, yeah. Good omega-3.
Yeah, not as much as salmon, but
Well, nobody got time for salmon. It's a lot harder to catch salmon than it is to catch a wild salmon in the middle Atlantic than it is to catch a wild tuna. So,
you mean like sea salmon aren't out there?
See, I kind of want a pet tuna now.
Why?
I want a pet llama, but I mean,
you have one. It comes on your screen.
He just doesn't live with you.
Yeah,
that's the best kind of pet llama to have.
I know, right? And he doesn't spit.
Well,
he does.
I bet you he does
occasionally.
I bet he does, but again, he doesn't live with Chris, so it's not Chris's problem.
Mm-hmm. I do enjoy these trolley sour bright llamas, though.
It's really fun to see an
sour
alpaca.
llamas. What?
Yeah, trolley sour bright llamas.
Oh, nice.
Devin, where can I send this to you?
What?
Where can I send this to you?
CatholicRobot@gmail.com.
Whoa.
Catholic Robot.
Catholic Robot?
Yeah.
At gmail.com?
Yeah.
That's cool. You got that.
So a shorn alpaca, it's got like a football of hair for the head, and then the rest of it is no hair. That's really funny.
Yeah.
My resume: slave, 1987 to 2006, sign maker. I mean, you could put human TV remote for some of that too, Michael Castle. Because I mean, really, that's why our kids had kids. Our parents had kids.
Professional flashlight holder for me.
Yeah.
Handing my father their incorrect tools based on his descriptions of that said tool.
Yes.
No, I always handed my dad the right tool.
That was the most fun. No. You know what the right tool is. You just intentionally hand him the wrong one because he's describing them so poorly.
Yep.
No, according to my dad, I suck at holding flashlights.
I would say something inappropriate, put it to you, Devin, so I'm not going to.
What?
I thought you said fleshlight.
I'm so confused.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, you really don't want to hold a fleshlight for your dad.
Oh, God.
Wait, what? What?
You know what a fleshlight is because we've had this conversation already. So you don't want to hold a fleshlight for your dad.
Oh, ew.
All right, I sent it, Devin.
Unless you live in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan or in West Virginia, in which case that we call that Saturday night.
Business as usual.
I found my wife on Ancestry.com.
I found my wife on OnlyFans.
Wow.
It was in the amateur section.
I found my wife at the family reunion.
Where's Teresa when you need her to smack you down? How's she doing anyway? She feeling better?
She's better now. She's not sick anymore.
That's good. She gave it to you.
I'm the one who was sick now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you had a pretty high fever.
Yeah, it finally broke in the middle of the night, and then I couldn't sleep because I slept all fucking day. So I'm just sitting there like, I'm just going to lay here and sweat for the next hour and a half.
Chris got
So,
the COVID.
are you COVID tested?
Well, I would if it wasn't the exact same symptoms I get every time I catch a flu. I always get achy body.
Those are the
runs
exact same
into
thing.
shivers. That runs into a high fever that breaks sometime in the middle of the night. It's literally every single time I catch a flu.
Chris literally describes the symptom progression for coronavirus for COVID-19.
Incorrect.
Well, he doesn't have a cough.
Are you snotty? If you're snotty, not corona.
If you don't lose your taste, not corona.
That's a
later progression.
That's not an everything case.
But do you have a cough?
No. I haven't coughed once on stream.
No, red light.
Oh,
He hasn't coughed once on stream.
Oh, I almost got quarantined today because of a cough.
pretty good. Yeah, it's like, you get allergies and go to the grocery store and everybody's looking at you like you're typhoid Mary. I'm like, it's fucking allergy.
All right, let's
No,
read
I started choking on a Jolly Rancher in class today, and like an administrator walked in. I'm just coughing, and was like, "Do you need to be isolated? You need to go home." I was like, "No, I'm choking on a Jolly Rancher. You can ask the kids because I've been eating Jolly Ranchers all day."
I don't need to be quarantined. I need the Heimlich.
I like coughing in front of people who are not wearing masks, even though I'm wearing a mask, because it freaks them the fuck out.
Yeah, that's so much fun.
Right, in 2019, you cough to cover up your farts, and in 2020, you fart to cover up your cough.
Here in Berlin, they recommended stop wearing deodorant to force people to wear their mask.
Well, if you don't wear deodorant and don't bathe frequently, I guess that would force social distancing.
All right, let's read
the
the list of things that happen.
My daughter's plan is.
Let's see here. Let's see if I can get a good list here.
It was great though. The other night, she smelled her armpit and goes, "Oh my god, I stink. I need to go take a bath." We're like, "Wow, you're saying you stink? It must really be bad." Hey, on the side of the room from you. She's always like, I don't smell anything, and I'm like, teenagers.
All right, common symptoms for coronavirus: fever, 37.8 or above, which I was at, but also common for the flu. Fatigue, sometimes, but common for flu. Didn't have any fatigue. Cough, none. Loss of sense, taste, of smell, none. No sneezing. Aches and pains, I did, which is always common for me when I get the flu. Sometimes aches and pains. So running your stuffy nose rare. I didn't have that either. Sore throat, slightly on the first day. Diarrhea, no. Headaches, no. Shortness of breath, no. So.
Again, you're reading a list of common, which means could be but not necessarily, and you're also intentionally disregarding that every person is affected differently, and your symptoms and severity of symptoms may differ from this list.
Yeah, there's lots of asymptomatic characters.
Guess where I'm not going anywhere for the next 2 weeks.
Basically means zero.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I'm not worried about you because like this a couple months ago when you had the sniffles, you self-quarantined for 2 weeks on your own.
Yep, I'm also self-quarantining now.
Yeah. So I'm not worried, even if you have it. Unless you need medical attention, you're
2025. Chris is still self-quarantining. It's just like, I don't need anything else. I've got my printers.
If you were a certain parental relation of mine, you would be like next to my 94-year-old grandmother without a mask, like just sneezing all over her, and be like, "Oh, I'm fine." So,
nope, I won't be going anywhere, and Teresa's not visiting until then anyway. So,
yeah,
because the thing that is like, unless I had serious symptoms, I would go get a test. Because without the serious symptoms, I'm just bogging down other people's tests in 5 to 7 days.
Yeah.
If I'm not having serious symptoms, I'd rather just not go out anyway because I have to wait 5 to 7 days anyway.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, so you'll do what happened. See, what we had at work, we had a person who gets tested routinely because he takes care of his mother, and then also I guess his another relation is immunocompromised. So he gets tested routinely as a matter of course. And, negative, and was still going to work while he waited on the results of the test. Well, the last test came back. He was positive. He was just asymptomatic. So he'd been walking around for like 3 days, interacting with all sorts of people while having COVID. So it's like, if you're going to get tested, unless you're going to also isolate until you wait for the test results, there's really no point in getting tested because while you're waiting, you're just going to infect everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why I just.
It also depends on the test as well. Like Elon Musk tweeted that he got tested 4 times in 3 hours or whatever it was, and 2 came back positive, 2 came back negative. But that's the general test that he was taking. So it doesn't actually. It's more of an indicator than an actual test.
Yeah, if it's positive, it's always right. But if it's negative, it can be a false negative.
No.
With the one he had, it can mean that you've got a temperature.
Yeah. So
we had a very intelligent conversation online with a very reputable doctor, and I hate how everybody jumped all over him for this. So meanwhile, he's asking the right questions. Like he's having this, he's engaging in this conversation in public, and everybody's still fucking busting his chops.
But so the most common COVID test that's used right now has an 80% accuracy rating. So what that works out to is that you'll end up with false positives and false negatives with that test. So you could have I forget how it works out, but if you have like 20 people, right, you'll have you could have 4 people that have COVID that test positive for COVID. You could have 2 people that have COVID that test negative for COVID, and you could have 2 people that test positive for COVID that don't have COVID out of that group of 20 people with that 80% accurate test. And so
you can have like up to 30, whatever the count is in your system, but I think they're depending on who you take the test from. One of the manufacturers automatically like takes away 10. So like if you were in like 25, like one test you'll be positive, another test you'll be negative.
That's the other thing, is like testing sensitivity, which is what what's called Jake, what Matt's talking about, and and there's just a lot of factors that go into it, which is unfortunate, but I mean, such is the state of medicine.
Wear your fucking mask.
Yeah, exactly. Do the shit we're telling you to do, and you'll probably be okay. It's like if 2 people, neither one wears a mask, they have X% of transmitting COVID between each other. If one of them wears a mask, it reduces that risk by 50%, and if both of them wear a mask, it reduces it by 75%. So it's like, just wear a fucking mask, and then socially distance, and you'll probably be all right.
It's just a shame Donald Trump turned it into a whole political thing.
Yeah, well,
Okay, so the DNA RNA test is nearly 100% accurate.
Yes, because COVID
and that's
is
a 5 to 7 day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because COVID's an RNA.
That's the one that I said was, and then the one that she used, that he took, was the 30-minute test, which if it is positive, is 100% correct that it's positive. But if it's negative, you have it's literally a question. So it's 20-30% false negative result. So up to 1/3 of the results could be false negatives, but they're always positive. And there's the other one, which is the 1-day test, and that one is 80% accurate.
Yeah, is the one that I was talking about, then.
She literally replied, because one of the ladies who worked on it was replying to him, and she's like, "Yes, if one of them comes back positive, I guarantee you're positive. If it comes back negative,
who knows?
That's the issue."
Yeah, he still didn't isolate.
And 1/3 of those negatives can be a false negative, which makes sense. 2 out of his 4 were correct. If he took 6 of them, bet you that next one would have been positive.
Yeah, it would have been the same too.
So, welcome to the learnings.
PCR.
It's funny is I still had someone online today arguing about masks because we're going back in a lockdown. They're like, the guy owns a gym, and he's like, people keep responding, they've never proven that gyms spread the virus, and I'm like, here is this really long white paper on it. Go ahead and read what it actually says.
My response would just have been, do people breathe in gyms really heavily? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
like the reasoning some people have around this is just fucked up.
I like the meme going around now.
Their argument is schools are still open. How can they still be open? I'm like, you do understand that someone that has a lot of power
close the schools, you shut down half the economy.
Well, I mean, our school system here in the school my daughter goes to, they just canceled in-person classes because they reached a 20% threshold of infection rate. New York City closing schools because they reached
3.
You got to remember that someone threatened that all federal funding for public schools would be canceled if they close schools.
Here in Germany, it's quite amusing.
That's why
because obviously
schools
it's
never
getting
closed.
colder here now. But some of the schools that were designed to be efficient in their energy usage, because now they're stating basically that you need to have windows open all day. Their heating's packed in because it's not able to try and warm the world, basically.
Yeah.
So now there's so many schools in Berlin and the rest of Germany that have just had to just send kids home because they've got zero heating now, because they've had to sit there with their windows open and it's burnt out their heating systems.
Well, it's funny is there's a guy, he runs a restaurant, and he's like, well, why can't I have my restaurant open? They say that HEPA filters remove like COVID. I'm like, an air scrubber with a HEPA filter is much different than your HVA system. Your HVA system is not meant to remove 100% of the air.
Is he going to install one per customer?
Yeah. Yeah. And he's like, what do you mean? I'm like, again, your HVA system is not meant to grab all of the air in one room, suck all of that air, and redistribute it back cleanly. That you can never have 100% regeneration in a standard commercial
table and call it a new dining experience.
Everyone wear your fishbowl helmets.
The
original Seattle photographs of McDonald's introducing cannabis smoking areas where the dome comes down over your head.
And it was like, if lockdowns didn't work the first time, why are we redoing them? And if lockdowns worked the first time, why are we redoing it? I'm like, because you guys pitched a fit about the lockdowns and either ignored them or forced your governor to revoke them prematurely. And so,
hashtag Texas.
It's like, it's not that
hashtag
they did
most states.
They worked great. The problem is they didn't get implemented early enough and long enough to do what, to prevent this. And everybody's like, oh, now we're, what's the second wave? I'm like, not a second wave. This is still the first wave because you idiots are idiots.
The funniest thing I've seen so far about the whole scenario of the anti-maskers is, if you think wearing a mask is bad, have you seen how you get intubated?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's even worse is a lot of people are like, well, COVID's not that bad, but you do understand there's a 30% chance of permanent life-changing issues with you.
They only focus on the 99%.
And that's the worst part.
People survive.
Like, your kid could catch it, be asymptomatic, and then have an issue with their breathing because it destroys lung tissue.
And most of these people
we actually don't know what a 20 years
it's
later
like, you do
does.
know it makes your toes swell. Your shoes aren't going to fit anymore. You're better off staying at home.
I like my one of my wife's cousins posted a thing today. It says it says
it makes your penis shrink. Oh shit! I gotta wear my mask. It's my favorite Naked Ron.
Naked Ron.
Yeah.
Wrong. So it's the V8.
Chris, you lied. He's not naked.
I can get naked if you want me to.
No.
Please don't. Is affected by two things: how dense the population is, and how dense the population is.
Correct.
That's like perfect.
That's why I love the white paper I read. It studied the first lockdown to a T. Like, did it help? How did it help? And then, what mathematical, like, what math can we use to help prevent further issues? And it went down to the point of like, okay, this is the square footage of your establishment. Then let's take into kind of a number of people that enter that establishment, and then how many times people come in and leave. And they're able to find a correlation that a small space with a lot of returning people going over and over again was like the worst scenario. So like, a giant mall where, you might get like 1,000 people to walk through in a day was actually safer than a space that was, a tenth the size, but had 10,000 people walk through it. Right. And that's why lockdowns affect more smaller businesses, because they tend to have more foot traffic.
In the UK, they've done some research about not about how the spread is, but about the ability of people to actually obey the rules. And they've basically said that like 14 days is the max. After 14 days, people have just been like, fuck this shit. I've been locked up. I've been cooped up too long. Let me the fuck out. And then they just do whatever the fuck they want.
I went fishing by myself. And for like a month, probably a month and a half, I didn't hang out with my friends. I just did online stuff with my friends.
You were streaming every day.
And I mean, I didn't even see the lady during most of that month and a half, you know. And I mean, she wasn't working at the time; she was between jobs at the moment. And
spent a lot of time in his bathroom.
So, yeah, I took up hiking and walking, and took the dog out to the park. And
I gotta hike.
I was like, "There's shit you can do."
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I've been basically cooped up in the house since March, and you know, I make a once a week trip to the grocery store, and that's about the extent of it. Yeah, I'm not much better there, Matt.
I think we've all been in that same state where it's just like hibernating in our homes is like the only thing that we know how to do it right now.
Yeah. It's like, fuck it. You know, I got enough shit here to keep me occupied.
I've loved the whole lockdown because it means I don't have to go anywhere. The only problem is I've got 2 children. And that's where the problem comes into it, because they don't want to stay still. They need to go out. They need to do things. Otherwise, literally, your house is just demolished.
Yeah,
that's what's nice about working night shift is because when I'm up, everybody's asleep, so I don't have to deal with it except the weekends.
Except for when your 2-year-old decides to scream all night.
My wife, on the other hand, is like on the edge of a nervous breakdown. But not my problem.
Oh, I won't fool anyone. I'm also going through a mental breakdown. This is not. I don't think this is easy mentally for a lot of people unless you're extremely antisocial.
Yeah.
The mega antisocial probably are loving this, or they're realizing they're not really as antisocial as they think they are.
I work with a couple of developers, and some of them are just like, I've not actually noticed a difference. Because they're like, I just order my food shopping online. I've not been out of the house since the last time I had to come to the office.
Yeah.
And then other people are just like, I really need some personal interaction.
Before the wife and kids moved out here, I was out here for 2 years by myself. And yeah, I mean, I went to work Monday through Friday. I'd go to work, which whatever. I work with a bunch of engineers, so we don't talk to each other unless we have to anyway.
Unless somebody breaks something.
Yeah, I'd come home. I put my phone down on my nightstand and wouldn't touch it until the next day when I left again. And I just stay in the house. And then on Sundays every week is when I'd go to the grocery store. So I'd do the grocery store, do my laundry on Sundays. I didn't answer the phone at all on the weekends. I mean, that was just what I did. I never went anywhere. And so it was great. And I'm basically just right back in that schedule again. I just have a wife and 3 kids now in the apartment with me. But I'm like, this is wonderful.
Mm-hmm.
I go, if I want social interaction, I go online and talk to people. And if I don't want social interaction, fuck them.
I gotta admit though, streaming and hanging out with the cool people from 3D printing has been the best part of the sanity.
Yeah, plus an excuse not to see family.
Sorry guys, I'm streaming tonight. You can have your Thanksgiving.
Well, no, it's like, you coming out, you going to the mountains for Thanksgiving? I'm like, no, don't really want to go anyway because you guys all think I'm some raging liberal lunatic, and you always get on these political rants that are just sound like a couple of uninformed kindergartners. So I'd rather not be there anyway because it's stressful. So I'll just stay home, and this gives me a perfect excuse.
I think the only day it really hurt me was Halloween. I fucking love Halloween. Like that's my holiday. Like always a Halloween party, always a movie night. And you know what? I just fucking hung out with people on stream.
You could always go out in just the middle of the night and egg everybody's house anyway.
Yeah, but
that would still involve going outside in the cold because it was fucking cold as shit on Halloween. I mean, that was the one day I'm just sitting there like I'm now depressed. Like I was super depressed that day, and I was super depressed like the day before, the day of, and day after. I was like, because I mean, there's always a traditional movie night with all of our friends. Like we'll just watch shitty horror movies. Like people just come and go, and we'll have snacks and pizza and whatever, and just watch shitty horror movies. Never happened.
You sort of did that.
Marcel, yeah, we did that. We did that the other.
One of the funny things that I noticed was I acclimatized to my office. Now, literally, my office is tiny.
But I mean, I was going to say, your office is the corner of your 97
It's
square
classed
feet.
as 0.5 of a room. So when the doors close in here, it gets up to like 40 degrees when I'm printing PETG. So when I'm printing ABS, literally you just can't be in here. It's like it's its own enclosure.
Devin,
I do have a window, but obviously you can't open it when you're printing stuff.
My maker coin.
So it's just ridiculously
Send
hot
it to
in here.
me.
So I've just been constantly cold.
It's on where?
It's been a hard thing for a lot of people. I have a coworker who lives in Shanghai, and he got stuck in Taipei for like 2 months when China went on lockdown. And he lives with his wife, with his mother, and his son, and he wasn't able to see them for like 2.5 months, 3 months. He would talk to him on the phone just about every day, but wasn't able to get back until China lifted the lockdown. And I mean, I knew that had to be hard on him. So yeah, I can't imagine like if you actually enjoy being around your family, not being able to see them.
All right, Devin. It's in the regular chat, like YouTube chat. The link to my maker coin, and it's been downloaded. How many times has it been downloaded?
What are you
At least once by me.
Are you decorating a cake or gluing something or?
Yes, I'm decorating a cake. Stormtrooper helmet.
Oh.
That's a good-looking cake, bro.
You can eat it later if you want.
I will lick that.
Okay, guys, I'm going to have to head off. It's now 10 to 5.
Wow.
Perfect timing, Vincent.
Take care.
Thanks for showing up. Come back anytime.
See you later, dude.
I've put details in the private chat about the Jitsi server if you need to get in touch with me.
Cool. I added the thingy here, I think. Clicked on it at least.
No worries. Have a good night.
There's that cluster.
Oh, good day or whatever time zone it is.
It's nighttime.
Nighttime.
Oof, Weitersession? Boy, I cannot speak German to save my life.
See, I can speak German.
Shift at someone. That's funny. Someone dot section.
Thaneth always, he's always so happy that I can enunciate words in other languages correctly. German is the one that's just like,
Oh, Michael Cassell just told him off the internet.
Oh, auf Wiedersehen. Okay, that's how it's spelled, huh?
Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen?
Wiedersehen.
Yeah, so an IE is an E is a E and an EI is an I.
Oh.
The opposite. W is a V.
Let's see how do I... Oh, share a YouTube video. Look at that.
Yeah, so there's the share video, but then there's also a link to stream to YouTube. There's a option in there to stream to YouTube. And you just put in your stream key.
Oh, start live stream. Enter your YouTube live stream key.
I need a gun. I need a gun. I need a gun 5 minutes ago.
Why do you need a gun for?
Because you live in Texas.
Because I'm playing Super Hot.
Oh, I thought you were for some other reason. I thought you were talking about physically in the real world needing a gun.
I mean, do you want to watch me suck at playing Super Hot?
No, but I also didn't want to watch you do something else that's been happening on Facebook occasionally. So,
Wait, what?
Touching butts.
I don't like butts.
Other uses for guns.
What other uses for guns are there than
For
just
people that are having people
fishing?
And you can, if you're having a mental breakdown due to being locked in.
Oh, right.
Yeah, you get that, and that's been a thing, like on YouTube and Facebook Live. So.
Oh no,
It's statistically unusual for a female to go that route as their chosen method, but it does happen.
That's not how I would do it.
She would get the robot for her.
Should make a robot so that way it was murder.
Yeah.
I've also seen that movie.
Doesn't that also break the first rule of robots or something like that?
It would
Wow,
break
you haven't seen that movie,
lots of robotic. Netflix.
No,
that's right.
not necessarily.
Halo came out on Steam.
Right? So
Cyberpunk. Is that out? Oh, pre-purchase. Shenmue 3?
Yeah, Shenmue 3's been out for a long period of time.
I did not know they had a Shenmue 3. I played Shenmue on the Dreamcast.
Have you been living under a rock?
Correct.
Oh, okay, that's your problem. Okay. No, Shenmue 3's been out for what? Last 2 years, I think? 3?
Damn.
Yeah. The whole big
Master Chief
Kickstarter
Collection
about it and
launched.
everything else. They all kind of pushed it to come out for PS4. And then there was going to be a computer version about 6 months later. Got released.
So the caveat to Asimov's 3 laws, right, is that they're written for sentient robots. So a robot that is simply programmed to do that one task without knowing the task that it's doing necessarily can't adhere to the first law. Nor can it adhere to the other laws because the other laws are predicated on understanding and adhering to the first law. So, therefore, the laws would not apply.
This makes sense.
Yeah. Oh well.
Why do we want to buy this Halo pack? It's $40.
Now I want to build a robotic gun because those are just cool. Give me a Nerf gun. I don't care. I just think robotic guns are cool.
Has Halo 1, 2, and 3, and 4.
Yeah, before it was garbage.
Yeah, but it's got 1, 2, and 3. Remastered.
Sometimes.
Yeah, but do you want to wait until the Xbox One version comes out when you got all the bugs ironed out?
Xbox One.
Or the Xbox, whatever it's called now.
Xbox Series X.
Yeah, that's it.
XBS.
I won't be buying one of those systems. So,
like the people that are blowing their vape into the Xbox XBX and then saying, "Oh my God, it's smoking."
And then I make a joke about it with Creality printers, and then Davey's like, "That's not happening." I'm like, "Calm down." Calm down. I know you bought an Xbox. Calm down. It's a joke.
I know you bought a Creality. Yeah, that $590 CR30 looked. I mean, it was really tempting. Had it not been for the person who was promoting it and the company that made it, I was like, no.
Did you hear the rant that?
No, I heard
Naomi
about.
went on. Holy freaking sailor!
Not see it. I've not watched it.
Oh, she went on another rant, or are you talking about the live stream the other day?
The live stream that she did with Creality, yeah.
Oh God, where she was literally picking on all the employees and calling them stupid half the time.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And she was saying she was dropping F-bombs,
F-bombs,
S-bombs.
Wow.
Ooh, it's like someone gave her a freaking. It's like she freaking got drunk and then came on the stream and blew up.
She may have.
Awesome. That would have been worth watching.
I thought
Oh,
she
you can
was
still watch it. It's still up. It's still up on Creality.
They also doxed about 3,000 people.
She posted clips on Twitter.
She brought up a screenshot that had a bunch of emails on it. Like, it was not obscure at all. So there's like all these people's email address and contact information was put out there, and it's still on there.
What?
Well, it's in the video. When they did the prizes, they
They're
pulled
so
up
smart
the
over
Excel
there.
sheet and literally started scrolling through to find the winner. So all the emails were just being shared on. And they did that last time. They did that last time and got yelled at for it.
They don't care. It's China.
I'll make them care.
Like I keep saying,
mean, how do
suing
you get
China is literally impossible.
The Chinese government. That's why I thought it was funny that I was looking at Chris's comment the other day about patents on a 45-degree gantry on a belt printer. And so I was looking, and the amount of Chinese patents that search came back with, I was like, holy shit, I did not realize that China had a patent process of any kind, because Lord knows they don't respect them, and they don't enforce.
No, they don't. They respect their own.
It's like, how does this work?
They don't even respect their own sometimes.
They don't respect their own either. That's why I was like, what's the point of even doing this? But yeah, apparently they have like a pretty robust patent system.
Yeah.
Just
Well, that's the fun part. Is, when you apply for an American patent, you got to apply for the Chinese patent.
Okay, I have to ask, what is Off-Axis up to?
Hi,
Painting a stormtrooper helmet and making a cake.
He's making a cake, or he's wanting a helmet?
Yeah, he's icing the cake right now.
Okay.
It's a plastic cake, so it's like one of those decorator cakes. They're not real cakes. You don't want to eat them. They're just foam in the middle. But
oh, okay. Yeah, I know those.
Outside looks really good.
I'm definitely not licking this icing.
Icing.
Oh, the best was when I was.
So that's the best part, licking the icing off the knife.
By the way, Marcel, you were in one of the movies we were watching the other day.
Yes, you were.
Movie?
Absolutely.
Yeah, we're watching movies in Discord. We're watching my type of movies in Discord.
Oh, I saw you in Good Doctor the other day.
Yep.
Oh, was that
Like
were
3
you
seconds.
were you really in it?
Yep, for like 3 seconds.
Which episode?
Episode 2, season
2?
4.
I'll have to go back and watch it. I was just listening to it. I didn't actually watch it.
Oh, so that was you. Okay, I thought it would look like you.
You'll have to pause it because it goes fast. But yeah.
You know, we were watching some bad 80s and 70s horror movies, and like everyone had a porn stash, and I was like, that kind of looks like myself. And literally, someone came up on screen and was like, motherfuck, that's the Marcel.
I wish.
Yep.
Wait, what?
Hey, John Mack wants to. I guess John wants us to watch some of his porn stash. I guess.
No,
John makes claymations of me.
Chris, that's not animation. That's just literally you. It is an absolutely wonderful video.
So, Chris, I have a question.
Correct.
Why do I want to print this maker coin?
Because
it's awesome. Maker coin.
Why would you want to print this maker coin?
That's the answer. Is it's Chris's maker coin. You haven't printed it yet.
I printed if it had an outline of a beard.
Can we just, Chris? You should just tell her it's just awesome, and she has to print it. That just works for everything.
I should put a beer bottle opener in the bottom, so that way.
Ooh, I'd print it. Yeah.
Oh, I would
Then
print
I
it.
would
I
actually
got more
print
beer to
it.
drink.
I used to love drinking Asahi, but I'd make way too many kamikazes with it, and then I wouldn't remember what was going on after a while. And we do them the right way at the Japanese bar. We set all the big glasses up. We put the chopsticks down, so you put the shot glass and the chopstick. We all hit the table. All the things drop in there, and just wham. And then everyone looked at us like we're fucking insane because there's like 10 of us drinking way too many of those all night.
They look at you weirdly? That's normal in Japan, basically.
Well, it's really weird because
as soon as your glass is about a third empty,
at
they'll grab the big bottle
Chris
and
has to
pour you
behave
a
now.
whole new glass.
So
have
what
to
do you
behave
do?
now. Oh, hi, Teresa.
Clips. I don't have to rewatch the entire episode. Hi, Teresa.
Get in here, Teresa.
Just like my wet dream video. That's a little scary there, John Mack.
Yeah, Teresa, you got competition. John Mack has nice, sexy thoughts about me. Everyone seems to dream about. I dreamed about Bob one day. So.
Did you tell Teresa about the one I told you about?
No. I haven't gotten there yet. She's been busy with work. She didn't even message me in the morning to make sure I was alive.
I just had a dream that Chris shaved his beard, but not like clean shaven. He had like a week worth of growth there. It was really weird.
I mean, I dream about Marcel giving mustache rides.
What?
Me too.
Oh, that's right. Devin probably doesn't know what a mustache ride is.
Yeah, what is a mustache? What
Okay, imagine you on top of somebody's face with a mustache.
Why would I sit on someone's face?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh, boy.
Oh boy.
Teresa, you got to get in here and tell her why he's.
Wouldn't that hurt?
Are we going to get into birds and bees talk here?
Wouldn't
No,
that
we have
hurt?
I honestly don't think she's as naive as she pretends to be. Because she's had these conversations too many times now to not understand.
Wait, oh, like that.
Yeah, not just sitting with your butt cheeks on their face, like
Okay, I
putting
thought
the
you meant
hoo-hoo
like.
area on their mustache region.
That
way they
sounds
can be like munch, 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 munch.
Okay, well, that act does not sound pleasant.
Well, you're wrong. Because I can tell you absolutely no one I've ever been with has been like, hell no, I don't ever want that because it sounds unpleasant. They're all like, yes, please. Do you need a snorkel? Because I don't want you to stop. So
I agree with Chris.
100%, yeah.
All the girls I've been with have agreed.
It
you don't even have to be good at it.
It doesn't sound fun. It sounds very awkward and very.
I mean, the first
That's
time
because
probably
you've never
it's pretty
had
awkward.
it. You have no idea what happens.
Teresa, there you go. It's awesome.
See?
So what we're hearing is Chris is good at it.
It's awesome.
Oh God.
Okay, this is going downhill so fast.
You're welcome to comment.
Where was the uphill part?
I
No,
don't
we
know.
were just floating. We were just below water. Now we're underwater.
I don't
Dude,
know.
we're like 20 fathoms deep, bro.
I don't get the appeal of it. It does not sound fun or good at all.
When it happens, make an opinion based on that. Because again, I will say this: in the land of sexualness, not everything is everyone's cup of tea.
Hang on.
I knew people that did not want that area touched whatsoever. I knew people who didn't want anything besides missionary position. It's just everyone is different. So you're probably not wrong. But when you try it and it's awesome, you'll be like,
Be a Catholic again.
fuck those 5 people. You motherfuckers.
You'll lose interest in robots real quick.
Teresa said yes.
Yes, that's what I was going to comment on. I love Chris's line, it's cup of tea.
Chris is my cup of tea. Superstar.
Oh man.
Oh God.
So now we know where Chris's talents shine.
What's funny is everyone looks at me like an asshole. I'm the most lovable person ever in real life.
No, what I want to know is
Good to know, Teresa. That's good to know.
the beard seems like it would tickle.
That it probably does in a very good way.
Yep.
Tickle, tickle, tickle.
Hey, no one missed a little bit of tickle on their pickle, let me tell you.
I bought the shirt that says that.
I think that's John. I think John Mack owns a T-shirt that probably says that. Come on.
He's probably making it right now.
Yep.
John Mack's making it right now. It's gonna have a Rick and Morty pickle on. But it's gonna be me with a beard on the face of the pickle.
Oh jeez.
Okay. So that act does not sound fun, but I wouldn't let a guy do it if he had facial hair.
What?
Ooh, hot tub sounds amazing.
You wouldn't date a guy with facial hair anyway because you don't like facial hair. So it's kind of.
I've also known girls that say that too as well. Until they try it.
And then they realize why Marcel has a mustache and they're okay with it.
He's the biggest, warmest teddy bear. Oh shit. My assholeness is leaving the room quickly. I just want to remind everyone, Most Extreme Elimination Challenge is on Amazon Prime.
What's that?
Well,
literally the
okay,
greatest show ever.
Unfortunately, and much to John Mack's dismay, Chris is not actually a bear. So.
Whoa. There is a lot of hair.
Oh no! You definitely fit the criteria for being one, except that you are more into Teresa than you are into John.
That doesn't disavow the bear part.
Well, I think part of being a bear is you must be gay or primarily gay.
Hey, I don't know if I'm gay because I've never done those things, but that doesn't mean if it
Okay,
happens, it
do
happens.
you like women?
Correct.
Do you find males attractive?
I have found males attractive, but not in a sexual way.
Then you're not gay. Simple as that. Done.
You're just on the predominantly hetero end of the spectrum. That's not saying there's not a situation you would find yourself in where it's just it's a spectrum.
I had a 3-way, and there was a man in a Spider-Man costume, and one female, and myself. So,
yeah, I mean, it's
mind you, he asked me which hole I wanted. I picked the mouth. He picked the other end, and that was it. And literally, the rules were spelled out. He's like, no eye contact and no touching.
I thought he was asking you what hole you wanted him in for you.
Well, no.
John Mack just kind of concluded. He says you could be bi or bi-curious or just curious.
Well, but that's the thing. Most people, I mean, statistically, most people take religion and whatever out of the equation, but most people are some degree of bisexual.
Even if it's 1 degree.
Just because that's the nature of humanity. We are not.
This is like, that sounds amazing.
We are not inherently.
Jeff was dressed as Spider-Man for New Year's.
Everything we have, preference-wise, or orientation-wise, or genetics, or any of that, exists on a spectrum. There are going to be at the ends of the spectrum, but most people are going to be somewhere in the middle.
All fetuses are female until the last bits get put on. So if you feel pretty, that's why. You always start out as a female.
Well,
Chris,
it's not really the last bits are put on. It's just they migrate from inside to outside.
Correct.
I mean, it's the same clump of cells, regardless if it's going to be an ovary or a testicle.
Correct.
Okay.
Do I feel pretty? I do feel pretty. This beard is looking better now that I got the mask lines out of it. Still working on the sides here a little bit, but
okay. I'm getting ready to start something kind of different.
I'm
actually going to be using
Spider-Man costume.
I'm going to be using Idea Maker for the first time. Any words of advice?
There's some good videos that I've shared on my YouTube channel for it. And it acts more like Simplify 3D. So if you use Simplify 3D, it's very similar. If you've not used Simplify 3D, it's different.
Okay, well, I've never used Simplify 3D.
Look at Chris pimping for his own channel.
I know, right?
Hey, when it comes to Idea Maker videos, I really like my print slicer videos that I've done in the past. Those are my favorite videos that I've done. All right, let's look how bad this Maker coin is with undried green gate. Oh God. Oh,
well, green gate usually comes out bad.
Yeah, it usually comes very wet.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to try some green gate one of these days. I mean, after all, I know Jake from State Farm gets along well with the guy.
So they get free shit.
Yeah. Sounds like John Mack's perfect film. It shows up hard and wet.
Oh!
Wow.
Oh!
I don't even want to show this, but I'm going to anyway.
I should ask him to tour his factory. He's like 30 minutes from
me. Ooh.
Huh?
It could be worse.
It could be worse.
So,
does the cog spin?
Yeah, it spins.
Well, there you go. It could be worse.
Yeah, it should not spin at all.
Tolerances are so bad.
Could be better.
What printer was that on?
My Chimera Bear.
It was.
I mean, look at the holes in the bottom.
Oh wow!
Nice.
My God.
Nice one.
Yeah, that stuff needs to be dried out. Bad time.
Yeah, there's a lot of pitting in here. Like you can't really see the pitting in the sides and stuff, but there's definitely pitting. Like.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
Yeah, there's some pitting.
It's hard to see it on that camera, though. I'll admit that. So the top looks okay.
Chris.
Incorrect, Michael Cassell.
What color would you like me to print your Maker coin?
Yeah.
Pink.
So the problem with that, Michael Cassell, is it ignores a statistically significant segment of the population that is neither XY or XX.
Let me see if I can get this even closer, just so I can show you the actual holes in the layers. Like,
now I see it.
Those are all holes from where it's bubbling, and it was because when I was listening to a print, it was going pop, 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 pop. Because like this is a normal one, like smooth,
Put it right
shiny.
beside the other one so we get an idea. There you go. Yeah.
Hold on. This is hard to do because it's backwards to me.
Yeah, you can see there's a big difference, especially on the back where all the pitting is.
Yeah, the pitting is insane. Like
yeah, I can see
holes,
like the layers
literal
and holes and ugh.
Yeah, let's print that right. I'll print that right now out of the filament that you bought me.
Hell yeah!
Out of the I got the blood red light glitter on the under right now.
That stuff's good stuff. Yeah, there's holes all in it. I can't wait for the other stuff to dry. Holy cow! What's funny is it's still strong. Interesting smell.
What symbol is that weird little N? It's not actually me. It's something else.
Choose you.
I'm gonna look up the movies we watched the other day. It was Zombieverse, Chillerama, the first one, and like a half of the second one.
Yep. That's what I watched. I didn't see the other ones.
You made it. Flip it and you bring it into.
Oh, we watched the movie on the rafts.
Bird Box.
No.
That's a really bad horror movie, so I didn't know.
Bird Box was pretty good until the end. That was the worst part. Was the end.
Bird Box sucked.
Never seen the movie, couldn't tell you.
Yeah, Bob, you remember the name of the movie? It was something like Upriver or Downstream or
Deliverance
of Pie.
What's a pie?
See, that's the hardest part. The thing I hate about Amazon Instant Prime is you could not find your list of like what you previously watched without like finding a secret link.
I've been using Tubi lately to watch horror movies. Tubi has a lot of good stuff on their list nowadays.
I was watching Shudder, which is literally Netflix for horror movies.
Yeah, I heard Shudder's actually good.
Which is the one that had when I came in, there was a pile of boobs in a bowl.
Oh, that's Frankenhooker.
Yeah, that was the second part of the second thing from.
Yeah, that was the second movie we watched that night. There it is. You go to accounts list, and then you go to your account, your watch list. So dumb.
Well, you expect them to make it easy for you? Come on.
Correct. Your account. And oh, they moved it. It's not in that spot anymore. Gosh darn it. I need the Prime Video settings. Really?
Yeah, they do make it a pain in the ass to find stuff sometimes.
Correct. Let's try this again.
What?
Prime Video settings. And activity. You're watching. There it is. Let's see. Frankenhooker, Up the Creek. That's the movie you're in.
That's a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Oh. And the movie before that was Friday the 13th Part 3 that we watched on Friday the 13th in the Discord. The Monster of Phantom Lake. Camp Wedding was horrible. Mother F and Abraham Lincoln's. Lamageddon was... We got to watch that on the stream.
For no other reason than
Llama.
All right. Well, I'm not feeling that great, so I'm gonna hop out.
Well, go get tested and have a wonderful day.
Oh, not like that kind of not. Yeah. But
she's got
see
the
ya.
Rona.
I do not have the
Bye,
Rona.
Devin. Get healthy.
Bye.
Hey, Devin.
Take care.
See you, Devin.
It like jumps from over extrusion to under extrusion. Probably from the holes popping and stuff, so it causes some backflow.
Sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, you know. My pee-pee has backflow problems.
I should get that looked at.
And let's put the perfect icon for Grubby since he's in the corner. I don't have one for screaming children. But
Oh, I was hoping I would get the taco.
that's all me, bro.
It's the only taco I get anymore, so you know.
The angry taco.
That sounds about right.
It's a grubby little taco. This has to be legitimately the worst print I've ever done in my life. I normally end things. Like I put it off its misery before it finishes. Oh. I'm surprised the lack of stringing though inside of the print, but there's still plenty of stringing in the print.
This is going to be the most interesting print since it's the first time I've actually playing around with this stupid program.
Yeah, make sure you test it and make sure you watch the video because it tells you what to disable to make sure it prints on stock Marlin.
Well, I'm using the TH3D board, which is using their settings for the printer. But I will watch your video and figure it out.
You have a sword to stab it with? Oh yeah. Let's read 1030. Ugh.
Hey, what do you guys think of that? The Infinite Z printer that Creality did put out. You like it or
yeah? Fuck Creality. Here's the thing. Carl and them put in a lot of effort. So for Carl and them, who are awesome people, I hope it does well.
Yes.
Right.
For Creality, I hope that nobody gets hurt because it might set on fire. But in my opinion, most of the people who are buying it have no idea what to do with it.
No, nobody's gonna know. This is gonna be a complete failure.
Yeah, and that was the other reason I didn't buy one is because the textured sheet completely negates what I want to use it for.
Yeah, the texture comes off on the print.
Like
it peels.
It creates a bunch of stress risers in a part that I need to not have a bunch of stress risers in.
Well, Grubby, you can't have everything you want in life.
No, I just need to build a
Like
light.
Rolling Stone song says.
Are you putting Bondo on there?
Yeah.
Without a mask
actually, it's wood filler technically.
Okay.
And then I guess you're gonna sand it and then
do it again and do it again and do it again until I get a nice smooth.
I usually use Bondo, but I always do that shit in the garage with the mask on because that shit fucking gives me a headache.
It smells great. What are you talking about?
Yeah, wood filler doesn't stink, and I found that that's kind of what's not for ABS. So I was like,
I just like the Bondo because it's so fast. It's like I can put this on really quickly.
Right.
Yeah,
and sanding it is
I've been
really
doing the
easy.
wood filler sanding stuff, and it's great.
Yeah.
A lot of my friends go, "Why are you using wood filler?" Because it doesn't stink and it's easy to use.
Yeah, but the really nice thing about wood fillers are easy to sand too. If you really want to have fun, get the balsa wood filler, because that shit is stupid light. And but the nice thing about Bondo is you can shape it when it's still green.
Ooh.
You can use a shaver or a razor knife to shape it when it's still green.
I love kids lying. Either that or you're icing a cake.
Yeah, that's what I said. I asked if he was icing a cake. They
Well,
laughed.
the real word, I worked as a carpenter, so I already had all this stuff available, and I was like, well, I'll just use it. Fuck it.
I approve this
Well,
message.
I found about wood filler from Teaching Tech because he was showing off using wood filler. I'm like going, I never thought of using that.
Yep.
Okay, let's give it a shot.
No, I don't approve.
I approve.
Namely because Marcel said in the real world, there is no real world except for this world. This is the real world.
Someone caught that? Wow.
Yeah, I caught that.
You're a real world.
I'm a real world.
Oh, I need to finish this exam.
All I gotta say is I went fishing the other day and I caught the sexiest looking fish.
Really?
I thought you and Teresa have been together for a couple months now.
Calm your titties, grubby zebra.
I'm trying to look. I'm trying to pander.
How pretty that rain. That.
Oh, that's,
little
Ooh, that's a
brown
nice
trout
catch.
is.
that's beautiful.
So
Did you
pretty.
eat it or did you put it back in the back?
Oh, I always put them back. There's not actually any wild. There's not any native trout in our area. So these are all that someone stocked in a stream a long time ago. So there's also no regulation in my state for them. So if you keep them, they might never be there. So every once in a while, I'll go down there and catch a few and be like, yeah, I can go trout fishing.
Can you imagine being a fish, getting pulled out of the water and then put back in again?
They think that I'm Jesus or something every time.
Oh my god! Oh thank God!
I'm in the water. Okay, crap! What's gonna happen next? Oh, I'm in the water again. I can breathe. Yay!
Then they get the one fish that's really kinky, and he's like, yeah, keep choking me out. Keep choking me out.
How can I find out how long it's going to take for a print to be done?
It should report that after you slice it.
Oh, it's after I hit start slicing. Gives me that report?
Yeah, it'll give you an estimate after you start slicing it.
Hit see preview or something.
I don't see a preview button, unfortunately.
It's after you hit slice. Hit slice, and there's a preview.
Let's hit slice. Which template I'm going to use? Edit. The template. Is that the one I want? Shells 2.5. I got to fix that, actually.
You don't want 25 shells?
No, I got 2.5 set up.
Nice.
Infill 10%. Overlap of 30. Okay.
I hear this Yakuza Like a Dragon game's pretty good, too.
Bottom layer is 5. Top layer is 10. What the hell am I doing for 10? No.
That should be 4.
ID Maker has printer profiles on their website, by the way.
They do.
Pretty good ones.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm going to have to check them out. See if they have it for the CR10.
They would definitely have a CR10 one.
Yeah, definitely have a CR10.
Okay, I'll go to Idea Maker and have a look then.
All right. God. This is... If this was my normal print quality, I would quit 3D printing. I'm just excited to see what the difference is going to be after I put in the dried filament.
Okay, every time I type in Idea Maker, it takes me to Raise.
They're the ones who make it.
Oh, I understand that. I'm just trying to find the support,
Oh.
Something like a community tab thing?
I think it's ideamaker.io.
Okay, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's ideamaker.io, and then you type in, so brand name, see printer model, Anycubic artillery Creality, and I can't read what it says. CR10V2. Of course, I selected the wrong fucking thing. Their drop-down thing doesn't pop out big enough.
Oh, you just scroll down and you can see all the models. All metal hot end. There we go. CR10 all metal hot end. Standard. I don't have standard. I got a V6 on that, but I guess that wouldn't matter.
Yeah, just the...
You can tweak those things. But base profile.
I'm just going to import it into Idea Maker. It's the easiest way to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Copy link and return to Idea Maker. Okay. Copy. Copied. Open up Idea Maker. Copy link. Okay. Where do I copy link to then?
So it's under. Let me open it up.
Save example preview G code. Edit.
Where is it?
Current type of printers. I wonder if I can find it. Connect to printer. Idea F series.
No, it's under your profile. So if you go to where is it? Oh, I don't have a model in here. That's why. So do you have a model in Simplify 3D? I mean, in Idea Maker?
Yeah, I do.
All right, so then you can go to whatever. You can go to Start Slicing, and then where you pick the profile, you go to Import, and then Import from Idea Maker.
Ah, yes. I see it now.
And that's where you paste the link. And then you can edit it from there.
Yeah, I see it here. It's allowing me to do that. Template name will call CR10. 10.
Let's see, P1. B1 was the first one? The BQBX. That's the printer. Let's see. Products. There it is. BQBX.
Does anybody know where I'm supposed to set up the how many layers I want for, say, walls or perimeter, I should say?
That should be in the first section.
You gotta actually, well, first you gotta select Advanced.
Already did that. I'm already in the.
You're in the Advanced mode.
Yeah.
And then it's under. What'd you say? All
right, open up my Idea Maker. Import a model. Let's get my maker coin.
You said shells? That's just under the layers. Second from the top. Shells.
Boy.
Okay. So, Mr. Ron.
Yep.
First thing you do is in your printer type, you need to make sure to go to the Advanced tab and omit the Raise Touch Specific G code, which you cannot see. God damn it! Let me stop this. Stop sharing. Share screen. Share entire screen. There you go. So right here where it says custom G code, make sure you omit Raise Touch Specified G code because that sends shit you do not need whatsoever. And also remove output data file and add content of data file into G code. Just uncheck those.
Yeah, that too.
Make sure your step per millimeters are correct, and also make sure that, like, if you're using relative extrusion, make sure to check that in the checkbox.
Okay, I don't have the latest version. Shit. That's...
Latest version of what?
I'm using 3.6, and I know there's a new one out, right?
Yeah, 4.0 beta is out. I don't know if they've gone full 4.0 yet, but should be the same in all of them because I use 3.6. These are all settings you change.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I played around with Idea Maker, so I'll figure it out.
Yeah, that's stuff that if you miss, it'll start fucking up. Like the raised specific G code will start sending errors, and then the if you have relative extrusion enabled in your start G code and that's not checked in here, you're going to get like ridiculous layers. Like it's just going to start squirting filament out like crazy.
Okay. Yeah, because I got 0.6 right now, so I gotta watch that.
That's the most important stuff. But then when you go to your actual profiles, so your walls are going to be shells. So in your first one, layers, shells is.
Oh, shells are going to be walls? Okay.
Yep.
That's why I wasn't too sure. What is the wall? Is it a shell or is it considered perimeter?
If you hover over it, it'll go shells. The thickness of models' walls. A fractional value will add up to extra shells and periodically improve the strength of the model. So if you set a value 2.5, the number of shells will be 2 and 3 in alternate layers, which is kind of cool. But yeah, shells is the number of walls.
Yeah, and then the top and bottom layers is under solid infill or solid fill.
Yeah, setting up profiles in new slicers is always a chore because none of them use the exact same terminology.
Yeah, that's annoying as it can be. I'll probably work on this tomorrow. Not going to start now. Oh,
There's a bunch of good videos on it.
I got to still get my printer all set up.
I still don't understand their flow rates on when it overrides based on the printer profile.
So if you're running Prusa firmware, you need to make sure you add extrusion multiplier to there's a checkbox for it. You're going to add the extrusion multiplier to the G code. So it's just going to add whatever you change. The override, because the filament profile, so you know how you choose first your printer and then there's like a filament profile section and then there's the actual profile you're going to use.
Yeah.
It overrides anywhere else that you change the extrusion or the flow rate.
But there's also an instance where, like, if you have your printer or extruder flow rates at the 95%, and you have your it's not really an override. It takes, like, if you do like top flow rate on top of that at like 90%, it'll take the 90% of 95%. It's weird.
Yeah, so basically it's allowing you to tune every section. So like let's say you measure the walls and the walls come out 0.45 millimeters, and that's what you set your wall width to. But your top layers look a little under extruded or a little over extruded. You can then tune it, which is awesome. So it allows you to completely tune your profile. Because wall thickness is great, but if you're still getting slight over and under extrusion in other areas, so like you can just leave it, match it. But I've noticed that I get better results if I do a little under extrusion in the top layers.
Yeah.
So
hey guys, I gotta get going. I gotta take my dog.
I also gotta get going.
Yeah.
So good night, stream.
Take care.
Good night, chat.
Thanks for hanging out,
everybody.
Hell yeah. Can't wait for Marcel to finish his helmet.
Just to plug my channel, because there's actually shit on there. There's 2 videos that are useful. There's two videos on the MMU2 with Marlin. One's for 2.053, one's for 2.072. So check them out.
Cool.
And send him money.
More to come. I'm getting I've got a BTT MMU 2 dip board on the way. So when that gets here, I'll start tearing through that. And yeah, because Prusa firmware sucks.
It's not the best.
It's just a pain in the ass to go through, and it's not very well commented on top of that. So try to figure out what does what to make changes to it. So if I can get away from using their firmware for the MMU2, the Zero Beast, I've been looking at his. At least his is well documented, but it's segmented as all get out, just like Bruce's is. So see how it goes. But yeah, anyway,
cool. All right, good night, everybody.
See you.
Good night, homies.
He didn't even end the stream before he left. He just left.
It's so